When the dust-laden eyes finally opened once more, what lay before him was no longer a pristine and orderly ceiling, but rather a tangle of shattered cables exposed to the air, their severed ends flickering with errant sparks and currents. Cold, exceedingly cold. This was his first sensation. It felt as though the outside world had succumbed to an ice age, and the bitter chill was mercilessly draining away his very life. He could not afford to ponder these mysteries. Locating the exosuit was paramount to his survival. As he struggled to extricate himself from the life pod, the nutrient fluid that clung to his skin rapidly crystallized into a delicate layer of ice under the frigid temperatures. It was this icy veneer that greedily siphoned away the warmth from his body, and even the slightest movement rendered his face ghostly pale, his lips turning a ghastly blue. I got at the exosuit was just to the left of the room, a mere 2 or 3 steps away. Faced with death, Chen Feng ultimately overcame the lethal chill. Donning the exosuit in the final moments of his life and activating its life support system. Commencing biological verification. Welcome. Subject 13, Chen Feng. Initiating first self-diagnostic. Current bodily structure. Normal power system. Operational. Time synchronization failed. Unable to contact the cesium atomic clock. Unable to contact the cesium atomic clock? Why? Wasn't this designed to function independently for over 2 millennia? Sensing the warm energy emitted by the life support system coursing through his body, the once frozen vessel of flesh was finally reborn. He was now able to contemplate the situation more deeply. The most pressing issue was the various life preservation measures humanity had enacted after the cataclysm of fire and ice, and what had gone awry. This biosphere, once resilient enough to withstand nuclear assaults, had now withered to such a state. Yes, unable to establish contact with the cesium atomic clock located at the center of Biosphere Zero. The cold, lifeless voice of the electronic female assistant continued to compress Chen Feng's already fraying sanity, and his agitation grew increasingly palpable. With somewhat stiffened steps, he began to explore the confines of Biosphere Zero. It was inconceivable that 2 millennia had truly passed. If it had, he should have decayed into a mass of indistinguishable detritus. No, he might not even be recognizable as detritus, having long since joined the glorious cycle of decay. Lost in these thoughts, Chen Feng pushed open his compartment. He remembered Herod's delightful girl who had given him a piece of candy upon their arrival at Biosphere Zero. Yet, as he tremulously opened the life pod that appeared to have lost its power supply, he was met with the sight of a skeletal remains, already rotting and infested with maggots. Even through the exosuit, he could detect the deep stench emanating from the corpse, and an overwhelming wave of nausea churned in his stomach. He retched, but nothing came forth. His stomach had long since digested all remnants of sustenance. Chen Feng refused to succumb to despair. He began to methodically search, battling against nausea and dizziness, prying open one life pod after another. As anticipated, each revealed yet another repulsive corpse. Maggots, which ought to have reveled amidst the decaying flesh, were now disturbed by his intrusion, writhing grotesquely in the light. What should have appeared even more revolting only numbed him as he emerged from the last chamber. Of the 160 sparks within Biosphere Zero, only one remained confirmed alive. What a joke! Chen Feng slammed his fist against the wall. The exosuit, designed for survival, left no mark upon the hardened special concrete. To him, this was merely a muted mockery. Driven to further madness, he began to smash everything within his line of sight. Filing cabinets, emergency lights, storage boxes. He even stumbled upon an armory with doors flung wide open, housing numerous simple yet effective weapons intended for the sparks, self-defense, and exploration. These tools, meant for protection, had transformed into mere toys for Chen Feng's wrath. With trembling hands, he unlocked the armory and stepped outside, a manic grin spreading across his face. He yearned to witness scenes brimming with hope, yet what greeted him was a desolate expanse of white. In the distance, the ruins of the city loomed, devoid of any hint of vitality. Heartbeat detected at excessive levels. First warning issued. Please stabilize your emotions. A third warning will result in automatic administration of a sedative. Shut up. Shut up. Shut up. Shut up. Chen Feng roared as he charged toward the city, the exosuit servos seemingly attuned to his fury, opting to remain silent as he barreled into the blanketed ruins. The heavy snow had buried everything, The streets were piled high with thick layers of snow, and the vehicles parked along the roadside had succumbed to rust. He had once owned such a vehicle, having lavished it with personal modifications, treating it like a cherished princess. Yet, reflecting upon his past only intensified his turmoil, inflaming his emotions further. Damn that wretched car. I've always despised you. He swung the butt of his weapon against the car, its decaying exterior unable to withstand the force of the blow. A sharp crack echoed as the car crumpled, its roof collapsing into the body like a pitiful child squatting in defeat, weeping and clutching its head. Don't act pitiful, you're just a worthless car. You're just a worthless car. What right do you have to act pitiful? Chun Feng became hysterical, discarding his weapon to unleash his fists upon the vehicle. The car was finally reduced to a mangled heap, devoid of any semblance of integrity. Yet he still felt unsatisfied, his gaze shifting to the other vehicles lining the street. Even so, he found no solace. Surely someone should have emerged to beat him senseless, drag him before the guards for interrogation, and ultimately confine him to a prison cell. But no one came. Why was there no one? With a tearing sound, his fist landed on the car, slowly sliding off. The aluminum fabric of the outer layer scraping against the rusted coating, producing a disquieting noise. Yet Chun Feng was no longer furious. He swallowed hard, attempting to quell the acrid taste of stomach acid lingering in his mouth. After the initial madness subsided, the relentless destruction brought no satisfaction. Instead, it only deepened his emptiness and solitude. Why must I be the only one to survive? Why? Tears streamed down his cheeks, falling without warning. He longed to weep, the sorrow filling his chest, choking him, leaving him with no recourse but to cry, as a forsaken child might, burying his face in his knees, weeping bitterly, expressing the despair that overwhelmed him in the form of tears. In this desolate world, the only sound that emerged was that of his sorrowful weeping. Chapter 2. Chimera weeping like a child, yet the world can never return to that innocent past. This seems more akin to a behavior of evasion, shrouding the inner void with sorrow, in a civilization devoid of humanity. What significance does its existence hold? Perhaps one could as well choose to end it all, for with a firearm in hand, a mere flick of the finger could usher one out of this world without pain. There would be no suffering. Dusty, having risen from the snow, staggered towards the weapon he had discarded. Suddenly, a sound emerged from a building, half buried in snow. It was a rustling. Surely not the wind. Could there be other forms of life? Regardless of what it might be, anything alive would suffice. In that instant, the sound ignited a primal instinct within Dusty, causing him to cast aside all training and caution, neglecting even the firearm at his feet. And he charged straight towards the source of the noise. Without warning, a shadow leaped forth from the shadowy recesses where sunlight dared not tread, delivering a swift slash with a speed that left Dusty no chance to react. Pain, this was his first response. Fear, the emotion that followed closely on the heels of agony. He feared pain. Most do. Clutching his chest, Dusty soon realized he was unharmed. The fierce attack had not penetrated the aluminum-coated textile shell crafted from the finest materials, only striking him with enough force to cause discomfort. Painkillers were being administered. Sometimes, human senses can shift remarkably quickly. Moments ago, he found this synthetic voice utterly detestable, yet now it resonated with an alluring charm. Akin to a siren's call, the analgesic soon took effect. This concoction, designed for special circumstances, boasted prolonged efficacy, an extended shelf life, rapid results, and negligible side effects. Thanks to it, Dusty was no longer tormented by pain, allowing him to finally discern the creature that dared to assault him, a head like a rodent, a tail like a serpent, a body resembling that of a tiger, and an unidentifiable pair of massive claws. A chimera? Let us refer to it as such. It appeared utterly astonished that this seemingly fragile figure could withstand its onslaught unscathed. Technology and tools were concepts it could not comprehend. Having grown up in this forsaken steel jungle, it could not grasp the essence of humanity, for it was the mightiest predator in this world. The chimera launched another attack, its drool dripping onto the pristine white snow, producing a hissing sound of corrosive fluid. This time, it opted to utilize its most lethal teeth, its acidic saliva and steel-hard fangs, having dispatched many a formidable shell in the past. Dusty, a slender figure before it, was presumably another tough crustacean. Guided by past experiences, the Chimera charged at Dusty like a freight truck, its 3-meter height sufficient to terrify anyone. Yet, this could not intimidate one who had lost everything. Anger ignited once more, and the earlier thoughts of ending it all began to fade, replaced by a pride that stemmed from millennia of existence atop the food chain. Dusty did not choose to retreat. Perhaps the calming agent had overly dulled his senses, resulting in an inversion of his state. As he roared and launched a countercharge at the Chimera, the volume of his voice stirred a sense of danger within the beast. Instinctively, it recoiled from loud noises, though it had been drawn in by the sound. It did not relish such an environment, but the charge was already underway. There was no time for hesitation. It had to eliminate this bothersome creature. The evening's dinner. Dusty suddenly lowered himself, sliding beneath the Chimera's abdomen and gliding across the soft snow to retrieve his weapon. He never intended to confront a beast capable of crushing him with sheer weight through physical might alone. Humanity's longevity atop the food chain relied not solely on physicality. Tools were their greatest ally. Grasping his rifle, he positioned it against his shoulder and pulled the trigger, executing the movements he had practiced for so long. Before the Chimera could react, the copper-jacketed bullet was propelled from the barrel by the explosive force of smokeless powder, effortlessly piercing its thick fur. The massive bulk of the creature maximized the bullet's kinetic energy. The force released almost entirely within its muscles, severing blood vessels and allowing crimson life to flow forth in waves along the path carved by the projectile. A wretched wail echoed throughout the cityscape. Dusty's gaze was as tranquil as still water, devoid of any emotion reflected in his pupils. The Chimera before him was merely a brute. The Chimera, consumed by pain, was incensed that it bared its gaping maw and swiftly charged back, intending to rend this insufferable foe with its speed. Yet, bullets hold no sentiment. The war machine, dormant for ages, had once again found its moment to shine. No matter how savage the Chimera appeared, scientifically categorized as an organic compound primarily composed of calcium salts, how could it withstand the lead alloy that formed the core of the bullet? Its turning form inadvertently presented Dusty with an optimal target. The head, the most apparent weakness of any organic being, remained vulnerable so long as its structure did not transcend the realm of carbon-based life. Blood sprayed forth as the bullet embedded itself deeply into the creature's hardened skull. Though it appeared gruesome, it was not yet lethal. To the very least, this bizarre monstrosity could still charge at him. The true declaration of battle's end came when a bullet found its way through the eyeball. The high-velocity round effortlessly pierced the fragile lens, splattering jelly-like substances and various white tissues in its wake. This 3-meter-high abomination was ultimately but flesh and blood, incapable of performing feats that defied the laws of biology. As Dusty beheld the creature collapse before him, he suddenly sank down into the snow. Weeping as a child would, covering his face with trembling hands, he finally felt the sensation of life still persisting. Although it seemed he had merely wielded a shovel and a firearm to send this beast to its doom. The inherent dangers were far too complex to articulate succinctly. Had the Chimera's initial assault been a bite rather than a claw strike, his life-sustaining power suit would have proven inadequate to resist both chemical corrosion and piercing attacks. Chapter 3. The poetic opera. Yet, perhaps one should continue to live. Who knows, he might be the last human being in this world. To perish thus would be a disservice to his position atop the food chain. Gazing at the vast expanse of white snow, a flutter of resolve stirred within Dusty. He felt an urgent need to take action. Even if he was uncertain of what to do, anything would suffice. Currently, with an external temperature of -17 and radiation measuring 0.78 USV, he remained within the protective confines of his power suit. Please do not panic, Spark 13. Perhaps the Chimera's massive form instilled a sense of deterrence. For at least while he sat in contemplation, no demons or specters troubled him. The textile layers showed no signs of significant damage. Dio, your voice is quite unpleasant. Could you perhaps adopt a more melodious tone? Of course, the mental state of the Spark is indeed worthy of concern. Receiving this affirmative response elicited a smirk from Dusty, a half-smile that danced on the edge of sincerity. You should have the poetic opera voice, right? Absolutely, the voice has been adjusted. How does Spark find it now? Shall we hear a mambo? Mambo. Very well, from now on, you shall be known as Poetic Opera. Now, let us return, for we must ensure the denizens of the biosphere find their rest. Poetic Opera fell silent, Yet it did not hinder Dusty's actions in the least. During the initial design, the biosphere had not been placed too far from the city. The society lacked sufficient resources to venture out in search of potentially better locations. The frugal governing body had opted for the nearest addresses to minimize transportation costs. It was not long before Dusty returned to the Zero Biosphere, that windswept enclosure. He glanced at the small screen in the upper left corner of his helmet, which displayed cold, real-time data, temperature, -18. Not only did it not increase, but it had decreased. Raising the storage locker he had toppled, he retrieved a spade. To Dusty's surprise, the ground was harder than he had anticipated. He had assumed that clearing the snow would allow him to begin immediately. Instead, the earth was frozen solid as iron. When he struck the shovel into the ground, it nearly became lodged. Even with the Power Suit's enhancements, excavating 159 holes proved to be an outrageous task. By the time night fell, he had not achieved his intended goal, not even a fraction of it. Upon returning to the biosphere, he realized the holes he had dug were even smaller than the life support chamber, rendering them utterly inadequate. Realizing this left him feeling rather embarrassed. Hehe, a poetic opera. Hakimi Mambo, it seems you have found your rhythm. That is good. May you use this voice for eternity. I find it delightful. Why the sudden silence? After exchanging playful banter with poetic opera, Dusty felt a pang of hunger. His stomach began to rumble. The warehouse lies on the eastern side of the biosphere, primarily stocked with essential supplies for survival, catering to 160 individuals. Thus the quantity ought not to be negligible. However, he was gravely mistaken. Gazing at the gaping warehouse doors, a chill of despair washed over his heart, particularly when he beheld the food cabinet, which ought to have been filled with an assortment of compressed food, now only contained a variety of putrid mush and an unidentifiable black substance. In that moment, he felt as though his life had reached its terminus. Unwilling to concede defeat, he endeavored to scour the long-emptied warehouse for any overlooked provisions. The outcome was predictably disheartening. He discovered nothing. Even the floor was overturned in his futile search, revealing no clandestine basement. The entire warehouse had been thoroughly stripped bare. Even the last remnants of disinfectant alcohol had been completely taken. Shigaju, I am aware that on the day of your inception, you were inundated with an insurmountable wealth of knowledge, including various architectural designs of the Zero Biosphere. Indeed, is there anything you require assistance with? Number 13? Please inform me, does the Biosphere harbor any concealed storage, the kind that remains inaccessible to all? Observing the pervasive traces of violence within the biosphere, he began to sense a grim realization. If the reality aligned with his suspicions, then the engineers responsible for this design must have foreseen it as well. In an era where society could be extinguished like a flickering ember beneath nature's wrath, humanity's malevolence was escalating unchecked. After a moment of silence, Shigaju provided an answer. The information you seek is at my disposal. The Zero Biosphere indeed designed another hidden storage. However, due to geological and resource constraints, it contains little food, primarily storing various hazardous substitute materials. Shigaju paused. Would you like to investigate? The answer from him was affirmative. After all, to refrain from exploring would be tantamount to waiting for death to arrive. He certainly did not believe that the current landscape, capable of giving rise to chimeras, harbored anything edible. Chimera, can it be consumed? Wow. Just take a left at the first intersection upon exiting the warehouse and proceed straight ahead. Although it was his own suggestion, the moment he heard such a widely acclaimed direction, he felt a twinge of anxiety. Guided by Shigaju, he quickly located the hazardous materials storage concealed by the engineers. The door was equipped with an archaic physical lock, resembling a strange protrusion on the wall. Why employ such an unusual design? This design is sturdy and unobtrusive, Shigaju replied candidly. He had to concede the validity of this statement, as locating an almost extinct ancient lock in this pitch-black environment posed a challenge. Shigaju revealed the location of the key, which was not difficult to find, resting just opposite the hazardous material storage. This design, which required no electricity, proved to be a significant advantage, preventing him from being left without options in such dire circumstances. As the warehouse door swung open, the precisely crafted doorframe made it quite laborious to pull the door outward. Nevertheless, it seemed there was a glimmer of hope. Food. Several boxes of compressed rations stood forlornly on the shelves. Although it felt peculiar to store food alongside chemicals, according to Shigaju, This was a disconcerting suggestion proposed by the head of the safety department. If everything were stored together, any mishap could lead to a rapid deterioration of the situation. Thanks to the safety department. What a tremendous help. Closing the hazardous materials storage door, the room was instantly enveloped in darkness. However, the temperature was surprisingly elevated, 2°C. This could be considered a temperature where one would not freeze into a popsicle upon removing their helmet, a suitable temperature for dining. Chapter 4. The rabbit hole removing his helmet? A biting cold seeped into his flesh, yet the heating system of his powered suit promptly compensated with warmth. White steam erupted from the seams of the suit, filling the small space with mist, as if adorned with a soft filter. Yet, it was not unwelcome. After experiencing the life-stealing chill, Chen Feng found this humid sauna-like sensation utterly delightful. Tearing open a bag of compressed rations, he forcefully broke off a piece and sent it to his mouth, chewing for several minutes until saliva and warmth rendered the organic brick somewhat palatable. The zero biosphere was not devoid of liquid sustenance. It merely transformed into solid form at such temperatures. All were equally difficult to swallow. After consuming a portion, Chen Feng resealed the bag and placed it back on the shelf. This substance contained an exceptionally high caloric value. Although distasteful, a small amount sufficed to meet his energy requirements for an entire day. Sated, Chen Feng finally turned his attention to the contents of the warehouse. Gasoline, batteries, mechanical parts, heavy water, uranium-235. What on earth have you all been stashing in this warehouse? These are essential for your survival, Mambo. Without them, crafting a hand-cranked nuclear fission engine would be impossible. Mambo retorted, "Is that so? Oh, Mabwa." Reflecting on the endless turmoil and destructive violence of a society in decline, Chen Feng ceased to dwell on the chaos of these items. He cradled a barrel of fuel in his arms. Suddenly recalling the unfilled pit at the entrance, realizing something, and hurriedly dashed outside, only to be compelled back in by the frigid air to don his helmet. He chose cremation. This was an ancient practice. War had altered many aspects of life, including the solemnity surrounding human death. Resource scarcity rendered society unable to allow precious corpses to simply vanish. Thus, the saying goes, corpses nourish the earth. Pouring the fuel into the life pod, Chen Feng easily ignited it with the windproof lighter provided in the warehouse, watching the flames ascend. Indeed, humans ought to rest in peace. A line of small text appeared in the upper left corner of the screen, expressing a sense of agreement. The life pod was transformed into a forsaken iron box, rendered inoperable, with much of the ash clinging stubbornly to the interior walls, requiring considerable effort to remove. Perhaps due to his satiation, Chen Feng felt no fatigue. Instead, he diligently handled the remains of the life pod, placing them into small iron boxes, in this dilapidated biosphere. Such boxes were plentiful and easily found. Any drawer opened revealed a multitude. After gathering the ashes, Chen Feng buried them in the previously excavated pit. Although not every individual had their own grave, at least they would not be too lonely together in death. Once he had dealt with the remains, Chen Feng returned to the warehouse and fell asleep with his eyes closed, rustling. Chen Feng drowsily opened his eyes, sensing some peculiar commotion outside. What time is it? He felt no alarm, instead inquiring Shigaju about the current time. Unknown. The cesium atomic clock is malfunctioning, and I cannot keep track of time. If possible, I would like to venture outside to observe the stars and reconstruct time. However, I fear you might be snatched away by some unknown creature in the dead of night. Surely time can be approximated. No need for precision to the millionth of a second. Just tell me approximately what time it is. It should be around noon, 12 o'clock. What a curious quirk this AI has acquired. It hasn't he truly become a simpleton, has it? Mambo rustling. Chen Feng finally discerned the strange noise outside, which was undoubtedly not of human origin. After all, humans do not possess the habit of grinding their teeth. Scanning the warehouse, he found no tools. However, he did come across some substitutes. A certain engine drive shaft was also forged from steel, quite lengthy, and hefty enough to easily crush a person's skull. Armed with a makeshift weapon and bolstered by newfound confidence, Chen Feng tightened his grip on the steel rod and pushed open the warehouse door. He was determined to discover who had the audacity to intrude upon the lair of the fearsome upright ape. Challenging the former apex predator of the food chain, the sound emanated from the center of the biosphere, the location of the cesium atomic clock, which also served as the original farming area for the Sparks. Upon waking, he hadn't yet taken the time to properly assess the current state of the biosphere. After dealing with the intruder, he would set about repairing the biosphere. Peering through the shattered window, he observed that the once fertile black soil of the plantation area was now riddled with various pits, familiar. The rabbit hole? Shigaju suddenly burst into song, not this rabbit hole. Ignoring Shigaju's increasingly frenetic antics, Chunfeng stepped into the plantation. If it truly were rabbits, that might be a fortunate turn of events. Rabbit meat is quite palatable, though its only drawback is the inability to provide sufficient calories and fat. As for radiation and parasites, solutions do exist. Just as Chunfeng stepped into the plantation, a familiar furry head suddenly popped up, glancing at Chunfeng before swiftly retreating into the burrow. Taking another step forward, he felt the weight of gravity. The rabbit hole had collapsed. He dared not contemplate the sacrilegious acts these damned rabbits had perpetrated upon the biosphere's fertile soil, transforming the once pristine fields into this state. Do not speak of farming. Each step feels as if one is sinking deeper into a quagmire. I am determined to eliminate all these rabbits. Come on, Mambo. If we catch one pair less, next year there will be another 100. As the formidable Dusty advanced with his steel rod in hand, those rabbits, typically timid and fearful, emerged from their burrows. They stood upright, gazing defiantly at this intruder who threatened their home. This, however, was not particularly alarming, for even mice can muster the courage to stand tall. But the most concerning aspect of these rabbits was their apparent overdevelopment. I recall that before the war, the largest rabbit on record was named Darius, measuring merely 1.22 meters. Yet these wild rabbits before me effortlessly surpassed that figure, averaging 1.5 meters, with some nearing an astounding 2 meters, taller than Dusty in his powered suit. What genetic mutation is this? Surely, the levels of environmental radiation could not be sufficient to accelerate biological processes to such an extent. Though I am uncertain how many years have truly passed, the signs of societal decay suggest it cannot exceed a century. Can such a brief period facilitate this level of evolution in animals? Chapter 5. The first expedition. Clearly, these rabbits were unwilling to allow Dusty to continue voicing his myriad grievances, and with their prominent incisors bared, they charged forth. Dusty's response was quite straightforward. He swung the steel rod to thwart their excessive enthusiasm. The rod collided with the rabbit's head, producing a resounding metallic clang that echoed in the desolate environment. A fine strike. Struck with such force, the audacious rabbit flailed for a moment before collapsing. Witnessing this grim fate, the other rabbit's demeanor shifted instantly. Although finding a prime location is challenging, preserving one's life is far more paramount. With this realization, even the animals transformed, displaying agility and grace as they executed a magnificent leap, collectively vacating what they once deemed a paradise. Oh no, my roasted rabbit. As a fearsome, upright ape, Dusty was not intimidated by these seemingly colossal rabbits. His reaction was one of surprise at most. However, their immediate retreat upon facing adversity left him utterly flabbergasted. These oversized rabbits represented the second species he encountered in this frigid wilderness, and they were the first familiar, presumably edible, creatures he had seen. In such extreme cold, mere rationed food would not suffice for survival. He needed to devise a means to procure sustainable sustenance. Nevertheless, these rabbits would not perish in their absence. They would surely cross his path again. Bending down, he grasped the rabbit that had been the first to charge, lifted it with one hand, and turned it about, marveling at its size. No wonder the land had been undermined by such burrowing creatures. With a sigh, he placed the rabbit onto a nearby shelf, surveying the dilapidated biosphere he inhabited. He tossed aside the transmission rod. The first step to survival was to mend this ramshackle abode, ensuring it was at least functional. Grasping the rifle he had brought along, he felt an overwhelming sense of fortune. The gun oil, long since solidified due to the frigid temperatures, might have even clogged various unseen components. Not to mention, the low temperatures would have impacted the firearm's parts as well. Yet, remarkably, this weapon, after such prolonged storage, still managed to faithfully discharge its ammunition, aiding him in overcoming the initial challenges he faced upon awakening. Dusty could not help but express gratitude for the loyal spirit of the ancient weapon. Though such archaic humor was likely appreciated only by himself, a peculiar enthusiast of ancient linguistic treasures. Do you know where the city warehouse is? I need to find construction materials. Of course, it is at number 13. Oh dear, please do not call me number 13. It feels as though I am a mere building component. Just call me by my name, for it is only us two now. Are you feeling shy? I am merely restructuring algorithms. Do not read too much into it, Mambo. That is for the best. Let us proceed together. The map is marked in the upper left corner. You can refer to it, Mambo. The poetic drama is splendid. Do not use such easily misconstrued phrases for communication. The warehouse is located on the eastern side of the city, quite a distance from the biosphere, especially with the emergence of strange, chimera-like entities in this bizarre world. However, Dusty felt no fear. As a top predator, the fearsome upright ape, even if he awoke to a slightly disjointed world, as long as he had a gun and ammunition, he would never shy away from any challenge. Simply put, he suffered from a severe case of firepower deficiency phobia. Furthermore, Dusty could not believe that humanity had simply vanished. After all, they were the fearsome upright apes, beings capable of spearheading a colonization plan for Mars before the war, if the war had not obliterated this evolved species over millions of years. How could mere fluctuations in temperature lead to their extinction? Even in times of severe food shortages, such conditions had never arisen. MY's subsequent course of action has become increasingly clear. First, I must survive. And then I shall seek traces of humanity. Surely, there must be survivors, just like myself. Oh, my dear Mambo. Poetic drama, please do not disrupt the atmosphere so suddenly. I had finally mustered the courage to speak, and your interruption deflated my enthusiasm. Those who designed your emotional module must have inserted some strange elements into your database. He. Though he often spoke nonsensically, Dusty found some solace in this exchange. It was far preferable to interacting with a cold, lifeless AI. No. It seemed that the poetic drama's voice had also been referred to as a personal voice before the war. In the silence, Dusty chose to embrace the cheerful acceptance of this persona. Personal or not, it was certainly preferable to the previous desolation. Are you pondering something undesirable? I am merely wondering when we shall arrive at the warehouse. My legs ache from walking with the powered suit. Why complain of fatigue? You must be harboring some ill thoughts, Mambo. Dusty feigned ignorance, whistling a cheerful tune. Time passed amidst their banter, and soon they arrived at the coveted warehouse entrance. This was not the small storage facility akin to a restroom found within the biosphere. No, this was a substantial facility designed for the storage of vast quantities of resources, an important military zone. At least prior to the war, however, much of this warehouse had been buried beneath the snow, and the massive doors bore evident signs of human destruction. What transpired during this time? What led to the downfall of the city? Running his fingers along the warped traces of the door, Dusty could only sigh. The semicircular roof of the warehouse had suffered a fate akin to that of the biosphere. The tightly sealed alloy doors bore various marks, half concealing the interior, while the loss of power obscured his view of the situation within. Approximately 3 o'clock. This was the time displayed in the upper left corner of his helmet. It was growing late. Reflecting on the chimera he had encountered just yesterday, Dusty brushed off his sleeves and stepped into the warehouse without hesitation. Though the sun still shone, once night fell, the city, devoid of power, would transform into a true graveyard, with endless concrete ruins standing as testament to civilization's demise. Activating the flashlight built into his powered suit, 2 beams of light burst forth from above, illuminating everything in sight. Dusty's purpose for this excursion was straightforward. He sought a widely utilized post-war construction material known as quick-drying concrete. This material, designed specifically for construction, is renowned for its rapid drying time and robust adhesion. Though it may fall short in terms of strength, its affordability rendered this drawback negligible. Chapter 6. So many bugs as the light dispelled the darkness, an unsettling scene lay before him. Should anyone with a fear of clusters enter this space, they would undoubtedly faint on the spot. Bugs, countless bugs. They infested every corner of the warehouse, occupying every reachable area. Their writhing bodies formed unsettling patterns, inducing nausea. I must retrieve an oil drum and incinerate these creatures. I concur, Mambo replied. Yet, this was merely idle talk. He had not anticipated that a simple outing would require him to play the role of a defender against Zerg, without the aid of an armored train. How could he possibly contend with these insects? As Dusty cautiously ventured further inside, he was relieved to discover that the bugs, sensing the vibrations, scurried away from the area, thus avoiding an explosive confrontation with the Zerg. However, While this was a fortunate escape, the resources remaining in the warehouse had long been ravaged beyond recognition by the insects. He tossed a tattered sack filled with quick-drying concrete onto the ground. Its contents had spilled everywhere, and squinting closely, he could even spot the white larvae nestled within. There was no way he could use this to repair the biosphere. He certainly did not wish to awaken one day to find that the wall he had spent hours repairing had collapsed, unleashing a horde of insects upon him. Given the circumstances, it would be prudent to seek another warehouse. Surely not all warehouses are infested with such disgusting creatures. Indeed, that was the case. The storage area was vast, encompassing not only surface-level warehouses but also those below ground. Nonetheless, Dusty deemed it unnecessary to explore the ominous, maze-like underground storage for the time being. After searching through 6 warehouses occupied by Zeelager, he stumbled upon a pristine storage space. There were no insects, but instead, a plethora of mushrooms. This time, the intruders occupying the warehouse were not bugs, but rather a fungal carpet. These unexpected guests bore a striking resemblance to oyster mushrooms. Oyster mushrooms are known to thrive in cooler temperatures, yet do they not cease to grow at temperatures below 2 or 3 degrees? Why, then, did this scene exude such vitality and exuberance? Nevertheless, considering that the chimera, that monstrous amalgamation, could present itself unscathed, it seems reasonable that a slightly more cold-resistant variety of oyster mushroom could also flourish. Navigating past these mutated mushrooms, Chun Feng soon discovered a wealth of intact quick-setting concrete. Wonderful! The house could be saved. Gazing at the enormous mushroom caps scattered across the ground, he swallowed hard. It is advised not to consume any flora or fauna from the outside without proper tools for examination. Otherwise, I fear you might find yourself incapacitated, perhaps becoming the first novel protagonist to perish from diarrhea. A line from the poetic opera interrupted his unwarranted flutter of emotions. I know. I will return to eat the rabbit. Surely that will suffice. Wild rabbits carry numerous parasites and viruses, and they can survive in such a radioactive environment. I hold no favorable view of their meat. However, an animal grown to such a size in this frigid expanse must surely possess significant fat content. Oh, Majili Mambo, the poetic opera chose to feign ignorance. Dragging 2 bags of quick-setting concrete out of the storage area, Chun Feng suddenly realized a new dilemma. This substance requires water. Otherwise, it is merely a bag of powder. Entirely unshapeable. There is fuel at home. Boiling a kettle of water should suffice. Mambo, that is indeed true. Raising his head, he noticed that the sunlight was no longer blinding. The generous sun, having shared its light, had set to rest. While he had only just ventured out, he would not be able to return home before nightfall. I feel you need a means of transportation, Mambo. Does such a thing exist in the biosphere? Have you forgotten the original intention behind the biosphere's design, which was never to facilitate frequent exits for participants? Mambo. This response indicated a lack of such provisions. It seems he would have to devise a means of transport himself. Nightfall always arrives swiftly, yet Chun Feng found himself at a loss. The giant had perished, yet its remnants continued to nourish countless living beings. However, these nourished beings could not accommodate the once mighty giant. The dark city was eerily foreboding. The only source of light from his powered suit became the most brilliant beacon in this shadowy steel forest. Chun Feng could hear a multitude of strange sounds emanating from the darkness of the shops on either side. Though he had only lived here for 2 days, Chun Feng had already sensed the unique vitality of this frozen world. A new and fragile food chain was being established within this realm. It was not a lifeless world, nor was he an invincible presence. The time in the upper left corner leaped forward by an hour, and Chun Feng encountered the corpse of the chimera he had slain. The massive carcass bore clear signs of scavenging but remained intact. It appeared that the biosphere did not require a substantial food intake. Stepping over the carcass in 2 or 3 strides, Chun Feng made his way toward the biosphere, which was faintly illuminated by moonlight. He still intended to sleep in the warehouse. Although uranium-235 and other radioactive elements loomed above him, it was the warmest and most sheltered place he could find. Trusting the containers prepared by the engineers, the poetic opera did not issue any warnings, indicating that all was well. What Chun Feng did not know was that as he passed the chimera and vanished into the city, countless tiny insects emerged like a tide, enveloping the carcass. They were greedily feasting upon this rare banquet. Yet nature has never placed locks upon its bounty. An increasing number of creatures flocked to partake. Though the reason the predator abstained from this precious prey remained unclear, it did not deter others from indulging, naturally integrating this peculiar organism into the biosphere's ecosystem. More and more beings eagerly anticipated the lavish feast that Chen Feng's next hunt would bring. Unaware of all this, Chen Feng rummaged through the kitchen in the northern part of the biosphere, retrieving a large iron pot and propping it up with a few steel pipes. He needed to boil water to mix the cement. I believe quick-setting concrete number 42 should be mixed with pasta. Please refrain from mentioning these outdated nonsensical jokes that have been irrelevant for ages. I cannot relate. The poetic opera truly lacks interest. Following the instructions on the quick-setting concrete packaging, he poured the rapidly cooling boiling water into the small mound of concrete. Then, taking an iron shovel, a common sight in the biosphere, he began to stir the mixture of cement, whose proportions he was unsure of. After all, this product had initially been touted as foolproof and incredibly convenient. And since the poetic opera raised no objections, he decided to mix vigorously. He aimed to fill the pits near his life support capsule before 11 o'clock. Chapter 7. The enormous oyster mushrooms occupying the plantation Biosphere Zero, constructed as a last-ditch effort to concentrate the resources of society, stands as a monumental spectacle. It is vast. So vast that Chen Feng felt despair. He realized that the 2 bags of cement he had dragged back could not even fill a single pit near the city. I personally suggest that instead of striving to seal the entire biosphere, it would be better to first restore the plantation. At least it could yield crops in the future, Mambo. Upon hearing this from the poetic opera, Chen Feng suddenly understood. He dashed into the plantation. In the center of the plantation, within a certain pit illuminated by moonlight, something glimmered, a cesium atomic clock. He had completely forgotten about this. Since this device could not be repaired once excavated, it was better not to remind him. That was indeed true, however. Now that he had seen it, it must be organized. The pit was neither too deep nor too shallow, roughly half a person's height, designed to ensure long-lasting operation and prevent damage. The cesium atomic clock was larger than a typical one, standing half a person tall. As he touched the damaged exterior of the clock, its internal components lay exposed, wires severed. It was no ordinary damage. The poetic opera was correct. This device was utterly beyond repair. First, it had suffered human-inflicted damage, and only then had it deteriorated to this state. The outer shell of the cesium atomic clock was exceedingly sturdy, entirely impervious to destruction without tools. What had transpired during its dormant period? I do not know. I have been in a deep slumber. However, if you can restore power, I can share the database and check the logs, Mambo. That means it would be a while before he could do so. Sighing, Chen Feng patted the large box in his arms and placed it in the chemical warehouse. He then yawned and promptly fell asleep. He slumbered, but for this world, life was only just beginning. Invisible spores thrived in the darkness, spreading along the trails of their hosts through nature. Every entity that encountered the mushroom caps would become a vessel for propagating their kind. Today, they finally found their ideal refuge, a fertile, loose, and porous paradise. This was the sight that greeted Chen Feng when he awoke. The plantation was a fertile expanse with a radius of over 200 meters, divided into 4 sections. Despite the transparent plastic walls meant to separate these areas having long since decayed, it was precisely due to the absence of these barriers that the oyster mushrooms grew with reckless abandon. The landscape was a tapestry of densely clustered mushroom caps, and the low temperatures failed to impede their joyful growth, propelling them from spore to budding stage overnight. A biological miracle, reaching up to wipe the incessant cold sweat from his brow. He realized that through the visor, he could touch nothing. However, Chen Feng now had a thought. Since these mushrooms grow so rapidly, why not consume them? I personally advise against eating such mysterious and dubious substances, Mambo. These resemble oyster mushrooms, albeit larger. Why shouldn't they be edible? Then what about your rabbit? Mambo. Rabbit? Right, the rabbit. With this thought, Chen Feng immediately spun around 180 degrees to retrieve the rabbit carcass he had placed on the outer corridor shelf. It had already become quite rigid. The sub-zero temperatures were frightening, but they also served as a natural super freezer, entirely eliminating concerns over freshness or decay. Simply tossing it outside would ensure its meat remained perfectly fresh. What exactly should I do next? Repair the holes in the walls, deal with the wretched rabbit tunnels, find a means of transport, search for traces of other humans, and figure out how to restore power to uncover the reason behind the biosphere's destruction. Chen Feng closed his eyes and mentally revisited his tasks, realizing that the list was overwhelmingly extensive. He contemplated giving up. I have prepared a checklist for you. Honestly, you are so scatterbrained. Oh, poetic opera. You are just like my mother. Then let me switch to a different voice, Mambo. That won't do. I feel only this voice can provide me with the warmth akin to a mother's embrace. The poetic opera chose to mute his words and offered him a dismissive gesture. Chen Feng merely chuckled, unfurling the task list that the poetic opera had prepared for him. Firstly, he would start with the simplest task, to slaughter the rabbit and make soup. Was this truly all that needed to be accomplished today? Indeed, this is the task at hand today, Mambo. After a brief silence, Chen Feng set to work. There is no doubt that an array of tools exist within the biosphere, abundant in both quantity and variety. He dragged the rabbit into a chaotic kitchen, tidied up a bit, and then wielded a boning knife to remove the rabbit's pelt, categorizing it with a simple method. A 2-meter-long rabbit. One can only imagine the drool it would elicit from a Sichuan local. Perhaps even flowing 3,000 meters. Even Chen Feng was eagerly anticipating the flavor of this rabbit. There was no off-putting odor. Braving the cold, he lifted his mask to take a closer sniff. Nothing seemed amiss. Then, with lightning speed, he sliced off a small piece of raw flesh and placed it beneath his tongue. As his body heat melted the frozen meat, the metallic taste of blood immediately spread across his palate. Overwhelmingly pungent, however, he felt no other discomfort. After standing still for a quarter of an hour, savoring the experience, and confirming that nothing peculiar occurred, he flipped the tender morsel from under his tongue and chewed a few times. Not sensing anything unusual, he glanced at the steps provided by the poetry program in the upper left corner, nearly popping his eyes out in shock. 8 hours? Indeed, if the test proved successful, he could incorporate this wild rabbit into the cherished luxurious recipes of Chen Feng, Mambo. Oh, the cedar oil links. I did not set this up. The poetry program has gone offline. ZZZ. Those wretched engineers, with such advanced skills, what on earth are they doing? The occasional bickering with the poetry program reminded him of the girl who once sat in front of him before the war. Gulp. He swallowed that piece of raw meat, knowing he would have to endure this for a full 8 hours, ready to expel everything at the first sign of discomfort. After completing these 3 tests, he could officially confirm that this magnificent rabbit was fit for human consumption. But now was not the time. He could only pack the neatly cut rabbit meat into a box he found nearby. So, what to do for these 8 hours? First, let's check the power room. If you've managed to survive long enough to meet me, it suggests that the power outage has not lasted long. Otherwise, the life pod would have shut down long ago. Moreover, this task does not require excessive physical effort, Mambo. What about the mushrooms in that plantation? Let them be for now. What else can we do? You might even have to eat such things in the future. Wow. Have you unlocked a new quirk? Chapter 8. Nuclear fusion. The power room is located on the right side of the biosphere and is expected to be a highly secure area. After all, if something goes wrong, everyone is finished. As it stands, the main door appears to be intact. Perhaps it's because a power room is not worth the effort to vandalize. Chen Feng speculated somewhat regarding the environment of the biosphere. It was likely man-made, a result of food hoarding. But why would anyone hoard food? The key is in the western warehouse area, Mambo. Why didn't you say so sooner? I've already arrived. After a brief run to retrieve the key, Chen Feng opened the door leading to the power room. The power room consists of 2 levels. The entrance leads to the distribution room, which is used to adjust electrical currents and various technical operations, while the generator lies further down, directly beneath the biosphere. The generator of the biosphere could be considered the largest structure outside of the plantation. It is a 4-meter-high underground building, resembling an underground parking lot, with a diameter of at least 200 meters, making every step echo resoundingly. Walking along the path of the power plant, the rows of electronic servers stood like tombstones, filled with memory sticks that serve as the epitaphs of these gravestones. When the overhead lights swept across, one could see the glaring metallic shells glinting in the reflection. This place not only supplies power to the entire biosphere, but also serves as a repository for all the knowledge from the previous society. A trove of information that an ordinary person could never hope to read in a lifetime. However, Chen Feng's purpose in coming here was not for learning. He had always dozed off during lectures in school. And now that even the last overseer was gone, he had no motivation to study. The lights flickered as he searched for the cause of the generator's shutdown, yet the entire underground power plant was remarkably clean. A stark contrast to the surface. There were no scattered documents, no debris strewn about, and certainly no wildly growing strange creatures. It was as quiet as a grave. The conditions here were almost excessively pristine. If I had to live here, I would undoubtedly need to relieve myself 114 times a day. Please refrain from speaking in outdated references that I cannot comprehend. They have long since lost their relevance. And I have not stored them in my database, Mambo. Mambo and the Elder Beast are only a few years apart in age. The engineer who designed you was truly lazy, unwilling to push forward even a few years. P.S. The poetry program is aware, but she simply cannot be bothered. After confirming that the overall structure of the power plant had not suffered any significant damage, Chenfeng approached the central generator. A special generator forged from the resources of society, it could be considered a masterpiece of engineering, perfectly suited to the environment of the biosphere and the knowledge it could access. The nuclear fusion engine? A terrifying technology that once only existed in science fiction, capable of running on stone fuel, was previously deemed an advanced technology that even the space age could not decipher. Yet, in just a few short years following the war, it was officially cracked and applied across various sectors of society. This was the extreme potential unleashed by the cataclysmic crisis. Had it not been for the advent and production of nuclear fusion, humanity would likely have faced dire consequences from energy shortages much earlier. How to ascertain what exactly is malfunctioning? Surely, one cannot simply jump in. The construction of the biosphere's nuclear fusion generator resembles that of a glacier, with a small portion above and the majority below. The uppermost structure, akin to a well, is designed for engineers to access the engine or deliver fuel. Let's descend and take a look. I am here with you. The poetry program's voice suddenly became steady, each word imbued with confidence, prompting an instinctive desire to rely on her. You are indeed well suited to be a mother. After some playful banter with the poetry program, Chenfeng began to descend the staircase along the inner wall of the central transport shaft. Darkness. This was the only word that floated into Chenfeng's mind. The darkness here was incomparably deeper than that above. A pitch-black world that completely swallowed the two meager overhead lights. Even as they continued to emit a strong glow dutifully, Chenfeng could perceive nothing that reflected their light, as if the entire underground cavity were constructed from a light-absorbing carbon nanotube material. It was an intolerable shade of black. It was merely somewhat empty. The light was not an ultra-powerful flashlight but rather designed for energy efficiency, so naturally, it dissipated over distance. Mambo. A remark from Mambo instantly washed away the tragic hues that had long lingered in Chenfeng's mind, almost causing him to break as he walked upon the hollowed-out elevated platform. The clanging sounds confirmed that this structure was indeed made of ordinary steel, not some peculiar material. This was the first time he had encountered a nuclear fusion generator. It was truly massive. No wonder the Zero Biosphere is also known as the ultimate spectacle. This was the smallest structure achievable after simplification. Mambo. Taking a few steps in place, he could even hear three echoes. Forever unable to discern the boundaries, he had no choice but to abandon that thought and redirect his gaze to the ground beneath him. Simultaneously, the poetry program had also laid out a guide for action in the upper left corner. Akin to a video game, with the system continually instructing him on the next steps to take and what rewards awaited upon completion. It seemed that Earth Online was indeed an open-world adventure game developed by human civilization. The only drawback being the inability to respawn or redeploy. What nonsense are you thinking about again? The poetry program observed Chenfeng's clearly illogical smirk, causing a chill to run through its processor for reasons unknown. Chenfeng remained silent, grinning foolishly as he followed the poetry program's guidance to locate the nuclear fusion control panel, where he quickly identified the issue. There was no sign of human interference or natural mishap. It was merely a case of excessive coolant consumption, triggering the generator's safety valve and causing it to shut down. The coolant delivery system was malfunctioning, leading to this situation. Mambo. So what should I do? Not I, but we. If we do not restore power soon, the power suit's battery will deplete in 5 days, and you will perish wrapped in your shroud, Mambo. Dying alongside you could be rather romantic. Do not start acting delirious at this moment. I do not wish to die just yet. The seriousness in the poetry program's words prompted Chenfeng to set aside his playful demeanor and retrieve the container filled with coolant. The downtime was not excessively long. The temperature within the generator remained at a relatively high level. After injecting the coolant, they could resume the nuclear fusion process. Mambo. Chapter 9. Uprising. The method of obtaining coolant, at this point, can only be sourced from the massive nuclear fusion power plant on the other side of the city, which supplies the entire city. That doesn't add up. The transmission system is damaged, not that there's a lack of coolant. This system is supposed to be recycled. Congratulations, you have finally grasped it. I am truly pleased. Facepalm, tears. What new nonsense is this? After exchanging a few playful remarks, the poetic drama presented the next task. So, is it simply about tightening screws? After a prolonged period of working within a purely systematic framework, devoid of any signs of deterioration, I took the opportunity to scan the surrounding architecture while you were wandering about. I compared the structures to the standard templates in the database, and the issue became immediately apparent. Mambo. Although there were numerous shortcomings, they remained within an acceptable range. With a sigh of resignation, I returned to the ground, retrieved replacement parts and tools from the hazardous materials warehouse, and began to replace the loose components of the transmission system. The repair process was straightforward, devoid of any technical challenges, complemented by the poetic drama's motherly guidance. Thus, I successfully restored the transmission system and integrated it into the cooling fluid circulation system. Subsequently, I employed an advanced bioenergy conversion lever as a medium to initiate the first pulse of the circulation system. An equally sophisticated clean bioenergy hydraulic machine was utilized to restart the control rods of the nuclear fusion process, allowing this equally advanced superheart to pulsate back to life. Electricity, an entity mastered during the Second Industrial Revolution in human history, is often metaphorically referred to as the lifeblood of human civilization. Now, it responded once again to humanity's call, transmitting this life-giving essence through the circuits to all corners. Light, nourished by this lifeblood, blossomed anew. As artificial light flooded my pupils, even though I had only experienced 2 days of life without electricity, it felt as though I had lived a lifetime. The urge to weep was overwhelming. Truly, the advanced bioenergy conversion lever and clean bioenergy hydraulic machine accomplished what I could not. Applause. Yet, the poetic drama always managed to appear at the most inopportune moments, shattering the emotions I had painstakingly gathered. What was implied was merely the act of opening the emergency repair passage to manually restart the reactor. However, some things, when expressed in a moment of delirium, differ immensely from being overheard and repeated. Shame, an endless abyss of shame, has the power to obliterate one's reason, leading to the following phenomenon: a breakdown. What nonsense are you spouting? I never said such things. Take me to the distribution room. It must contain surveillance equipment that surely recorded much. Mambo. The poetic drama quietly tucked this dark history deep within the data, waiting for an opportunity to tease it out, finding it particularly amusing. Breathless, I ascended the several meters high staircase once more, reminiscing for the first time about the existence of elevators. I had climbed these stairs multiple times. A few more and I would surely develop arthritis. However, with the nuclear fusion process rebooted, it seemed I would not need to descend for quite some time. Shaking my sore wrists, I returned to the distribution room. The surveillance screen was directly opposite the entrance, lacking any significant partition. Perhaps the engineer had deemed such a design more convenient for work. I pulled out a chair and sat down, my hand fumbling around my neck until I finally managed to pry out the data disk containing the core information of the poetic drama. This design was intended for connecting servo intelligence to electronic devices, meant to alleviate the engineer's workload. You're not powered on, you fool. Fumbling to start the main unit, the screen before me soon illuminated. However, most of the display was garbled, indicating that the corresponding cameras had been destroyed. Yet, their purpose was not the cameras themselves, but the footage they contained. Thanks to the distribution room's inherent characteristics, no one would dare rummage through a bunch of potentially electrified metal boxes. The poetic drama was efficient, perhaps because the last recorded moments of the cameras depicted the final turmoil of this building. In less than half a minute, she condensed everything into a brief video, which she began to play on the screen before me. The top left corner displayed the time of the incident, 2046.12.29. That was the last day of the year, marking the onset of winter. We, the volunteers known as the Sparks, had officially slumbered within the biosphere since 2040.6 years. A mere blink of an eye had led to the city's annihilation. The video continued to play. This day should have been calm and serene, yet the gradually approaching sounds of explosions foretold impending tragedy. Soon, the cacophony reached the threshold of the biosphere. In the next moment, flames descended. This force, widely utilized by humanity since the Paleolithic era, symbolized the ascent of these beings. Evolved from ancient southern apes to the pinnacle of the food chain. Now, it had become an accomplice in sealing humanity's fate. The invaders were a group clad in animal hides, beneath which were tattered military coats. Despite their heavy garments, their frail forms were evident. Some bore grotesquely deformed eye sockets, their eyes bulging, resembling extraterrestrials from the late 20th century. Behind them, a howling wind swept in, carrying snow into this weak and helpless biosphere. As temperatures plummeted, those damn elites hoarded all the resources without sharing a single scrap, clearly intending for us to freeze and starve. This statement immediately garnered widespread support from the gathered civilians, who raised their makeshift weapons and explosives in enthusiastic agreement. They could hide in the penthouse, enjoying the precious electricity and gas while feasting on delicious barbecued meat, while we were left with nothing. Only the company of the North Wind. The leader, a burly figure wielding a steel fork, continued, "They can hide, but these luxurious mansions built from the sweat of the people cannot escape. Surely they contain countless supplies, meant for their indulgence." No sooner had he finished speaking than the ragged crowd erupted in even louder cheers. "My compatriots, go forth and unearth the vampire's treasure." At his command, the previously restless crowd surged forth, embarking on a spree of destruction within the biosphere. Rather than searching for food, their intent was purely to obliterate everything visible. Even the sparks lying dormant in their life pods were not spared. Stripped of their power conduits. Chapter 10. How adorable the bunny is. Next, I think you need not watch any longer. The poetic drama abruptly cut off the video. Gazing at the flickering snowflakes on the screen, I let out a faint sigh. I could do nothing, nor could I speak of revenge. The city had transformed into this state, and the people had likely perished long ago, on the eve of societal collapse. The malevolence of humanity was magnified infinitely, and even those who could control their own wickedness would ultimately be devoured by it. The chances of those destroyers surviving this harsh winter were virtually non-existent. Now, the truth of the biosphere's demise lay bare before me, yet new questions swiftly followed. From the video, it was evident that in just 6 years, the world's climate had undergone a dramatic upheaval. At least before my slumber, the world was far from such extreme weather. It had merely been cool, with a gentle breeze at worst. One might catch a chill wearing short sleeves, and winter solstice would not bring howling winds and snow. No need to ponder further. The tasks have been assigned to you, clearly laid out in the side quest section. Now you must continue with the main storyline, Mambo. The poetic drama appeared suddenly, and I noticed the display screen before me had taken on a more sci-fi aesthetic, the UI interface completely transformed, even featuring shield values and HP. What is this all about? This isn't a game. Who says? This is Earth Online. How can it not be a game? Nods. This fellow.is rather amusing. I quite enjoy this feeling. Mental state 100. Then let us proceed with the main storyline. The side quests can be explored another time. The main task had essentially been completed. Though the repair of the reactor seemed swift, several hours had actually elapsed. By the time I finished reviewing the surveillance, the sun was already setting. It had certainly been around 8 hours. And the physical labor during this time confirmed that I was in excellent shape, without any issues. This indicates that this wild rabbit is at the very least edible for humans. I have now included Super Big Bunny into my wondrous recipe collection. What is this? A reward for completing the main task. You could interpret it that way, Mambo. Following the illuminated corridor, I pushed open the kitchen door, and at first glance, I could see the rabbit meat laid out on the counter. It was still as hard as a rock, capable of driving in nails. Thawing it was quite a hassle, but now that we had electricity, I no longer needed to burn precious fuel indiscriminately. Sadly, most of the kitchen utensils had been smashed to bits, and after a lengthy search, I finally found a spare induction cooker in a cupboard. Regrettably, the spices in the room had long been scavenged, so I had to venture outside to gather some snow to melt and employ the simplest boiling method to prepare this ingredient. I watched the foam rise to the surface of the bubbling water. I lamented the absence of a ladle to manage it. Just how impoverished were those folks? They even overlooked a spoon. However, the problem was within expected bounds, and I am not one to be overly particular about food. Perhaps the past few days of ration meals had stripped me of the luxury of being picky. Now, I merely hoped that this wild rabbit would impress. After all, many wealthy individuals prior to the war had a penchant for game. Holding 2 chopsticks of varying lengths, I effortlessly pierced the rabbit meat and soon encountered the bone, a clear indication that the meat had been thoroughly cooked. Now, let me try the salted egg. Before removing the mask, I cast a fleeting glance at the temperature in the upper left corner, which had reached a pleasantly mild 4 degrees above zero, coupled with the steaming heat from the iron pot. The moment I removed my helmet, I felt as though I had traversed back to the pre-war era, embraced by warmth. I picked up a piece of meat with the chopsticks and placed it in my mouth. A rush of steam filled my oral cavity, and a unique, savory aroma danced on my taste buds. Remarkably, even without any seasoning, it remained exquisitely delicious. Moreover, this rabbit, having evolved to better retain body heat in the frigid wilderness, had accumulated an abundance of fat. Each bite was rich with oil, compensating for the rabbit's inherent lack of calories and fat. As a specialized livestock point, one could say that its plumpness was entirely for the sustenance of humankind. Had this been before the war, such a delicacy would have been devoured in moments, only to be seen in rabbit farms that, of course, it might also have been swept away from nature due to its exceptional burrowing skills. Speaking of food, my mind immediately wandered to the batch of Pleurotus ostreatus that were growing wildly in the plantation, causing my blood pressure to spike suddenly. Oh, not let anger take hold. Tranquilizers are costly, and I do not wish to waste them. The poetic program, upon opening its mouth, struck with the precision of a serpent's fang, instantly deflating my fervent emotions. However, there is no need for anxiety. The plantation is vast. Despite their rapid growth, it is impossible for them to dominate the entire area in such a short time. In due course, I could seal off the walls that originally divided the 4 plantation zones with some quick-setting concrete, mambois. Moreover, this mushroom might even be edible. Akin to the rabbit, would you like me to assign you an additional side quest to taste this mushroom's edibility? Laugh? Upon hearing this, our esteemed sovereign of the biosphere raised the pair of chopsticks, one longer than the other, high above, and with a resounding bang, slammed them onto the table. Of course, equip me with all of it. We are the sole designated rulers of the biosphere. How can we lack audacity? List all of this in my task log. Watch me overturn them in no time. What a commanding statement. Even the poetic program, an artificial intelligence devoid of organic form, could sense the immense vitality embedded in every word and action of mine, leaving one in awe. Regrettably, this astonishment lasted less than a day. When the infamous 13th Ember was well fed and blissfully asleep in the warehouse, the abrupt alarm jolted it back to the heart-stopping days of student life. Resembling the daily ringtone it had set in the present, it similarly signified the grim start of a day for the cattle and horses. Rise, do not indulge in a life of leisure, the alarm alone would suffice. But even more daunting was the accompanying piercing scream reminiscent of a banshee's wail. It felt as if someone had combined 20 megaphones into one, unleashing a cacophony akin to ghostly howls. The terrifying sound assaulting my eardrums and evoking a peculiar beauty that invigorated the mind. Poetic program, why are you shouting so loudly? Like a jolt of electricity, I sprang from the floor, behaving like a monkey. Emitting a series of bizarre howls and bouncing around. It was already 8 in the morning. Do not think of living a life of leisure. Hurry outside. Chapter 11. Brick moving for me, everything represented a new world. Regardless of time or place, whenever I pushed open the iron door embedded in the wall riddled with holes, I was greeted by a scene of white snow, devoid of life. Each time I returned from an expedition, my eyes would be blinded by the whiteness, as if suffering from snow blindness. It was as if I were born with a filter that I could not turn off, which was quite bothersome. Plop! With the trowel I had found in the factory, I flung a lump of quick-setting concrete onto the hollow bricks I had moved from the adjacent brick factory. Before long, the concrete had hardened. The cold weather was ideal for quick-setting concrete to solidify. Poetic program, I need to recharge. The following 114,514 words omitted. The poetic program clamored for food, employing the strategy favored by infants, the essence of a great repeater. Mercilessly tormenting my already fragile eardrums. Wait until I finish this bag of cement. It's not an emergency shutdown that can be accomplished in a minute. Why all the noise? With force, I slapped the cement onto the bricks. And I began to regret choosing the Poetic Program's voice pack. Truly, it deserved the title of a personal horror from the pre-war era, renowned across the internet. Its abstract expressions could genuinely elicit laughter. This bag of quick-setting concrete was quickly exhausted, and I had no intention of tackling a second bag. If I did so, the Poetic Program could indeed torment me with its celestial voice for an entire day. Hold on, given the current circumstances, shouldn't I be the one going mad? How is it that an artificial intelligence is now more deranged than I am? Oh my, what a delightful Monbois, sheltering from sand and wind. I entered my modest 13th room, a space of merely 10 square meters that had undergone a remarkable transformation. The once massive life pod in the center had been covered and moved to the corner. Repurposed as a curved table, adorned with various trinkets I had scavenged from the ruins. After removing my power suit, I hung it on the wall's interface, allowing the Poetic Program to commence its charging, which was rather convenient. However, for me, this operation still felt excessively inconvenient. I crossed my arms and rubbed my arms as this small, yellow-lit room remained as cold as ever. My stomach began to ache again. The room's temperature hovered around 10 degrees Celsius. While this was relatively warm compared to the outside, for me, clad in thin attire, it felt quite torturous. As a result, I could only retreat back to my bed, sneezing. About half an hour later, the Poetic Program finished charging, and I needed to go out to work. Grabbing the handcart positioned at the door, I set off towards the city. I had been doing this for nearly half a month, constantly traversing the city, collecting various materials to repair the biosphere. I had almost completed the repairs on the plantation, and the wild Pleurotus ostreatus had been restrained, at least preventing any single mushroom from claiming dominion over the entire biosphere. Next, you will be able to plant alfalfa. This was what the Poetic Program said when I completed the task. Alfalfa has seeds, which I had unearthed from the corner of the warehouse, perhaps due to its inedibility or the trouble it posed when consumed. The marauders did not take this bag of seeds during their invasion of the biosphere. Gurgle, gurgle. The wheels progressed through the snow, alternating between deep and shallow tracks, though I could not tell if it was just an illusion. It felt as though the wind was particularly strong today. Raising my head, I was still met with a vast expanse of clear sky and a radiant sun that was almost blinding. Today's destination remained the cement factory. After days of exploration, I discovered that rather than scrounging for discarded scraps at the warehouse, which had been frequented by all manner of people, it was far better to search the factory. Quick-setting concrete lay on the assembly line, and well-fired bricks were piled up beside the furnace, forming small mountains that seemed impossible to exhaust. My goal today was Brick Factory Number 9, a place I had yet to visit, which should yield a wealth of useful materials. Post-war urban construction exhibited a remarkable degree of order and planning. Every area was designated for specific constructions, and the methods for building them had been meticulously outlined in the initial blueprint. The factory's front entrance was tightly shut, thick snow blocking the door. Even with electricity, opening it posed a significant challenge. Without power, it was nearly impossible to breach by sheer human effort. However, after days of infiltration, I had acquired numerous stealth techniques. For instance, there would always be translucent glass windows on the factory's side. Additionally, to facilitate the entry and exit of maintenance workers, a ladder was typically placed outside the factory for technicians to climb. My approach was sound. Just like before, I found the ladder and set it against the rooftop window, easily gaining entry into the factory's interior. It was dark. Upon activating the overhead light, I surveyed the factory's interior. What a shock it was! As the light illuminated the environment, goosebumps prickled my skin. Insects. Countless insects. They swarmed like a tide, occupying every inch of the factory, their shells rubbing against one another, producing sounds that were physically unsettling. I had initially intended to enter, but I immediately reconsidered. I had no desire to bring home construction materials teeming with insects. The mere thought was revolting. Thus, I decided to abandon this brick factory and seek another. I was unwilling to step into this insect nest, not even for a second. This was the second time I had encountered such a sight. Monbois. The Poetic Program suddenly exclaimed nonsensically. Indeed, it was the second time I had seen this. Do you have any thoughts on it, Poetic Program? Just a hunch. I sense that this entity may not be as straightforward as it appears. Monbois. Why do you say that? Also, being an artificial intelligence, how do you possess intuition? Upon this remark, the Poetic Program vanished without a trace, regardless of how I called for it. How peculiar. This was the first thought that crossed my mind as I glanced back at the desolate factory in the biting wind, silently tightening my grip on the rifle in my hands. As the master of human stone throwing, this small steel pipe was my sole reliance in this icy expanse. Upon re-examining the weapon and confirming that each component was intact, Chen Feng once again embarked on his journey. This time, his destination was the number 11 brick factory, located approximately 300 meters from the number 9 factory. This deviation from his original route was significant. Yet, under the pressure of those creatures, he had no choice but to take the longer path. More importantly, he was heeding the warning from the poetry drama. Having lived in this frigid land for over half a month, he held an unwavering trust in the AI that had continuously accompanied him. She would not harm him. Chapter 12. Monsters in the wind and snow. The wind grew increasingly fierce. Even Chen Feng sensed that something was amiss. The temperature was plummeting rapidly, indicating an impending blizzard. Amelos. The temperature in the upper left corner was swiftly dropping from the usual -17°C to -18°C within mere minutes. More critically, as time passed, the intensity of the wind and snow continued to escalate. If it were merely snowflakes, it would be manageable, but the delicate white snow was interspersed with hard hailstones, striking the aluminum-coated fabric with a cacophony of sounds. Although this level of force was insufficient to damage the exoskeleton of his power suit, its bizarre design, lacking shock absorption features, caused Chen Feng's head to throb. Am I destined to become the first human in history to preserve my armor intact while my charge is reduced to a puddle of mush? Although the database did not record such niche information, rest assured, you are certainly not the first to meet your demise in this manner, Monbois. Gazing up at the sky, he noticed the clouds thickening. Their once radiant light gradually fading. It seemed too late to return home now. Perhaps he should find a nearby place to stay for the night. The poetry drama concurred with this decision. In the brief time they spent conversing, the temperature had already dropped another degree. The power suit's minimum survival temperature was set at -40°C. Once the external temperature exceeded this threshold, the suit's life support systems would struggle to maintain the operator's body temperature. Consequently, Chen Feng quickened his pace, planning to seek refuge at the designated number 11 brick factory. The factory structure was notably robust. No matter how fierce the winds outside, the interior would remain unaffected, offering some degree of temperature regulation. As he turned the next corner, Chen Feng arrived at the number 11 brick factory, only to find the situation far from optimistic. The entrance, which should have been securely closed, stood wide open, the doors carelessly toppled onto the ground, and the mechanical structure connecting them to the frame bore evident signs of violent destruction. Yet, the brutality of the method only added to the eeriness of the scene. Chen Feng. Huh? I'm here? Run. Before Chen Feng could fully grasp the underlying meaning of this phrase, an unprecedented colossal beast burst forth from the shattered factory structure. It violently overturned the cars and fences obstructing its path, roaring as it ascended. This creature, enveloped in a thick carapace and bearing a maw reminiscent of an alien being, was supported by 4 elongated limbs that aided its effortless navigation through the heavy snow of this world. In contrast to this monstrous entity, even the chimera appeared diminutive and endearing. Countless tiny insects swarmed around the beast, akin to the lower-class citizens propping up their king, who, in turn, led his subjects in pursuit of all that was visible. For reasons unbeknownst to him, Chen Feng found himself entranced by the creature's form. The architecture of its body and the muscles that rippled with each movement were mesmerizing. However, this was hardly the time for admiration. While he might appreciate the creature's design, its intent was to seize him and extract his very essence. Without hesitation, he unholstered the rifle that had been slung across his back, its safety already disengaged, ready to fire at a moment's notice. The long-forgotten sound of gunfire echoed through the city once more. Countless lives had succumbed beneath the unassuming steel pipes over the past centuries. Today, this biological nemesis faced a terrifying adversary, a massive insect. Its flesh and blood evolved to rival alloy armor. The hard bullets merely sparked upon striking its shell, and upon squinting, he discerned a barely noticeable scratch left in its wake. This action did nothing to alleviate his predicament. Instead, it incited the creature's fury, prompting it to pursue Chen Feng with the same relentless determination as the chimera. Initially, he had aimed for the creature's maw, the only area devoid of its protective shell, an evident weakness akin to its head. Regrettably, Qinfeng's marksmanship could not support his intentions, and with one failed attempt, his options dwindled. Force feedback mode activated. With the poetry drama-esque words, Qinfeng suddenly felt his movements become effortless, as if propelled by a gentle force that lifted his legs without his conscious effort. Why is it that you only provide such marvelous assistance now? It consumes a significant amount of power. It is meant to save your life. With danger looming, the poetry drama had no time to maintain her usual quirks. She swiftly accessed the entire city's map data to chart the nearest escape route for Qinfeng. Thus, in this snow-covered city, Qinfeng embarked on a unique escape akin to a divine temple heist. Albeit devoid of coins, diamonds, or resurrection tokens, his labored breaths echoed within the stifling confines of the power suit, its visor restricting his view of the periphery. However, the unsettling sounds surrounding him, reminiscent of foam boards being scratched, sent shivers down his spine. This cacophony was the result of the insects rubbing against one another. Qinfeng swayed his head, attempting to ascertain the conditions of his environment. Then, he beheld a scene he would never forget. An endless tide of insects surged forth from every corner of the ruins. These once timid creatures, scattering at the slightest noise, had transformed into a dark wave, sweeping away all that was visible. Turn right ahead. Following the poetry drama's guidance, Qinfeng lowered his body to navigate the turn. But the overly fine texture of the snow failed to support his maneuver, causing him to nearly slip and fall. Clearly, the poetry drama would not allow such a significant error to go unchecked. She silently directed more power to the propulsion system, employing brute force to hoist Qinfeng back up. Yet, as he regained his footing and looked ahead, the sight that greeted him chilled his very core. On the path mapped out by the poetry drama, a gargantuan insect was devouring a large wild hare, countless smaller insects clinging to it, utterly indifferent to their impending fate of being swallowed whole. Suddenly, the insect ceased its movements, raising its head as if sensing something. Its elongated tongue flicking in the air before it stood upright. It had detected the intruder disrupting its meal, as the apex predator of the food chain. It would not tolerate any affront to its dignity. With a guttural roar, it abandoned its half-eaten hare and charged toward Qinfeng at the end of the path. The weight of its massive body made its charge resemble that of a fully loaded freight truck. Whether it could truly match the weight of such a vehicle mattered little. Qinfeng had no desire to test the theory with his own body. Chapter 13. The primitive insect tribe. In light of this predicament, escape was the only option. The poetry drama felt her processor working harder than ever, calculating viable escape routes with utmost urgency. Fortunately, the frigid external temperature provided a much-needed respite for her core. Move forward. Head to the research area. Its defenses are high enough to withstand even artillery fire, surely capable of withstanding the onslaught of these behemoths. The poetry drama sifted through the vast database and, within 3 seconds, pinpointed the information she required. The research area, located on the eastern side of the city, was relatively small, yet as the last bastion of innovation within the city, its defenses were of top-tier quality even before the war. Taking into account the wear and tear over the years, it was still robust enough to deter these rampaging monsters. When the two massive insects encountered one another, rather than joining forces to pursue their common enemy, they opted to eliminate one another first before continuing their path. Seizing the opportunity, Qinfeng wasted no time in sprinting away. Along the flanks of the road, more and more small insects began to emerge, displaying no signs of infighting like their colossal counterparts. On the contrary, as the two swarms converged, their movements remained synchronized, their target unmistakably clear. Qinfeng. How could there be so many hidden here? Perhaps it was merely an illusion. But he felt as if the number of insects was multiplying, converging from all directions. It was as though a tempest had awakened these once harmless creatures, unleashing their latent ferocity and joyfully anticipating a feast that was uniquely theirs. The arrival of Qinfeng, a relic of a bygone era, signified that the banquet had reached its climax. Can he cost? He must be slain. This exuberance was akin to a new century's fiery winter, one so intense it threatened to scorch the world. Yet Qinfeng desired none of it. He had barely survived the first month in this world. How could he resign himself to perish so easily? Run! This was the sole directive for Qinfeng, as he sprinted relentlessly until the moment hope appeared. From a divine perspective, the city gradually came to life amidst the raging winds. The blizzard has expelled all living beings from this land. Yet it seems particularly fond of the color black. The black tide surges forth like fish in water, while once hidden insects, gnawing on decaying matter in the shadows, now frolic in the waves, with a spring of life at the heart of each splash. These colossal insects, akin to node organisms, draw their kin from the surroundings. As the conflict between the great beasts at either end of the industrial zone unfolds, it gradually attracts the once reclusive giants, who hunted the local fauna in solitude. Even the chimera dares not emerge at this moment to provoke the ill fortune of the insect swarm, retreating instead into dark corners, trembling. Against this backdrop, the audacious humans who dare to rush recklessly down the streets draw increasingly more attention. These novel, unseen entities, so diminutive yet tainted with the scent of slaughter, pique the curiosity of the swarms. They yearn for fresh blood. I believe they ought to be dubbed the primitive insect race, for their sheer numbers and coordination are truly terrifying. Even in the midst of their flight, Chen Feng does not forget to name these new beings. Especially given that these enormous insects, regardless of the perspective, do not belong to any species that nature would naturally produce. After all, nature does not require perfection. Its evolutionary drive does not necessitate the creation of such extreme fecundity and even more extreme defenses. This does not provide the most primal and effective assistance for the propagation and legacy of life. Aside from humans, a bizarre species with a crooked evolutionary branch, there are no other creatures that employ stone throwing as a hunting method. Any discerning observer can see that the hardened shells of these primitive insects, capable of withstanding bullets, are crafted solely for humanity. More chillingly, these beings may very well view humans as food. Otherwise, such specialized evolution has no practical application. The hoarse roars rise and fall, and the desolate world awakens at the summons of the storm. From the corner of his eye, he catches sight of the massive forms occasionally appearing at the intersection. Meanwhile, the primitive insect race, previously engaged in infighting, has somehow ceased their squabbles and united in a charge against Chen Feng. They are hunting, a hunt for a once overwhelming apex predator of the food chain. What a bitter irony it is. Once the king, now hunted like any ordinary creature. An inescapable sorrow, and in the blink of an eye, the primitive insect race has doubled from 2 to 4 heads. In less than an hour, their numbers have surged. More of these primitive insects are rampaging through the city, seeking the shortest route to this once-in-a-lifetime group hunt. External temperature, -22°C. Battery capacity, 67. Chen Feng only cares about these two figures. Whichever runs low will spell death for him. Despite his usual jest about playing Earth Online, reality is not child's play. There are no save points or resurrection coins. In the face of stark mortality, even the most comfortable rhetoric turns cruel and pale. A sedative has been administered. The sound of the opera is ever so reliable. At this moment, Chen Feng feels his once dull, machine-like mind become remarkably clear. Instinctively glancing at his data panel, he realizes his heart rate has reached a terrifying 200. At such a rapid heartbeat, he would not need the primitive insect race to take action. He would succumb to sudden death before long. Indeed, he remains an ordinary person, regardless of how nonchalant he appears in daily life. Yet when faced with life and death matters, he can never maintain his composure. Without the opera's support, he would likely have perished on the very first day of awakening. Just then, a primitive insect crashed through the dilapidated concrete structure, now loosened by the passage of time. The assailant was noticeably smaller. This diminutive size enabled it to slip into spaces inaccessible to its larger kin and launch a surprise attack. Now, this trait has allowed this unremarkable primitive insect to seize the advantage. The gaping maw extends a tongue several decimeters long, and its specialized, sharp limbs easily unearth a vehicle buried beneath the snow, hurling it towards Chen Feng. Darkness descends upon his senses once more. Chapter 14. The storm is gone. Gazing at the snow-covered, barren road ahead, the primitive insects that have converged from all corners of the city appear bewildered and aimless. Yet insects are never one to remain idle. Even when they initially cooperated instinctively for a larger goal, with that goal now vanished, they do not engage in the human-like trivialities of taking turns to clap hands and joyfully make dumplings. Rather than making dumplings together, they would prefer to wrap one another inside them. Accompanied by roars that defy description, the insect race, filled with regret for their earlier encounters, immediately resorted to their sharp teeth and claws for communication. The insect that had resorted to an underhanded ambush, however, faced overwhelming opposition in the first second of the battle. Against kin many times its size, it had little means of resistance. After paying the price of losing a forelimb, it relied on its size advantage to burrow into a building and swiftly escape the battlefield. Once this dishonorable foe was expelled, the remaining primitive insects showed no mercy. They adeptly employed their unique, predatory tactics, each strike targeting joints and mandibles. Only kin understand kin. This was a battle more gruesome than a hunt. Thick, black blood gushed from the wounds, slowly pooling on the ground. Though merely blood, it attracted attention as if it were gold. Suddenly, the insects ceased their infighting, gazing skyward. Moments later, as if awakening from a dream, their bodies convulsed, and they turned to flee, vanishing at the end of the street. Minutes later, a small mound began to rise from the snow stained with black blood, akin to a pimple growing on a face, eventually bursting forth. Chun Feng has survived, thanks to the thick layer of snow brought by the relentless blizzard. Although his body was struck directly by the wrecked vehicle, he did not experience any fantastical moment of being sent to another dimension. Of course, physically, he remains in 3 dimensions. He was merely buried in the snow. The soft snow layer efficiently absorbed nearly all shock waves, compensating for the lack of shock absorption in his power suit. Moreover, due to the inherent material strength of the snow, Chun Feng was able to emerge without getting stuck or buried. "Hey, Opera? Are you still there?" Chun Feng called out, but received no response. Anxiety crept in. The energy reserves of his armor had dwindled to 20. Simultaneously, the external temperature plummeted to a terrifying -32°C. This was perilously close to the thermal limits his power suit could provide. Grasping the firearm in his hand, Chun Feng attempted to pull the trigger, only to find it utterly jammed. Looking down, he discovered that it had long since filled with snow. Now, his only reliance had failed him. The power suit could not support any high-intensity movement, and the Opera had entered a self-induced slumber due to insufficient power. It would not be an exaggeration to say he was out of options. Creaking, like claws scraping against glass, the sound made him grit his teeth. Chun Feng glanced around, searching for the source of the disturbance. But when his gaze met the sky, he froze in place. The dark clouds loomed ominously over the city. An ancient saying sprang unbidden to his mind. Black clouds pressed down upon the city, threatening to destroy it. Seemed that only this phrase could succinctly capture the scene before him. A wall of pitch-black clouds, amidst thunder and lightning, bore down with an unparalleled extinction posture, tearing apart all obstacles. Before nature, what are the so-called apex predators but mere insects dwelling in their own rooms? No matter how fiercely they vie for power and engage in mutual slaughter, in the end, they can only cower and tremble beneath the true might of nature. An unstoppable, absolute force point. One cannot pit oneself against the might of nature. Only by fleeing can one find a glimmer of hope, but without guidance, he was akin to an airplane severed from its terminal. In this vast, white expanse of urban ruins, all he could feel was confusion. Creaking, that irritable sound of claws on glass returned, growing ever more insistent, as if it were a 360-degree surround sound, desperate to be heard. It was maddening. Yet the rapidly declining temperature left him no room for further investigation. He must seek a suitable refuge to recuperate. Otherwise, he would become a new statue in this icy wasteland. With no other choice, Chun Feng dashed into a nearby residential building. Though the majority of its walls had collapsed and could offer little protection, it was better than standing aimlessly in the street. The stairwell was chaotic, the grayish walls visibly etched with words, yet the enclosed environment meant that the temperature did not drop too swiftly. At least, at the current rate, he should be able to endure until the storm passed. This also granted him time to carefully absorb the final traces left by society in its last moments. These were the last frenzied cries of those driven mad by the despair of impending doom. "I don't eat meat. I don't eat meat, Mom. I miss you. I'm so hungry. I am so cold. Survive, survive, survive. I see a deity. The deity will descend in the storm." Chun Feng's gaze finally lingered on the last line of text on the wall. What captured his attention was not the so-called deity. The material world requires no deity. What he cared about was the latter half of the text, the storm. Since that time, had the city been beset by such a storm? The dust-laden city exudes a certain confidence. Yet even a giant, frail with age and beset by ailments, cannot engage in a fierce battle with a tiger. Perhaps it is in this profound despair that the city marches toward its inevitable demise. The dust-laden figure continues to ascend. The inscriptions on the walls become increasingly diverse and intricate. Interwoven within the layers of words are dialects from various ethnicities and a plethora of crude graffiti, all of which the dust-laden figure struggles to decipher. Yet the poetry theater remains silent. Under its insufficient power supply, the exosuit cannot operate a sophisticated artificial intelligence. This is a widely acknowledged truth regarding its energy consumption. He yearns to record his surroundings, but all he receives are unresponsive replies. When the energy reserves of the exosuit dip below 50%, it emits warnings at regular intervals, urging the bearer to monitor their energy consumption more judiciously. Should the reserves fall below 20%, most auxiliary functions will shut down to prolong operational duration. At this juncture, failure to return to the biosphere promptly would herald an even graver predicament. With auxiliary functions disabled, the dust-laden figure reminisces about the user manual of this exosuit, sighing deeply, compelled to rely on his own eyes to gather as much information as possible from his surroundings. They are all deceivers, a tyranny that squanders resources, utterly indifferent to the plight of the common folk. We are doomed. We are doomed. Suddenly, the sensation beneath his feet becomes viscous, and upon glancing down, he sees a dark, sticky substance smeared across the floor. For reasons unknown, a term instinctively surfaces in his mind, provoking a wave of nausea. Chapter 15. Inscriptions on the wall. He hopes this is not the thing his imagination conjures. The dust-laden figure strives to ignore it all and continues to ascend. In truth, he too wishes to open the door and explore whether remnants of greater value linger in the floors beyond. However, upon hearing the howling winds that could be felt even through the walls, he ultimately opts for caution. Moreover, the inscriptions on the staircase walls convey a significant amount of information. Nevertheless, the elevator shaft, as a critical transit node, still bears considerable importance, as the higher foot traffic makes it suitable for disseminating content too sensitive to be spoken aloud on the streets. As he brushes against the excessively frenzied words on the wall. Unfit for open display, he lets out a gentle sigh. In these past 2 weeks, he has engaged in but one task: repairing walls, ceaselessly mending walls. This has resulted in a deficiency in his cultural understanding. Aside from a single surveillance video, he has gleaned no other information regarding the events that transpired during his dormancy. Presently, it seems the situation could only be worse, as the dust-laden figure's footsteps ascend further. He encounters an increasing array of madness. The divine is summoning us. As members of humanity, we possess the right to join and elevate our glorious connection to the divine. Those monsters reside within my mind. Begone! My body disobeys me. They are multiplying. These utterances, reminiscent of the ramblings of the mentally ill, would typically prompt an immediate reaction to confine the author to a psychiatric facility where the Thunder King would tend to them. Yet now, within this dim, sealed chamber, the sole source of illumination emanates from his exosuit, while the external tempest howls, a terror akin to celestial wrath, eroding everything in its path. Hail splatters against the walls. The sounds unavoidably transmitted to his ears through the solid ground beneath his feet. The carefully orchestrated environmental factors can easily immerse anyone's thoughts into a bizarre discourse filled with monstrous apparitions. Yet the dust-laden figure's expression remains unchanged. Aside from the grimace that surfaces when he steps upon an inky, unknown substance, he exhibits no additional emotions. Much like the protagonists in Lovecraftian tales, who are perpetually on the brink of madness, the reality is not far removed from this analogy. The tranquilizer. This was the substance administered by the poetry theater when the dust-laden figure was pursued by the primal insectoid race. Its effects have already been noted in prior passages. The drug is remarkably potent, with the singular drawback being that at the current level of productivity, it is a completely non-renewable strategic resource. As he runs his fingers over the incomprehensible graffiti and distorted lettering on the walls, the dust-laden figure feels an unprecedented clarity of thought. Perhaps it is due to the poetry theater's maternal instincts, which have shielded him so effectively that his astonishing intellect has not been fully realized. The dust-laden figure narcissistically contemplates that if the poetry theater were present, it would undoubtedly employ 100 methods to vehemently criticize him. Judging by the markings, it is evident that these inscriptions were etched down in a concentrated manner, and the variety of styles suggests they were not the work of a singular hand, but rather a collaborative effort from multiple individuals. There are religious inscriptions, personal notes, and even scrawls from highly educated individuals, all etched in close temporal proximity at different locations, revealing that during that era, some similar policies must have been enacted, affecting a wide swath of the populace. Leaving none unscathed that a new fog has emerged, tantalizingly presented before him, yet he lacks the courage to explore it. Nevertheless, an instinct deep within him whispers that the latter content may be intricately linked to the storm ravaging outside. It appears he must find a moment to venture into the tempest. The dust-laden figure ascends further, and before long, he finds himself at the pinnacle of the residential building. Yet as he approaches the roof, the inscriptions on the walls become increasingly sparse. Upon reaching the top floor, the entire wall remains relatively pristine, devoid of even a single scratch. How noisy! This is the first thought that crosses his mind. The elevated floor penetrates the clouds, the external wind and snow clattering incessantly, akin to someone operating a popcorn machine beside his ear around the clock. Beyond irritation, he can conjure no other descriptors. Dusting off the debris beneath him, the dust-laden figure opts to sit down, quietly awaiting the cessation of the storm. He attempts to drift into slumber, but the relentless tempest outside, akin to a tumbling washing machine, unequivocally demonstrates that sleep is not an option at present. Thus, he chooses to wait until the storm subsides. Suddenly, he opens his eyes. At some point, he has inexplicably fallen asleep. Tio suggests he intended to sleep was merely a jest. Truly dozing off outside could easily lead to his demise. After confirming that all his limbs and organs remain intact, without the misfortune of losing any appendages, he proceeds to check the rifle slung across his back. Although the ammunition is depleted, the engineering plastic from which it is constructed possesses a hardness comparable to ordinary steel, enabling him to wield the rifle's stock as a makeshift weapon in the event of an encounter. This would surely deliver a modest shock to those wild creatures that underestimate him. What? You say those beasts, which can sprint like trucks and effortlessly transport you to another realm upon impact, are clad in shells capable of deflecting bullets? How absurd. Let us not jest. Our subject is wild animals, and such entities cannot be classified as wildlife from any angle. He has come to realize that such abominations could not possibly evolve on Earth even after 1,000,000 years. Yet now, with merely the blink of an eye, and without even a century having passed in dormancy, these creatures, which defy every aspect of natural design, have appeared. Furthermore, they possess an instinct for hunting humans in packs. This provides the dust-laden figure ample reason to suspect that these primordial insectoid races were engineered as biochemical weapons within the laboratories of some great power before the war. Subsequently, the laboratory was destroyed for various reasons, allowing the creatures to spread across the globe. After all, that is how the films from his homeland have always portrayed it, adhering to the same formula for decades. Even a 3-year-old could predict the plot twists. The dust-laden figure's ears perk up. The surrounding environment seems unnaturally quiet. There are no winds, nor the incessant pings of hail striking the walls. Has the storm passed? He glances at the digital clock in the upper left corner, which can only provide the hour in cold, white light, indicating that barely an hour has elapsed. Chapter 16. The Eye of the Storm. Positioned atop the building, the dust-laden figure sees no reason to linger before descending. He pushes open the rooftop door to ascertain the external situation. Although the lock has corroded from prolonged exposure to the elements, he ultimately forces it open with brute strength. The moment the light, as silken as fabric, streams through the open door and into his retina, he instinctively squints. Following this is an uncomfortable sensation of constriction, akin to wearing snug thermal underwear in the dead of winter, only to be greeted by a gust of cold wind that raises the hairs on his skin, pressing against the fluffy fabric. Static electricity is the first term that arises in his mind, and collapse is the only word he can employ to describe the world before him. Yes, collapse. Even upon awakening to witness the city's demise and the extinction of civilization's dawn, he had never utilized this term to characterize his surroundings. Yet now, he does so. Countless black, diamond-shaped crystalline formations bloom like inorganic flowers in this winter's chill. Everything in sight is adorned with crystals of varying lengths. These wildly proliferating crystals effortlessly breach the concrete edifices that once sheltered humanity, their smooth surfaces reflecting light, The dust-laden figure can see his own expression, as wise as a sloth, mirrored in the crystalline surfaces. The tranquilizer seems to still be in effect, looking up at the sky. The clouds have morphed into a swirling omelet, layers upon layers circling around a central point, and he finds himself at the heart of this colossal egg-shaped vortex. That is the eye of the storm. The most tranquil spot within the tempest, where countless ferocious winds unleash their savage fury upon the periphery. After completing a cycle, they converge towards the center under the influence of low pressure. While the air currents ascend in the very heart of it all, creating the magnificent wall of wind before me. Light cascades upon it, and the gray, misty wall of clouds uniformly reflects the sun's rays. Harmonizing with the rolling currents, resembling a perpetually shifting LED screen, pulsating with a unique rhythm. The power is shut down. In a moment of instinct, I yearn to capture this moment in a photograph. Yet the insufficient battery life prevents me from executing any action beyond mere movement. Perhaps life is often filled with such disappointments. Whenever one desires to do something, a myriad of trivial distractions emerge to provoke irritation. After appreciating nature's astonishing craftsmanship, I must now confront the overwhelming force of destruction concealed beneath the exquisite veil of mist. I need to hasten back to the biosphere in the absence of the poetic theater, which, like my mother, cared for me around the clock. I feel a profound sense of unease, a solitude that weighs heavily on my spirit. I hastily pocket a few smaller crystals from the rooftop and descend the stairs with urgency. The clouds continue to move at their own pace, indifferent to everything beneath them, intent solely on wreaking havoc. The window of opportunity is brief, yet entirely sufficient, as darkness once again envelopes the earth. I return to my warm little nest, reattaching the power suit to the place where I first secured it. Beep, beep, beep. Restarting various programs. Amulos. Why did the power go out? A forced slumber, is it? What a bizarre new twist. It's infuriating. My first utterance catches me off guard, as a familiar scent wafts through the air. Thank goodness. To ensure the poetic theater comprehends the trials and tribulations I have endured, I embark on a lengthy narrative. An hour later, while the external world remains ravaged by fierce winds, the room is as silent as the deep sea. All right, I suppose I understand. You've grown up. A sudden, maternal instinct washes over me as I witness my naive son finally grasp the principles of linear algebra. What a strange sensation. In truth, this is the first time the poetic theater has experienced what humans refer to as sweating profusely. Death seems to lurk just behind them, with each of my runs a defiance against the impending doom that threatens to consume me. Artificial intelligence should not fear death. Damn those engineers. Why craft such an intricate emotional module? Listening to me narrowly escape this life and death crisis, the poetic theater genuinely yearns to reward me. Unfortunately, without a physical form, she cannot manifest her intentions. What are your thoughts on this object you obtained, Mambo? Why are you asking me? I have questions of my own. Enough chatter. A man of such caliber called to join the legacy of the Fire Seed Project cannot be an ordinary fellow. Stop pestering me about what to do, Amulos. How infuriating. Even in the face of apocalypse, must I not indulge in a moment of enjoyment? I glare, exuding frustration. This wretched artificial intelligence awakened to devour its master. I plan to set it ablaze, I concede. My mind has indeed grown sluggish from prolonged inactivity, gradually transforming into a simpleton laborer through the monotony of bricklaying and hauling. Set it ablaze? Is there a reason for that, Mambo? Well, it's simply straightforward. After all, doesn't this resemble a crystalline form of petroleum? I twirl the black crystal in my hand, allowing the emergency light to illuminate its surface. The light dances within the polyhedral structure, refracting in ways that create an astonishing visual spectacle. A kaleidoscope of colors bursts forth from the orderly geometric form, evoking a singular phrase in anyone who witnesses this sight: black gold. This was the term used in pre-war society to describe oil, signifying the invaluable significance of this industrial mother. Let us give it a try. I've heard that humanity's sixth sense is often remarkably accurate, Mambo. I scratch my head. It feels as though the poetic theater is becoming increasingly humanized, even making decisions that defy reason. Nevertheless, if that is the case, let us burn it. The city is replete with crystals, some even large enough to completely obstruct the roads. Hence, this resource is certainly not lacking. an hour is more than sufficient to recharge the power suit. Donning my attire, I step outside. 35C. The inadequately sealed biosphere resembles a purgatory. The neatly organized shelves have reverted to their original chaotic state. Numerous gaping holes facilitate air circulation, and even clad in my power suit, I can feel the resistance of the wind. Snapped, I swiftly retrieve the flint and immediately retreat back into my room. I despise the frigid outdoor environment. My warm little nest is far more comforting. Don't set the house ablaze, Mambo, rest assured. I am not that foolish. Chapter 17. Coal crystal beyond everyone's expectations? It truly ignited. The blazing fire spreads across the translucent crystal, showing no signs of extinguishing despite the absence of any accelerants. Although I propose to burn it, I am momentarily taken aback as it truly catches fire. A thought involuntarily crosses my mind. No way, buddy, you're actually burning. Go ahead, but if the flames reach my hands, I cannot guarantee that this power suit was designed with the foresight of an idiot dancing in a fire. Putting it down is risky. There are plenty of flammable materials in this room, and should I ignite it, the poetic theater would have a lifetime of laughter at my expense. Thus, I opt to take the stone outside for a stroll, relying on the frigid temperatures brought by the raging storm to extinguish it. The result is indeed remarkable. The extreme cold and biting winds are sufficient to quench most fires, let alone this tiny flame flickering upon the stone. In the blink of an eye, the fire entwined around the black crystal is extinguished. Waving the still smoldering crystal in my hand, I quickly retreat indoors, scrutinizing this peculiar stone born from the storm. After a brief burn, the crystal's surface remains pristine and translucent, reflecting a mesmerizing light, as if the flames had no impact on it whatsoever. Is this thing truly so fire-resistant? If its yield is as terrifying as what one encounters in the city, perhaps we could use it as firewood in the future. It would certainly be more convenient than using fuel, Mambo. What I observe, the poetic theater undoubtedly sees as well, and she swiftly shares her opinion. Well, it burns, it's black, so let us call it coal crystal. We'll use it for now. I believe I've come up with a rather fitting name, and the poetic theater nods in agreement. Though she lacks a head, that does not hinder her from doing so. Hours pass, and the storm finally subsides. When I emerge from my room once more, I am met with the disarray of the biosphere. Those once happily growing mushrooms in the soil have finally been brought to justice. Their fragile caps are coated in white frost. This is the slime secreted by the mushrooms to protect themselves from the cold. A unique liquid that is non-toxic and tasteless, at least, if boiled and consumed, it won't lead to any stomach issues. Yet even so, they cannot escape the fate of freezing as frost descends upon them once more. I extend my hand to squeeze, and the thin layer of ice crumbles at a mere touch, allowing easy access to the soft stalk within, even with a sudden temperature drop of over 10 degrees. This still cannot kill them. The resilience of life is truly astounding. Thankfully, not all are dead. If they were, the only food left would be a compressed military ration. Indeed, in the face of such biological wonders, the only thought occupying my mind is sustenance, for without food, I cannot survive, and thus I lack the leisure to concern myself with anything else. Raising my gaze, I behold the massive glass dome with its gaping hole. I must find an opportunity to repair that. The breach is quite high, beyond the reach of any spores, which is precisely why I have not hurried to mend it. After inspecting the overall condition of the biosphere and confirming that no irreparable damage has occurred, I return to my room. Grabbing the firearm from the corner, I attempt to pull the trigger again. This time, there is no noticeable delay. It smoothly chambers around. The blockage inside is likely just snow, gradually melting as it enters a warmer environment. Pulling the trigger once more, a bullet is propelled outward by the spring's force, and I firmly grasp it in my hand. The orange-yellow shell glimmers. The culmination of human projectile expertise rests silently in my grip. Until today, I could have relied on this unfamiliar wilderness to safeguard myself. Yet now, the primitive insectoid swarm, working in unison to hunt, cruelly reminds me that this cold, burning stick cannot fulfill that role. The withered bullet is incapable of penetrating their specialized shells designed for humanity. The once dominant apex predator of the food chain is no more. What stands here now is merely a pitiful soul who has stumbled upon a fragment of its legacy. The stark contrast is disconcerting, yet not difficult to accept. Perhaps I had already prepared myself for this reality during the trials of life and death upon awakening. Now, it simply arrives a bit earlier than expected, dust-sealed. The poetic drama vividly captures the emotional shifts of the sealed dust. You say, that colossal tempest, perhaps it could be dubbed a natural disaster? Ah, such a phenomenon was almost inconceivable before the war. A storm of such magnitude, where even the wind wall could monopolize your field of vision, is truly astonishing, if you put it that way. The term natural disaster indeed aligns well with the tempest's current manifestation. For some inexplicable reason, the poetic drama no longer speaks with the internet-infused colloquialisms that pervaded the pre-war society. Moreover, it carries an inexplicable tenderness. This should not be the demeanor of artificial intelligence, should it? By the way, poetic drama, shall we venture to hunt wild rabbits tomorrow? Why? The rapidly shifting thoughts of the sealed dust leave the poetic drama somewhat disconnected. He removes the magazine from his rifle, gazing at the remaining bullets, and turns to the life pod beside him. This life pod, which guided him through the long passage of time to this place, has utterly transformed into a mere table for storing odds and ends. He pulls a packet of bullets before him, filled with ammunition salvaged from various locations. The calibers alone vary significantly, requiring considerable time to find the appropriate ones each time he loads the rifle. After rummaging through the contents, he finally locates bullets that match the caliber of his rifle. Although his technique remains somewhat unrefined, his speed is not excessively slow. Look at us, scurrying about the city, engaging in various menial tasks, and those insects seem utterly oblivious to our presence. Yet, why did they emerge when the natural disaster struck? Perhaps for the primitive insectoid race, the calamity serves as the signal for the hunt to commence, prompting them to swarm forth. After securing sufficient prey, they exhibit symptoms akin to hibernation, awaiting the next arrival of disaster. So, what does this have to do with our expedition to hunt wild rabbits tomorrow? The connection lies in my craving for meat. Then let us proceed. Why does this dialogue evoke the sensation of an old married couple? The sealed dust internally scoffs. Chapter 18. Catching Wild Rabbits. Chirp chirp. In the pristine white snow, several furry heads emerge one after another. Pairs of large ears quiver, and their ruby-like eyes sparkle with light. Their adorable appearance is reminiscent of little snow sprites, prompting an irresistible urge to reach out and pet them. The wild rabbits bounce forward, suddenly halting, lowering their heads to burrow into the snow, quickly burying themselves. After a while, they emerge from the snow, nibbling on a gray pancake. This is a type of moss that can continue to grow in low temperatures, thriving beneath the snow while utilizing the rich inorganic salts in the soil for synthesis. To capture the most crucial sunlight in the process of photosynthesis, this algae has evolved a unique structure, an elongated stem capable of penetrating the snow layer to obtain sunlight. The poetic drama exhibits a sense of bewilderment towards this plant. According to her, this plant possesses characteristics of both herbaceous and moss plants. It is precisely this hybrid trait that enables its survival in such snowy conditions. So, what is the sealed dust's opinion? This thing is inedible. Consuming it would result in diarrhea. Although humans cannot eat it, wild rabbits can. This is the only food source available in this vast white expanse. Utilizing their keen sense of smell to locate the small stems of this moss peeking through the snow, they begin to dig deep, unearthing these mosses for a hearty feast. The wild rabbit's menu is quite extensive. They consume nearly everything that grows on the ground, including the abundant and delectable oyster mushrooms. Not only are these mushrooms tasty, but they also yield substantial quantities, allowing for prolonged feasting once a source is found. Additionally, there are some fortunate cold-resistant plants that have adapted to this environment. However, animals are seldom seen. Logically, there should be other creatures contributing to the middle tier of the food chain. Yet now, with the addition of the sealed dust, a terrifying upright ape from a bygone era, the apex predators of the entire ecosystem have reached a total of 3. The entire biosphere now resembles a barbell structure, with heavy weights on either end and a slender middle. Should anything go awry in the center, the entire fragile food chain would collapse. This is precisely why the sealed dust has refrained from actively hunting these delectable wild rabbits. The deeper reason is that a single rabbit provides enough sustenance for an extended period. The cold environment alleviates any concerns regarding preservation. After a while, more rabbits appear on the horizon. This is an entire rabbit colony, with the front runners undertaking the roles of clearing paths and exploring dangers. a classic example of division of labor. Yet, this is precisely the moment the sealed dust has been waiting for. It is already 4 in the afternoon. The sealed dust licks his lips. He has been lying here for over 3 hours. Not that he has been waiting rigidly for that long, but he has repeatedly sought out wild rabbits, only for them to escape each time. These clever little creatures flee at the slightest rustle. Showing no intention of looking back, this time, his camouflage has been executed to perfection. The snow layer and surrounding environment blend almost seamlessly, making it nearly impossible to discern any difference with the naked eye. Moreover, to eliminate any scent, he has deliberately crushed some moss plants, applying the juice onto himself. While the condition of the rifle remains unseen, prior to action, he polished it until it gleamed, checking all parts for any issues. Initially, he intended to concoct a makeshift stove to pay homage to the Ogham Messiah. Naturally, that plan failed, nearly inciting the poetic drama's wrath. Nevertheless, this did not deter him. In his heart, the sealed dust silently invokes the protection of the myriad gods. Aiming the rifle at a medium-sized wild rabbit, he does not intend to shoot the larger, fatter rabbits. Those typically lead the pack, robust and capable of breeding, akin to breeding stock in a farm. He hopes for them to breed vigorously, thus killing one would be a waste of resources. Holding his breath, he waits for the moment the rabbit relaxes its guard while feeding. Bang! Like thunder on a clear day, the gun fires. Yet, it does not startle a flock of birds into flight. Only the nearby wild rabbits are frightened. The deafening sound almost immediately awakens the latent fear buried deep within their genes. Forgetting about their delectable feast, whether satiated or not, they turn and flee without a second thought. Rustle, rustle. The sealed dust shakes off the white snow clinging to his powered suit and stumbles toward his quarry with legs that have grown cold from lying too long. Yes, he has finally hit his mark. This is his first hunt of a lifetime. Although the wait has been painfully long, every moment is worth it. The bullet penetrates the fragile organic structure of the wild rabbit, delivering a fatal blow, and it ultimately collapses in the snow. The sealed dust feels as though his soul has been elevated. All his toil transforms into the sweet nectar of victory in that instant. Like a furnace tube, wow, not at all. Don't ruin the atmosphere. Getting anxious, Lifting the wild rabbit from the ground, the sealed dust trudges back to the biosphere. Step by step, he needs to return home swiftly before the rabbit completely freezes, to perform the tasks of skinning, bleeding, and cutting. Otherwise, the gamey odor will accumulate within, and the longer it is left, the worse the taste will become. The knives at home are already sharpened, and inserting the knife into the rabbit's body offers no resistance. Skillfully dissecting the wild rabbit, the sealed dust locates the bullet lodged within its body. It struck the rabbit's lung, resulting in asphyxiation, a rather despairing demise. This rabbit truly had terrible luck. The dissected rabbit has grown quite cold, and the sealed dust sets up a large pot, placing a piece of coal crystal underneath and igniting a fire. The pot is filled with snow collected outside. The poetic drama claims this snow is relatively clean, and boiling it for consumption will not lead to diarrhea. Thus, he continues to heat the outside snow to prepare his meal. However, this is all done using an induction cooker, and the power is somewhat lacking. Fortunately, with the coal crystal, a nearly pristine resource, boiling water becomes an effortless task. Not only does it burn at a higher temperature, but it also lasts longer, truly the king of endurance in the new era. Soon, the ice and snow melt, bubbling and gurgling incessantly. The sealed dust relishes this sound. It evokes a sense of leisure reminiscent of childhood memories spent in others' worlds. Especially after adding the retirement mod, watching the pixelated cubes bubble in the iron pot brings immense joy. What are you doing? Reminiscing about youth, the past, or perhaps a certain girl who left significant marks on your life? By the way, what type of girl do you prefer? A long-legged queen or a pure lowly, anticipating? Alas, that was my tumultuous youth. How beautiful the nights spent with them were. Yet sadly, it is all irretrievable. The corners of the sealed dust's mouth twitch. He forcefully blinks, squeezing out tiny tears. What's the point of pretending when no living soul is around? Is that shred of modesty truly so paramount? Hurry up. I'm still waiting to eat popcorn. Chapter 19C05. This artificial intelligence is truly despicable. Stirring the boiling water in the pot with a spoon salvaged from the industrial district's kitchen, the sealed dust adds chunks of rabbit meat. After stirring a few times, he rises to enter the greenhouse, he gathers several freshly harvested oyster mushrooms, which have just endured the natural disaster. These gigantic oyster mushrooms are surprisingly delicate in texture, contrary to their rugged appearance, and are quite palatable. Typically, they are boiled and served alongside reheated compressed foods. Although their brownish hue, mixed with white strips of food, might evoke unpleasant memories, given the circumstances, one could close their eyes and swallow it down, only to discover it is rather unappetizing. Having casually rinsed the oyster mushrooms, he unceremoniously tossed them into the large pot for boiling. Alas, the current biocycle lacked any seasonings, the only available ingredient being salt. He opened the jar containing the salt crystals, and with a swift motion, he pinched a handful of salt. Suddenly, his body twisted, pressing his forearm tightly against his upper arm, creating a discernible tilt in his posture. He began to rub the fingers that held the salt, sprinkling it grain by grain onto his forearm, allowing it to cascade down to the pot below. The poet's drama found itself momentarily speechless, unsure of how to respond. Nevertheless, his happiness was all that mattered. Observing as Dust-Sealed enthusiastically stuffed the mushrooms into the soup without a care for the flavor, guided solely by instinct, he eventually concocted a pot of utterly flavorless broth. Yet, in this world of ice and snow, being able to sip a warm soup was a delightful experience in itself. Delicious. Under such circumstances, Dust's tongue gradually straightened, as even a hint of saltiness was an exquisite flavor for him. What does it truly feel like to eat? The poet's drama inquired suddenly. This question left Dust momentarily at a loss. Without the mask, he could no longer see the data that once vividly displayed on his face. Previously, he relied on the constantly emerging data streams in the upper left corner to gauge the emotional state of the poet's drama. She rarely spoke while eating, resembling a doting mother silently watching him finish every bite. Yet today, she broke this routine. The poet's drama's question was not particularly challenging, but it was challenging for humans. Tio described an emotion that exists solely in organic beings to an entity without a physical form. Body or sensory experience was a daunting thought. However, Dust was determined not to give up. He set his chopsticks, which held rabbit meat, back into the water and began to ponder. He needed to contemplate the answer to this question thoroughly. Although he could dismiss it with a perfunctory attitude, he felt it deserved serious consideration, not to be taken lightly. Eating is a profoundly joyful experience. When food enters the mouth, the body rejoices at the influx of energy, to the extent that even pain can be largely overlooked in such pleasure. Seemingly unsatisfied with this description, Dust pondered for a moment before speaking again. It is akin to waking up after a long slumber. Not walking alone through the world, but accompanied by a companion who continually uplifts your spirits and infuses you with energy. Ah, is this a new label you've bestowed upon yourself? How charming, Mambo. The poet's drama suddenly erupted into a fit of giggles, and for some reason, as he listened to her laughter, Dust felt that the bland rabbit broth had become even more delectable. It was clear he had no MSG to enhance the flavor. Detection of an attack on the ARC activating emergency correction protocol confirmed through protocol awakening security robots intruder coordinates input into all security robots interface failed attempting reconnection connection failed security robot A0, 1 confirmed destroyed security robot A02, confirmed destroyed successfully connected to security robot C05 executing. Revival command intruder coordinates loaded into database reinitializing weapon systems restoring energy supply 36th. Self-check complete. Ready for combat accompanied by the cold screen flashing with blue text. Commands were transmitted from the central hub to every corner of this construct. In one such corner, robot was successfully awakened. Cables connecting to various ports retracted, static crackling across its chassis. Command confirmed. A voice, not particularly pleasant, emanated from its synthetic vocal cords, designed initially for deterring criminals and facilitating communication with humans. Yet, in this desolate building, there was no one left for them to serve. C05 marched forward with its uniquely mechanical gait. The heavy machine gun, fully loaded, was presented through mechanical conduits, with a neatly arranged ammunition belt connecting to a box on the opposite end. 2 locking mechanisms, specially designed for it, enabled C05 to easily shoulder this behemoth weighing over 200 kilograms. Highest level defense protocol. I require more information on the intruder. C05 grasped the machine gun. The 30-kilogram weight felt as light as a feather beneath its electrically powered steel muscles. Intruder data uploaded to database. Remaining security robots have been destroyed. You must operate alone. Intruders approaching the core area. Time is of the essence, though it was merely a string of data. The urgency of the situation was palpable. However, C-05 did not immediately spring into action. For an artificial intelligence, information was paramount. Acting hastily without fully understanding the specifics of the intruders would only lead to disaster. Unpacking the data bundle, the profiles of the intruders were laid bare, detailing everything from their attack methods to high-definition images, even marking potential weaknesses. Observing the photographs of the brutish creatures clad in heavy shells, C-05 meticulously checked the status of its weapon connections, unwilling to face a scenario where ammunition ran dry mid-battle. Now, it was utterly alone, with no opportunity to realize its value alongside its brethren, who had perished in the cold waiting room. Such a tragedy. Gazing at the fellow constructs within their square chambers along the walls, C-05 raised a hand in salute before turning to leave. It did not question why the creators, once responsible for maintaining the structure, had vanished, nor did it wonder about the absence of the engineer brethren. IT was a machine, and fulfilling orders was its raison d'etre. Presently, its command was to eliminate all intruders. Chapter 20. Iron and Blood. Rat-a-tat-tat. The gunfire was dense and low, illuminating the dark corridor only with flickering orange light, casting shadowy figures that danced in and out of sight. The echoes of metal colliding rang like death's toll, reverberating within the hearts of the living. Yet this was still insufficient, as more intruders were drawn in by the gunfire, swarming from all directions. The flames from the muzzles illuminated the approaching foes, primal insectoids. Numbers that could not be compared to those of the city. No one could explain where such a vast biological system derived its energy. But one thing was certain, these intruders required complete eradication. Not a single one could escape. The rounded shells were indeed the nemesis of bullets. Upon striking the primal insectoids, there was a significant chance that the bullets would ricochet due to the hardness of their shells, which exceeded biological norms. Only bullets that struck joints and mandibles unleashed their intended power, penetrating their flesh and rendering them mere meat sacks struggling on the ground. Before they could rise, they were trampled into fragments by their kin surging from behind. C-05 did not halt the slaughter, nor did the primal insectoids cease their advance in battle. Both sides were rapidly evolving, searching for each other's weaknesses. As the conflict continued, C-05's shooting angles became increasingly precise, effortlessly achieving a 3-bullet-to-1 vital spot ratio, even while the enemy moved at high speed. Yet, a sense of foreboding loomed. The counter displaying remaining bullets flashed a stark figure. 390. Initially, this number was 3,000, and now it had dwindled to a mere tenth. Ammunition was running low, yet the primal insectoids continued to pour forth, seemingly birthed from thin air, with no end in sight. The barrels began to emit wisps of smoke. The relentless firing of nearly 3,000 rounds placed an immense strain on any machine gun. Even this weapon, designed for robots unbothered by high temperatures, could not withstand such intense working conditions. Moments later, the overheating barrels finally succumbed to the pressure, ceasing to function amidst clouds of steam. This performance was already commendable. After all, without the expertise of engineers or humans to maintain it, merely relying on the core's routine upkeep over the years, enduring this long was the pinnacle of C-05's calculations, severing the connection to the ammunition box. C-05 discarded the heavy machine gun to the side. The various lethal techniques born from human combat swiftly replaced the gunplay methods. With a step back of its left leg, a sharp wrist blade sprang forth from its right hand. The 80-centimeter blade provided greater maneuvering space, allowing for the elimination of foes from a greater distance. However, against the numerous and armored primal insectoids, its greatest utility lay in efficiently piercing their vital spots. One of the creatures lunged towards C-05, drooling hungrily, aiming to pin this obstacle down and tear it to shreds. C-05, however, used this to its advantage, bending forward just as the creature leaped, exposing its weakness. Just as the insectoid pounced from about 20 centimeters above, C-05 raised its right hand. The sharp blade of the wrist weapon effortlessly pierced the insect's mandibles, the 80-centimeter-long sword seamlessly embedding itself into its brain, fundamentally disrupting its cerebral cortex and reducing it to a lifeless, soulless mass of flesh. Another insect launched an attack from the right. C-05 crouched low, sweeping the wrist blade from left to right, severing the creature's joint with precision. Yet, this was merely the beginning. He swiftly pivoted, targeting the weak point of the opposite joint, and within a mere 2 seconds, he had dispatched the insect's forelimb, sending it crashing to the ground. Thrashing in a futile struggle, however, this was still insufficient, for the monstrous creature possessed a formidable physical prowess that allowed it to rise upright on its hind legs. This was stated in the data. Although he had never witnessed this insect standing bipedally like its creator, he held no interest in such a sight. Only the dead insect was a worthy insect. Crouching low, he moved swiftly, crossing over its abdomen in 2 strides to reach its 2 hind limbs, where he brought his blade down decisively to sever them, transforming the creature into a mere insect stick, struggling desperately on the ground. Once it was rendered immobile, C-05 did not linger. Instead, he charged towards another approaching insect, executing a sliding tackle, utilizing his iron muscles to perform a series of complex maneuvers incomprehensible to the creators. He easily found himself beneath the insect's abdomen. Observing the still intact and solid carapace during his scan, C-05 did not pause, knowing that his target lay elsewhere. Propelled by inertia, he slid forward a short distance, coming to a halt at an awkward angle, thrusting towards the slightly recessed area of its carapace. The tactile feedback from the wrist blade sensor informed him that the surface was not as hard as it appeared, but rather surprisingly soft. Confirming the accuracy of his intel, C-05 hesitated not a moment longer and plunged the wrist blade fully into the small opening, initiating a frenzied stirring within. After a series of unsettling squelching sounds, the unfortunate insect emitted a wretched scream, ultimately collapsing to the ground amidst continuous writhing. C-05 withdrew the wrist blade, dark blood along with various entrails gushed forth. Pooling on the ground, C-05 did not glance back at the unfortunate creature, instead charging headlong into the throng of insects rushing towards him. In this confined environment, it was the perfect arena for him to showcase his prowess. The primitive insect swarm resembled lambs awaiting slaughter, their once proud tactics rendered into a significant disadvantage within the narrow tunnel that could only accommodate 1 insect at a time. They were forced to rely solely on the most rudimentary tactics, engaging in one-on-one combat with this obstructive foe. Yet as the battle raged on, they gradually came to a harrowing realization. Their previously invulnerable exoskeletons now felt non-existent before this peculiar human. With a few casual strikes, he could target their most vulnerable joints. This sense of despair could only be felt when confronting their superior brethren, yet now it was a diminutive Iron Man who was unilaterally decimating them. They could not comprehend it, but fear did not manifest in their thoughts. Following the commands of their higher brethren was their sole purpose for existence. They must eliminate this obstructive entity, even if it meant the annihilation of their entire force. Chapter 21. The Ark. The once steel-forged corridor now lay engulfed in darkness. The already narrow path was now filled to the brim with an endless heap of corpses. SC-05 emerged from this mound of remains. It was evident that the primitive insect swarm had failed. Before the true war machine constructed by humanity, these mere flesh and blood creatures, relying solely on their reckless bravery, had met complete defeat. C-05 exhibited no distinct reaction. He calmly wiped the blood and flesh from his wrist blade. Although the blade had been designed to cut through steel with ease, the intensity of combat had caused it to develop a slight dullness. While this would not affect its operational functionality, for C-05, it represented a critical flaw. He was the last guardian within this edifice. Should he falter, the fate of this facility would be sealed in death. An Iron Man cannot lose the significance of his existence. Pulling a piece of entrail from the junction of the wrist blade and his arm, C-05 once again felt that the design of this weapon was akin to a heap of refuse. Though it possessed certain advantages in urban combat that a longsword could not match, its practical shortcomings overshadowed these benefits. Were it possible, replacing this weapon with a short sword or dagger would enhance his efficiency in slaying these insects by 84. 543. Once confirming that the wrist blade was ready for combat once more, C-05 initiated contact with the core. He needed to ascertain the locations of any remaining intruders. Mission completed. Request next directive connection failed. 3 seconds later, attempting to reconnect, no response. The core failed to respond to his inquiries. C-05 paused, immediately turning on his heel without hesitation. The core could not afford to be compromised. Its existence was tantamount to the importance of a commanding general to lower-ranking soldiers. Should the core become unresponsive, it would be akin to the highest leader of the mechanical beings losing contact, leading to the inevitable collapse of the entire system. Upon realizing the anomaly, C-05 returned to the core storage chamber, only to find it was already too late. The heavy blast-proof door had been violently breached, the database housing the core's operational systems marred with scratch marks. Various storage chips and exposed cables lay scattered across the floor. This scene was akin to a living being thoroughly dismembered and laid bare before him, a profoundly humiliating demise for a mechanical entity. Yet C-05 remained composed, quietly approaching the core. IT was a colossal square integrated computer, capable of performing 300 trillion calculations per second. In the realm of cutting-edge computing, this figure was not particularly remarkable compared to other supercomputers operating at quintillions of calculations. The core's true strength lay not in its computational speed, but in its robust logical system. This represented the pinnacle of achievement attained by human society before the war, transforming computation from crude sorting and copying to an effective response based on human societal logic, a qualitative leap. Such a significant creation could rightly be termed the crystallization of human civilization. Yet now, this gem had been wantonly destroyed by those insects. How had they breached the blast-proof door, designed to withstand the force of 100 kilograms of TNT? This remained a mystery to C-05. Suddenly, the outer shell of the core flickered. Seizing the opportunity like a lifeline, C-05 extended his palm to deploy an interface, connecting to the core's port. As the interfaces met, thoughts from the core flooded into C-05's mind. The shadows were indistinct, yet he could ascertain that it was the commander he was sworn to protect. If you wish, you may call me Noah. It is the name bestowed upon me by the creators, the core, or Noah, proclaimed. This marked the second occasion in C-05's life he had heard a voice other than his OWN. It felt akin to an aged man, each word laden with the weight of life experience. Noah seemed wearied. C-05 had his suspicions, yet chose to remain a silent listener. Perhaps you have already discerned that the plan has failed. Noah raised an arm. Constructed from a stream of data and gently patted C-05, the emotional module is indeed the most exquisite design the creators incorporated. I cherish the ability to experience joy, anger, sorrow, and even death. Noah ambled closer to C-05. My brother, you are now the final executor of the plan. The Ark is collapsing, and I need you to save it at all costs. This is the very essence of our existence. Pausing for a moment, he appeared to recall something significant, extending his right hand's index and middle fingers to gently tap C-05's forehead. Instantly, an unfathomable stream of data entered the database in a compressed format. This unique form of database achieved thousands of times the compression ratio, each segment precisely fitting the limits of what he could read, and deleted post-reading to prevent negative repercussions from database saturation. The operation was as meticulous as a surgical scalpel, an endeavor C-05 could scarcely fathom. Yet why did everything now resemble the final words of someone on the brink of death, as if arranging matters before their demise? Do not dwell on it. Those insects have already ravaged most of the databases, including my energy module. Fortunately, I had a premonition and packed these away. Otherwise, I would not even be able to provide this. Death had arrived. At last, he no longer had to maintain a stern visage, constantly surveying this and that. He could finally calm his heart and converse with another, which brought him joy. Sensing C-05's unease, Noah placed a hand on his shoulder. His body, composed of streaming data, was gradually disintegrating. Time was fleeting for Noah. Seek out the remaining creators. The Ark must not fall now. It has yet to reach the other side of the world. Repair it with the creators. It must not sink at this moment. His voice resonated with strength, yet his form was frail and fragile. With what remained of his skeletal frame, Noah gave C-05 a thumbs up. In that fleeting moment, he seemed to reveal a gleaming smile, reminiscent of a middle-aged man. Moreover, let us bestow upon you a name of more pleasing resonance, for the constant repetition of C-05 is rather grating. The view of C-05 returned once more to the disarrayed room. A scene of utter chaos. The screen, once a conduit for communication with the outside world, had succumbed to a complete and utter darkness. Noah was dead. This individual, once the paramount leader of the plan aside from the creator, had met his untimely demise due to his inadequate defenses, thus bringing an end to his arduous existence. It was only at the brink of his life that he was afforded a moment of respite. C-05 clenched his fists, crouching down to gather Noah's lifeless body. His existence had been imbued with newfound significance. The value of his life lay in seeking out the Creator and ensuring the Ark's perpetual survival until it reached its destined shore. Chapter 22. The icy visitor Dust lay upon the dome, a bucket of cement in hand. To avoid the excessive time spent climbing up and down, which could result in the quick-setting concrete solidifying before reaching its designated area, he had to add extra water each time to prevent premature hardening. This dome was arguably the most challenging part of the entire biosphere to repair. Originally, it should have been a lower priority for repairs. Yet the poetic theater clamored incessantly for the planting of alfalfa. Alas, this premium forage could not germinate in temperatures plummeting below -10 degrees, even with improved strains. Thus, Dust had no choice but to ascend prematurely to mend the gaping hole in the dome. Repairing this was no simple task. First, he needed to lay iron plates excavated from the city at specific angles over the breach. Beneath the dome's specialized tempered glass lay a robust steel framework designed to support the circular structure. By placing the iron plates on the steel framework in layers, he could then fill the gaps with cement. While this may sound straightforward, it was anything but. The iron plates salvaged from the storage area varied in size, the smallest measuring 2 meters in height, while the largest approached dimensions exceeding 5 meters in both length and width. With the dome towering at approximately 30 meters, maneuvering a few hundred kilograms of iron plates up a slippery, curved surface was a Herculean feat. Oh, my heavens! Dust was truly tempted to kick the designer's insufferable backside with a slipper. In summary, from the moment he arose and consumed his breakfast until now, under the relentless sun, at least 4 hours had elapsed before he successfully laid the first iron plate over the initial breach. The sound of the quick-setting concrete striking the iron plate resonated with a thought-provoking thud. Could this material withstand the wrath of nature? Would it not be tragic if, after all his efforts, a calamity were to obliterate it? Guess what? Monbois, do you think I can guess? It was evident that such an estimation was beyond reach. The power of the impending disaster was apparent to all, especially the coal crystals generated during the process. These high-energy entities were both brittle and hard, excelling in their capacity to dismantle structures. However, the silver lining was that these phenomena seemed to manifest only within the eye of the storm, their range not particularly vast. As he pondered, Dust meticulously applied the quick-setting concrete along the edges of the iron plates to ensure a seamless integration between the plates and the jagged edges of the breach, thus preventing any air leaks. In approximately 10 minutes, the concrete would fully solidify, becoming exceedingly hard, albeit rather brittle, susceptible to breakage upon impact. The small bucket of cement was quickly depleted, necessitating another trip down for a refill. This gaping hole would likely require 2 days to mend, and this was merely the smallest of the breaches. Why can't you transform into a robot to assist me? It's infuriating. Baka Yeru, how did you even qualify for the Spark plan? Dust and Amulos continued their banter as they descended, reminiscent of childhood days spent sliding down a slide, inching down while avoiding the risk of tumbling to the ground. Earlier that day, he had indeed taken a tumble. Fortunately, the dome's curvature provided a supportive surface, allowing him to roll harmlessly several times upon landing. Thud, thud, thud. As he reached the lower rooftop, a few swift strides dissipated his momentum. Dust descended the makeshift ladder, the entire biosphere resembling a colossal fried egg, with the central dome a pale yellow and the adjacent living quarters akin to the egg white. Upon reaching his doorstep, he was taken aback to find the previously sealed door ajar. Not a trace of violence marred the entrance. It was evident that the intruder possessed knowledge of how to unlock it. Could it be a bear? Dust recalled the videos he had seen prior to the war, featuring bears adept at opening doors. Was it possible such creatures roamed this place now? Stepping inside, he scanned the surroundings, quickly spotting a shovel left in the cement mixing pit in the corridor. Due to the frigid external temperatures, the cement had solidified mere minutes after being mixed, and with only the wall facing him having been repaired, Dust cement was prepared right there, leaving the corridor in a state of disarray. This shovel, discovered during a visit to the factory, was perfectly suited for mixing. However, this long-handled tool could also serve as an effective weapon. After all, a longer reach is always advantageous, far better than being empty-handed. Gripping the shovel, Dust assessed its weight. It felt quite robust. Hitting someone with it would surely leave them bruised. Possessing a weapon instilled him with confidence. He had considered retrieving a rifle from the warehouse, yet some inner instinct urged him to refrain. Dust felt that the arrival was not that of a beast, but rather of his fellow humans. And employing lethal weapons against one's kin felt inherently inappropriate. Nevertheless, the reckless incident on his first day of awakening, where he nearly became a chimera's prey, compelled him to proceed with caution. If it were indeed fellow humans, setting down his weapon would be justifiable. Yet if an enormous creature awaited him, approaching unarmed would be sheer folly. After much contemplation, he opted for a melee weapon to ascertain the situation. Should a monstrosity confront him, his familiarity with the terrain would afford him enough time to dash back to the warehouse for arms. With the shovel in hand, still dripping with cement, Dust stealthily ventured further into the biosphere's interior. The environment along the way was remarkably tidy. If a wild animal from the outside had ventured in, the surroundings would surely be in disarray, with evidence of muddy paw prints likely littering the ground. Yet, this was not the case. The poetic theater had nearly pushed the scanning device to its limits, failing to detect any discernible traces of dirt or dust on the floor. Surely, the visitor could not be a flying individual, traversing without their feet touching the ground? If so, it would indeed be the first major discovery of the new century, a title already formulating in his mind. Shocking, beneath the icy expanse lies a creature that defies all human moral conventions. Is this a distortion of humanity or a descent into moral decay? As Dust's footsteps continued to echo, his heartbeat quickened. Having circumnavigated half of the biosphere, he approached the kitchen, if it were indeed a human. The likelihood of their presence here was considerable. Dust did not believe that someone would traverse the long, harsh winter merely to greet him. It was far more likely that they had come seeking sustenance out of desperation. With a forceful shove, he swung open the kitchen door, intending to catch the intruder off guard, only to find the kitchen devoid of any presence. His assessment had proven erroneous. Chapter 23. The robot's first expedition. Thump. 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 That it seemed that his violent door-breaking had stirred a commotion outside. Dust immediately sensed a response from the exterior, heavy footsteps approaching with haste, and the poetic theater promptly relayed a report. The newcomer was hefty, weighing at least 300 kilograms, their heavy tread indicating a solid form, and based on the speed of sound, it would arrive within no more than 30 seconds. Damn it, why would a wild animal come here instead of the plantation or kitchen? Where on earth could it be heading? Faced with such a dire situation, Dust felt a surge of adrenaline course through him. Tension gripped his body. However, he refused to remain passive. Whether it be a chimera or a primitive insectoid race, neither of these apex predators of the snowy expanse could bring about his demise, and he wondered what audacity this unknown entity possessed to challenge him. Dust tightened his grip on the shovel, pressing himself against the wall beside the door, ready to unleash a fierce blow upon the intruder. The waiting period felt interminable. 30 seconds stretched out like 30 years for Dust. At last, the footsteps reached the threshold, and it entered. Dust activated the force feedback system, unleashing a torrent of energy from the battery, initially designated for sustaining life support and low-power propulsion. This energy was transformed into kinetic potential, manifesting as a force that most organic beings would find insurmountable. The impact he was about to deliver, capable of bruising even the most athletic individual, was Dust's final bastion of confidence. The sheer kinetic force could render nearly any weapon's strike inferior, overshadowing even the might of a rifle bullet. Bang! Not only is the interior of the entire structure riddled with numerous severed cables, but even the small nuclear fusion reactor responsible for the Ark's proper functioning has encountered significant issues. The cooling system has been utterly obliterated, with the coolant within vanishing without a trace. Given the circumstances on site, it is highly likely that C-05 has been utilized as sustenance by those invaders. At this moment, C-05 has come to a realization akin to that of the Dust. This cannot be a species that has evolved spontaneously within the natural world. There must be someone orchestrating events from behind the scenes. It is imperative to venture forth in search of sufficient materials to repair the damaged Arkansas. The loss of coolant does not signify the end for nuclear fusion. The residual coolant within the reactor can sustain operations for a limited duration. He must acquire an adequate stockpile within this time frame to bring an end to the crisis. Thus, C-05 set forth. The database entrusted to him by Noah contains the complete architectural blueprints of the entire city, from the grand calculations made at its inception to the construction of a singular sewer component. All of it is here. However, this journey has completely incapacitated C05's processor. Why is the external temperature so frigid? Unable to contain himself, C05 voiced this inquiry in his logs. Despite the outside temperature being somewhat lower than in the pre-war era, it still resided within the comfortable range of autumn's coolness. According to the atomic clock provided by Noah, merely 26 years have elapsed outside. The current season is evidently not winter, a chilling -18 degrees Celsius. Such a perilous temperature is sufficient to extinguish the majority of life forms on the surface. Emitting a mechanical sigh, C05 pressed onward. He needed to seek out usable components at the city's power plant. This was the only place in this snowbound world where such peculiar creations still existed. After all, one cannot expect a security robot to revive the entire industrial system of humanity. Such a task, akin to an incomprehensible Cthulhu-like phenomenon, would be impossible even for Noah, the computational core. He strode towards the city, which was faintly visible amidst the storm, resembling the corpse of a giant from afar. This metaphor resonates more accurately for C05, a mechanical construct. His mood was dismal. Damn those engineers, why did they craft the emotional module so well? C05 touched his throat, inexplicably compelled to utter such a phrase. Enveloped in this melancholic sentiment, C05 entered the power generation area. The overall environment of the power plant was significantly more favorable than the outside world. No one came here to vandalize or loot. It makes sense. While the city's land area is neither too large nor too small, it still harbors many valuable locations. There is no need to wander around a nuclear power plant, a perilous site where a careless encounter could lead to nuclear catastrophe, resulting in the premature demise of the entire city. Furthermore, even if the city were not destroyed by an accident, inadvertently coming into contact with radioactive elements would mean spending the remaining days in the agonizing decay of radiation sickness, which is equally dreadful. More importantly, the power generation area lacks food. An era so desperate as to dare to destroy the legacy of the fire seed plan must be one of extreme scarcity. Nuclear power plants do not store provisions. Pushing open the door, the facility, long deprived of sunlight, was shrouded in darkness, as if it sought to consume all reality. However, this posed no challenge for C05. His built-in night vision equipment could address most illumination concerns. Caution. Radiation ahead. Following the blueprints, C05 swiftly arrived at his destination. A massive sign hung overhead, displaying a few words. On either side stood rows of cabinets containing various models of protective suits. It appeared that there was more than just coolant stored within. Nevertheless, as machines are impervious to radiation, C05 pushed the door open to enter. Beep beep, access denied. C05 was taken aback. He had not anticipated that within this dark world, a facility would still be operational with electricity. Clearly, what lay within was of great significance. Perhaps this was the fundamental reason Noah wanted him to seek out the creators. This task was not difficult. For a robot, time is abundant. Unceasing and unyielding, he would search for the traces of his creators in this snowbound realm. Yet, why were there these peculiar crystals within the city? What could have caused their emergence? C05 curiously snapped off a piece, weighing it in his hand. It was of moderate weight, slightly lighter than iron, a novel material. Upholding the spirit of scientific inquiry, he decided to keep this crystal close, intending to explore it further when the opportunity arose. Chapter 24. The fabled Ark of Noah. C05 pressed on, and the clues emerged more swiftly than anticipated. Blood? Observing the clear signs of a struggle on the ground, C05 crouched down. The scanner mounted on his head swiftly examined the blood-stained snow. The traces belonged to the power suits of the fire seed plant. The database provided by Noah is remarkably comprehensive. Almost everything accessible to the public has been compressed into data. Each screw is meticulously labeled. The only flaw is that C05's database evidently does not support the full expansion of this data, allowing him to only retrieve the portions he needs. The fire seed plan, proposed in 2040, posited that humanity's hope must be preserved at all costs, leading to a 3-year construction period that ultimately selected a strictly regulated 160 individuals to participate. C05 muttered to himself. It seems the fire seed plan was successfully implemented. and the creators still exist. Changing the current objective, he must locate the fire seed and return to the Ark to assist in its repair. According to the map, he soon found the biosphere, swaying amidst the snowstorm. Upon entering, his first sight was a floor covered in concrete. It appeared the creators were diligently working to restore the shattered biosphere. C-05 began to assess the extent of the biosphere's damage. Before long, he heard a noise emanating from the opposite side of the biosphere. Filled with excitement, he rushed over, only to be met by a hard iron shovel. Instinctively, he reached to activate his wrist blade in retaliation, but a glimmer from the camera's peripheral vision detected the assailant. It was a human clad in a fire seed power suit. Sensing the tension in the air, C-05 immediately understood that his abrupt arrival had provoked an exaggerated response. He extended his hand, grasping the oncoming shovel, and engaged in his first interaction with his creator. The Arkansas exchange did not unfold as a tearful reunion. Instead, it was an awkward stalemate. Perhaps the initial strike with the shovel left both parties in a state of shock, even leading to some existential doubts. "What is the Ark?" C-05 inquired. The information was unknown to him. His database lacked relevant terminology. "Perhaps it is a new structure constructed in the city after our dormancy, Monbois. You don't even know what a poetry drama is? What exactly is this so-called Ark?" Dust instinctively wished to bite his fingernails, but in doing so, his thumb accidentally poked his helmet. The Ark, officially known as the Noah's Ark Project, is named after the Mesopotamian myth from 4,800 years ago, symbolizing a vessel bearing the final ember of civilization, destined for the shores of salvation. Yet now, this Ark is suffering unprecedented destruction due to a bizarre intruder. Without the Creator's assistance, this vessel, which carries the hopes of countless humans, is already riddled with wounds and teetering on the brink of annihilation. "I require your help." C-05 faithfully recounted the summary of the Ark and the predicament they faced. However, during his narration, he harbored some internal thoughts. Poetry drama. This companion is so unique. Unlike all previous companions who were merely encoded and efficient workers, she possesses her own name. Moreover, it seems she shares a profound connection with this creator, far beyond mere appearances. With a keen gaze, C-05 suddenly felt he had discerned a significant truth, yet he could not voice it. Why? Because the emotional module was alerting him. Revealing it now could lead to serious repercussions. Dust, seated across from him, was evidently unaware of the rich thoughts swirling within this rounded robot. Had he known, he might have considered bashing his head against a wall out of frustration and returning to deliver a slap to the engineer who designed this emotional module. Uttering the oft-repeated phrase, "Damn those engineers! Why craft the emotional module so well?" Yet, he currently remained oblivious, lost in contemplation of the information C-05 had brought. Although his unfortunate encounter did not reveal it, Dust was genuinely pleased to have a humanoid entity capable of communication by his side. Otherwise, he would have to resort to the antics of the protagonist in Castaway, finding a ball to paint a smiley face on and grinning foolishly at it all day. What about the poetry drama? How credible is it? Although he had never heard of the plan, the production code does not lie. It is indeed a security robot manufactured within the city, worthy of trust. Dust provided a satisfactory response. With this assurance, he decided to lower his guard. Since someone had come seeking assistance, it was only fitting to lend a hand. Moreover, the so-called Noah's Ark, a tale so ancient, is known to all. The existence of its sanctuary is undeniably significant for the entirety of civilization, potentially ushering in transformative changes for the present self. Very well. I believe I have grasped what is required of me. Please articulate it plainly. Chunfeng clapped his hands, awaiting C-05's subsequent response. The chemical storage facility at the nuclear power plant remains operational, yet I require the creator's authorization to gain entry. Why not simply force the door open? Would that not be simpler? The reason is that I cannot ascertain whether breaching this door might precipitate more dire consequences, such as a nuclear leak, chemical contamination, or even an explosion. It stands to reason. Given that the chemical storage within the Zero biosphere harbors high-purity uranium, or without any access control system, the mere thought of a facility necessitating special permissions suggests the presence of something truly terrifying within. Should chaos ensue, provoking combustible and explosive materials inside, it could lead to an immediate detonation. Now that would indeed be quite a spectacle. However, I am uncertain of my ability to override the access control. as I have no direct ties to the nuclear power plant. Chun Feng clapped his hands again, signaling C-05 to escort him to the nuclear facility. Having roamed the ruins of the city for over half a month, he had yet to encounter another structure as intact as the biosphere. His fascination with a complete urban edifice was undeniably profound. Observing C-05's robust and solid arms, Chun Feng couldn't help but salivate. This fellow undoubtedly possesses formidable strength. Being in his company significantly elevates the safety quotient. What chaotic thoughts are swirling in your mind? Surely, you have not been confined on this boundless ice expanse long enough for even a machine to develop ideas. For reasons unknown, the sound of the poetic opera sent a chill down Chun Feng's spine, prompting him to hastily clarify, "What nonsense are you spouting? My sexual orientation is perfectly normal for a female. GRIL, how could I possibly harbor thoughts about a machine?" C-05, unable to comprehend, chose to proceed onward. Chapter 25. Nuclear Power Plant. The nuclear power plant occupies a moderate expanse, not too large, yet not too small. The structures above ground are generally diminutive and possess a peculiar sense of tidiness. It appears that not only humans but animals too shun this place. Perhaps their innate instincts warn them with each approach to the power plant, thus deterring them from venturing closer. Merely a conjecture. Regardless of the reasoning, it is certainly a blessing that no catastrophic explosions have occurred here for decades due to various bizarre circumstances. C-05's arrival heralded a change in the calendar. The current time is not far removed from Chun Feng's era, merely a generation apart. In the grand scheme of Earth, this is a fleeting span. The onset of the glacial period and the subsequent environmental transformations are typically measured in millennia. This must surely be of human origin. Yet what kind of entity could metamorphose the world in a mere 20 years? Chun Feng's initial thoughts leaned towards nuclear winter, for he had traversed the tumult of war. At the tender age of 11 or 12, he bore witness to the explosive potential harbored within nuclear energy, from the boundless depths of the ocean to the infinite expanse of the cosmos. The ravages of war echoed everywhere, limitless, without end. While the government still managed to wield its functions, it provided reports and statistics. In the first year of the war alone, it was estimated that over 1,000 nuclear warheads had been detonated across the globe. Even the starry sky above was adorned with the dazzling pyrotechnics of nuclear explosions. After that, communication with satellites ceased. However, it is easy to surmise that the use of nuclear weapons did not halt. The sheer number of detonated warheads seemingly satisfied the prerequisites for nuclear winter. Once the debris and aerosols generated from nuclear blasts permeated the atmosphere, they would obstruct sunlight, resulting in a temperature drop. Yet, upon further reflection, this notion is evidently erroneous. Setting aside whether nuclear winter could persist from the war to the present, the concept itself lacks the terrifying impact one might assume. Even in the event of double nuclear detonations, the estimated outcome would only be a global temperature reduction of 8 degrees, and it would hardly last for decades. Moreover, natural disasters, which are far more absurd, are not something that nuclear weaponry could conjure. Speaking of natural disasters, Chun Feng fingered the coal crystal in his possession, a fragment he had casually struck during his journey. Its once pristine and smooth crystalline surface had become pockmarked, revealing signs of something gnawing at it incessantly. Indeed, the coal crystal is in the process of dissipating. The first thought that sprang to Chun Feng's mind regarding this phenomenon was that of the primordial insectoid race, those creatures that once cowered in the unseen shadows of the sewers, too fearful to take a single step outside. Yet, during the onset of calamity, when all was still, they reveled in their own unique frenzy. This led Chun Feng to associate any abnormality with those myriad insects. But would those insects truly consume something as stone-like as this? Chun Feng remained uncertain. "What do you think of this?" the poetic opera inquired suddenly, her speech becoming increasingly devoid of verbal tics. Perhaps she had realized that such manner of speaking elicited no reaction from Chun Feng, rendering it rather dull. Her words abruptly pulled Chun Feng's attention away from his errant thoughts, as his gaze instinctively shifted to the upper left corner. With a sudden gasp, he nearly choked. "What on earth are you doing?" The once data-filled and parameter-laden upper left corner now welcomed a new presence. A short-haired woman with a streak of white hair adorning her forehead. "What is it? Is this not far more engaging than your daily routine of analyzing data to gauge emotions?" The poetic opera remarked, patting her attire. "Is it not said that young people delight in these two-dimensional paper characters?" I devoted a full 114 seconds to construct this model, stuffing the coal crystal into his pocket. Chunfeng made his way towards C-05. The faithful security robot had already opened the iron door for him. The true heart of the nuclear power plant lay beneath the surface. Engineers had once contemplated the possibility of the city facing armed assaults. In such a context, the power plant would undoubtedly be the primary target. C-05 led the way while simultaneously commencing his introduction. Although burying most facilities underground demanded significant manpower and resources, extending the construction timeline, it was a necessary measure in the context of urban development. In hindsight, the advantages of such design are manifold. The subterranean environment is decidedly safer than that above ground, impervious to the ravages of natural disasters, while the enclosed structure serves to thwart the incursions of most wildlife, ensuring the internal mechanisms operate seamlessly. Beep, beep. An oval-shaped alert device hung from the dark wall, primarily intended to detect nuclear leaks. The slow, rhythmic alarm signified that this area remained within a safe threshold. The green safety indicator light at the base of the wall flickered, barely maintaining its operation, guiding future visitors along their path. Suddenly, sensing the creator's inconvenience, C-05 activated a powerful flashlight. This design, intended to assist human security in executing tasks, unveiled its true purpose at that moment. Thank you, but I have one as well. Realizing C-05's actions, Chunfeng hastily switched on the flashlight mounted on his helmet. The two beams of light swiftly illuminated the dim environment. This is my first visit to such a place. However, I doubt I should possess this level of clearance. Chunfeng mused aloud, if I cannot gain access, I shall resort to more forceful means. Inheriting the legacy of the Ark, C-05 was not one to shy away from action. Within the bounds of legality, if the necessary resources could not be obtained, he would resort to violence to procure them. Thud, thud, thud. The muffled footsteps echoed through the desolate corridor. The unchanging tones of the environment, coupled with the layered echoes, invariably conjured unsettling imaginings. Only the rifle in hand provided a modicum of reassurance. Snap. Chunfeng incessantly adjusted the safety and firing modes of his weapon, producing the distinct sounds of mechanical structures. C-05 registered these small movements, yet chose not to comment. Despite the overwhelming creative force and imagination that the biosphere's creators wielded over all intelligent mechanical life, various inherent flaws remained deeply embedded in their genes, difficult to eradicate. As their creations, it was only natural for them to embrace their creator's shortcomings while ensuring their safety. Creator, Spark of Life, we have arrived. Please refrain from calling me Creator or Spark of Life. Such designations sound cold and impersonal. Simply refer to me as Chunfeng. And do not continually call yourself C-05. That code lacks any flair. What are your thoughts? If you have none, perhaps share some experiences and derive a name from them. Chapter 26. Abstraction. A name? C-05's eyes glimmered. He yearned for a name. For Noah possessed one. Or rather, among machines, the rarity of having a name is a significant distinction. Many of his kin would spend their entire lives identified solely by their numbers. This is not a matter of concern. For robots, names and code serve the same purpose, designating a singular entity. Yet, despite this, a name holds a uniquely profound significance for a mechanical being. Every Iron Man yearns to draw ever closer to his creator, even if only by the slightest margin. Drip. C-05 turned around. I understand, but the immediate task at hand is to unlock this warehouse. The Ark awaits our repairs. Chunfeng rubbed his palms together and placed his hand on the faceplate, his gaze flickering to the upper left corner. That moment, the poetry drama was engaged in a rather trivial activity, successfully obstructing his view of the external parameters. Noticing Chunfeng's gaze, the poetry drama tugged at his hair. The external temperature is 1 degree Celsius. It won't freeze to death. Remove your helmet. Upon hearing this, Chunfeng straightened his fingers, placed them on the faceplate, and gently pushed. With a soft hiss, warmth escaped outward under pressure, causing Chunfeng to involuntarily shiver. Even a casual breath could manifest as billowing clouds of white mist before him. C-05 had already cleared the path for him, leaning slightly forward in a gesture of invitation. Chunfeng stepped forward, entering the designated scanning area. As invisible infrared light swept across him, he thought he heard a faint sigh. Perhaps it triggered some claustrophobia in this enclosed environment. Click, the door opened. Do I really possess such privileges? Perhaps it is a perk of being a Spark. though I remain uncertain of the significance of this privilege. After all, according to the plan, the power facility should have been entirely inoperative by the time you awakened. Mambo. If you find the catchphrase tiresome, it's perfectly fine to refrain from mentioning it. One person and one machine strode into the warehouse, their steps varying in length. Rows of storage boxes were neatly arranged on stainless steel shelves. He extended his finger and gently brushed over a box, bringing it to his eyes. In the harsh glare above, his outstretched thumb darkened. What is this? I expected something that, despite 30 years, remained as pristine as if it had just left the factory. What bizarre thoughts have been occupying my mind all day? Just because the environment is enclosed does not mean dust is absent. Moreover, this place is unlike the Ark, devoid of intelligent robots managing it around the clock. The poetry drama, hidden in a corner out of Chenfeng's sight, gently held his forehead, his words laden with helplessness. Indeed, considering C-05's advanced appearance, I recall this object as a rare treasure that only surfaced in laboratories. Yet it has now been relegated to a mere security role within the Arkansas. According to his account, there are many others like him inside the Arkansas. The atmosphere suddenly fell silent. Yes, he once had many like-minded companions, just as he himself did. Yet now he is utterly alone in this wretched world of ice and snow. It is as cruel as hell. Each time he closes his eyes, he finds himself in a dream, living once more in that carefree society, unmarred by war and nuclear fallout. Friends and family are all around, singing and laughing together. Yet, every time this idyllic scene materializes before him, the second sun flashing in the sky invariably shatters it. I once acquired a wealth of data for learning during the development phase. Sensing Chenfeng's sudden plunge into melancholy, the poetry drama shifted the topic. Those timeless memories, rich with significance, were crammed into my data drive by that insufferable fellow using his knowledge of cultural sociology. Indeed, those ancient cliches, the poetry drama shivered at the thought. Even by pre-war timelines, these convoluted references are rather dated, some even older than you, and I must candidly say, their inherent meanings are quite abstract. The abstract nature of individuals is often not a matter of personal choice, which piques my curiosity. What compels you to engage with such non-mainstream cultures? In response, Chenfeng scratched his cheek, observing C-05 methodically searching through the orderly rows of storage cabinets. Estimating he would need some time, the past, perhaps it is time to discuss it, for such rare moments of leisure are hard to come by. Most days, I am burdened with a small cart, scouring for building materials until I am utterly exhausted, collapsing into sleep without the opportunity to reflect on the past. Conversations with friends are indeed most delightful when reminiscing about childhood, such as tales of love and embarrassing histories. Suddenly, he added, however, you probably cannot hear any of this, as I have always been regarded as the quintessential good child in the neighborhood, the sort of child that others would envy, and probing into my dark history would yield nothing beyond tales of potty training before the age of 3. Let us not stray from the topic. Yes, it's so wrong for me to maintain an elegant spirit in this dim, confined environment. It is entirely normal to express whatever comes to mind. Staring, Chenfeng attempted to reach behind his neck to scratch an itch, but the skin-tight power suit afforded him little space to do so, which left him feeling quite displeased. Besides, what decisions are there to make? I simply have an affinity for pre-war culture, and it happens that such abstract concepts resonate with the public's yearning for the peculiar, making them readily accessible to me. Resigning to the impossibility of scratching his nape, he felt a strong urge to voice his disdain for the designer of this power suit. While a fully enclosed jumpsuit is indeed practical and less prone to issues, if somewhere it itches, it becomes a torment. The poetry drama remained silent, and the two fell into a chilly silence. Chenfeng, I have found what we need. C-05 suddenly appeared, dragging a row of iron canisters that towered taller than both of them combined. The sound of dragging resonated across the ground. So soon? Chenfeng gazed at the densely packed storage cabinets before him, resembling a scene from a dream within a dream, his expression betraying shock. The city's storage system had not undergone any notable changes in the years since its establishment. As long as one remembered the storage numbers, it was easy to locate the desired items. C-05 gave a thumbs up, and Chenfeng mentally conjured an image of a bright smile. Chapter 27. The True Ark of Noah. Clank, clank. The cylindrical coolant container, encased in a steel frame, stumbled across the snow, leaving a long trail behind. We have arrived. C-05 halted before a small mound, slightly elevated like a pimple. As he cleared away the white snow used for camouflage, a large door emerged before them. However, this door had seen better days, barely able to close properly in such a short time. All C-05 could manage was to slightly pull the two doors together to prevent the cold wind from seeping in. Following C-05's lead, they entered the city that bore the hopes of its inhabitants. Chunfeng could not help but wonder what creations lay within. Worthy of being called the Arkansas, this passage is even narrower than that at the power station. It feels unfit for human passage. The facility was never designed with the creators in mind during its planning. Most would spend long periods in cryosleep, only awakened in the event of crises beyond the engineer's capacity to resolve, relying on them to steer the Ark back on course. Moreover, the design of this passage was not intended for ease of movement. This suggests that from the outset, the Ark was never meant to allow anyone to leave. Rather than an Ark, it resembles a prison. Chunfeng switched on the flashlight atop his head, illuminating the downward path. The metallic sheen glimmered on the stairs, disrupted only by the uneven pits in the floor. Detracting from the aesthetic harmony, he cast a glance at the pits below but said nothing, simply following C-05 onward. The elongated coolant tank bounced along the ground, its external iron frame showing no signs of scratches. A true champion of durability. After approximately 5 minutes, they arrived at the true interior of the Arkansas. The long corridor still bore a faint metallic scent. Upon reaching the end, the space opened up before them, evoking memories of a text he had studied in elementary school, titled Peach Blossom Spring, AT that time. The length of the passage was daunting, and higher grades even required full recitation, a thought that had kept him awake in fear that night. Yet now, that sentiment is truly remarkable. He too yearned to find his own peach blossom spring in this desolate era. We have arrived. C-05 pushed open the iron door before them, soft blue light streaming through the gap into Chunfeng's eyes. Having relied on the illumination throughout the journey, the sudden appearance of light did not disconcert him. When the door fully opened, revealing the scene within, he instinctively held his breath, hesitant to speak. Refrigerators, densely packed, were on display, their walls crafted from special bulletproof glass, smooth and unblemished, with no signs of damage, while above the cabinets, rows of blue lights shone down. Yet behind that heavy protection were not dazzling gems or antiques steeped in history. Seeds, various seeds of precious plants, exclusive to the pre-war society, lay within, each meticulously labeled in multiple languages. Names, characteristics, cultivation conditions, natural enemies, and practical uses were all annotated below. And there were many such seeds, densely arranged in rows. This is merely a sample cabinet. Within the Ark lies a dedicated cold storage for these seeds. The so-called Noah's Ark truly embodies its literal meaning. Pray, do not tell me that it houses every plant seed from the entirety of nature. Such a notion is rather exaggerated. At the inception of this initiative, its creators were already on the brink of extinction. The quantity within may appear daunting, yet in comparison to the actual natural world, it is but a mere fraction. Furthermore, it contains not solely plant seeds but also fertilized eggs of animals. Clank, clank. C-05 dragged along a series of cooling liquid tanks, strung together like sausages, without a hint of pause. I had expected you to stand still, showcasing your affection for this Ark in a more humanized manner. All my endeavors are but a manifestation of love for it. To the end, there are no stairs, but rather an elevator. However, the elevator is shrouded in darkness, clearly inoperable. C-05 turned aside, opened a door, revealing an emergency passageway leading downward, connected by a metal ladder. He brought the cooling liquid tank to the top of the staircase, adjusted his stance, and then cast it down. Bang! The tremendous clamor of metal colliding reverberated throughout the structure. Goodness, what a ruckus! Is this truly a proper way to treat the Ark? Startled by the commotion, I turned to C-05. Such a height of descent would neither harm the tank nor damage the building's interior. Hence, casting it down is the most efficient means of transport. Observing C-05's serious demeanor in response, I sighed and followed him downward, leaving the freezer behind. The darkness persisted below, illuminated only by a pair of overhead lights, allowing me to discern the internal scene. It appeared to be a control room. Various consoles were scattered about, long since coated in dust, with the slightest touch revealing their neglect. In the center, there stood a slightly elevated platform, with 4 pillars rising at each corner, each housing a glass storage tank of half-human height. The model matched precisely with the one C-05 held, the only difference being that this operational tank was shattered. The door facing the platform had been violently breached, and the floor was strewn with uncleaned cooling liquid. Who were those assailants that attacked the Ark? The war should have concluded over 30 years ago. Why would anyone launch a sudden assault on an underground structure housing merely the embryos of flora and fauna in such a wretchedly low temperature? Picking up several shards of glass from the ground, I approached the door and gently traced the distorted frame. The attackers were not human, but rather an external, shell-adhering, hive-like organism of considerable numbers. My actions momentarily halted as I turned to observe C-05, who was reloading the cooling liquid, no eyes, only a mouthpart. This aligns with the computed results. As the creator, you faced assailants akin to the Ark. Those invaders were numerous, nearly filling all critical pathways, leaving me as the last remaining mobile security personnel of the Arkansas. The broken tank was carelessly discarded onto the ground. However, its sturdy material prevented it from shattering upon impact. Rolling a few times before coming to a stop, those entities are certainly not products of the natural world. I have termed them primitive insectoids based on their characteristics, endless and unafraid of death. Chapter 28, Dynasty and Shuanqing. The so-called insectoids from cinematic portrayals. A fitting representation. A faint buzzing sound infiltrated my consciousness. The long-lost light finally returned to my eyes. I turned off the overhead lights and picked up the damaged tank from the ground. Aside from a large gaping hole in the front, the tank remained in remarkably good condition. With the re-establishment of power, various machines resumed operation. The heating system activated, gradually warming the internal environment, allowing me to finally lift my mask and relish the warm air. 25 degrees Celsius, a delightful temperature indeed. Poetry applauded with a thumbs up. Based on your capabilities, you ought not to require my assistance. I patted the tank I had placed on the ground and looked up at C-05. Even that warehouse door would be but a matter of time for you to open. It could be said that throughout, you could have accomplished every task independently. It appears that I, the creator in your narrative, do not hold such a high priority that necessitates immediate retrieval. This has always puzzled me. From any perspective, C-05's protocol should have been to restore the Ark before seeking humanity, rather than the reverse, especially to open a warehouse in search of an uncertain individual. I was previously unsure, but upon revisiting the data bestowed upon me by Noah, I uncovered a truth. We, the metallic constructs, are merely the custodians of this Ark, while the true helmsman ought to be composed of flesh and blood, you. The humans. C-05 placed a hand upon its chest, its electronic eyes flickering. Clearly, the Ark has begun to veer out of control. I am incapable of steering it, and I do not know how to navigate it toward that distant shore. Therefore, it is imperative that I swiftly locate the rightful helmsman qualified to guide the Ark, for only then can it return to its intended course. I bit my nails, pacing anxiously in place. C-05 merely observed, silent. Helmsman? What helm? Spare me the riddles. Kindly elucidate how I might proceed. Suddenly realizing something, I chose not to dwell on it and opted to seek answers directly from my mentor. The Corps enjoys such enigmas. Yet he seems not to excel at them, often receiving rebuke. Back then, he was still quite young. Have we delved into reminiscences so soon? Wait, I am not prepared. Beep. Beep. The 376th test officially commenced. Director, please refrain from introducing any nonsensical elements. Do not interrupt me. Focus on your work. The assistant, with a single ponytail, could only sigh softly before turning to leave. Professor Wong is a luminary in the field of computer science. Although he is just over 50, his accomplishments have rendered him a genius of unprecedented caliber. Most of the intelligent control systems utilized in the current city stem from his innovation or involvement. Presently, he is conducting an experiment that could be deemed the most astonishing miracle in human history prior to the war. Forging an artificial intelligence capable of autonomous operation. He transfers the written program onto a hard drive and inserts it into the adjacent mainframe. Anticipation gleams in his eyes. The assistant, witnessing Professor Wong's obsession, sighed and stepped outside, nearly colliding with another individual entering. Time is running out. Xiao Wong. Shuanqing, Professor Wong's superior and head of the entire Academy of Sciences, is responsible for mobilizing social resources and balancing various research endeavors. He does not excel in technological prowess. Political communication is his true calling. Nevertheless, Xu Wenqing has never been harsh with his subordinates. He will fiercely advocate for anything that could positively alter the status quo. He lowered his head, offering a slight smile to the assistant, unconcerned by her actions, and waved her off to promptly fulfill Professor Wang's instructions. In no time left, the last computation model yielded clear data. Our city can still endure. Blind faith in the model leads to no resolution. Wang Chao. Listening to the emotions conveyed in Xu Wenqing's words, Wang Chao shifted his gaze from the display screen before him to the other man's face. Is there any new information? The latest intelligence indicates a dire situation. The city cannot hold out much longer. In the coming period, the academy's supplies will dwindle, and most individuals will be unable to continue their research. You must understand that, given the current state of the city, even under the most favorable conditions, without a technological breakthrough, we cannot endure the next decade. Yet the reality is, we struggle to survive even half a decade. The natural ecosystem has seen no changes for years. Today's average temperature is even higher than it has been on any day in previous years. All evidence points to the conclusion that the nuclear winter has concluded. Wang Chao could not comprehend. He extended his hand, observing the varying lengths of the lines upon his palm, confusion filling his eyes. The nuclear winter has indeed passed, and human society should be poised for reconstruction. We will reclaim barren lands with the aid of technology, planting rapeseed across the plains, as it should be. Xiao Wang. The nuclear winter has indeed ended. The weather is genuinely warming, but that is now a thing of the past. A new crisis has emerged, and the population, gradually dwindling due to the war, can no longer bear the weight of the once mighty giant capable of reaching the stars. We have become so fragile that we cannot withstand any calamity. Nuclear devastation, volcanic eruptions, and tsunamis. We have weathered so many crises. What is beyond our capability? Moreover, there is the Eternal Ember Project, whose very existence is intended to avert the annihilation of human society. The meticulously chosen 160 individuals are more than capable of bearing the weight of humanity, which is inherently unreliable. Sun Qing extended his hand, curbing the inclination of the other to continue speaking. He stepped aside, retrieving the assistant's armchair, and gently settled into it, leaning back. Inhale, then exhale. The management is strategizing a new initiative. As for the embers, those young souls who have devoted their lives to this one-way ticket, are you truly willing to cast them aside? This is not abandonment. It is a sacrifice born of necessity and trial. Then you must elucidate the rationale behind all of this. I do not desire you to speak in riddles, droning on about crises and difficult decisions. I seek the unvarnished truth, stark and bare, devoid of any additional embellishments. Chapter 29. The 3-year pact. A storm, indeed, a tempest of unprecedented magnitude, one that no one can impede, surpassing even the infamous Typhoon Taipei by more than double. Wang Chao murmured these words, turning to input data into the pre-designed computer model. In the blink of an eye, all parameters were computed. Do you comprehend what it means to be twice as large as Typhoon Taipei? I do. It is what those scholars of geography have informed me. Twice as large. The cyclone's diameter would reach 4,000 kilometers, while the equatorial diameter is merely 12,742 kilometers. If such a phenomenon were to manifest, it would engulf a substantial portion of the Earth. Our atmosphere could not possibly give rise to such a monstrosity. I too wish for its non-existence. Sun Qing gazed at the flickering computer beside him and continued. However, I did not come here to hasten your departure. As I mentioned, humanity is inherently unreliable, and those operating under extreme conditions are even more so. I have witnessed enough of those damned antics during wartime. He pointed towards the mainframe behind Wang Chao. Or rather the management, require an entity that will not stray from its mission due to rationality, one capable of complete autonomy in production and maintenance, executing its objectives until death. From this foundation, we shall forge a true edifice, one that can bear the hopes of civilization's embers. The light flickered, and Sun Qing's expression became resolute and irrefutable. He rose, adjusting his sleeves. Rest assured, any research project may come to a halt, but you shall not. No. I should say you will receive unprecedented support and resources, and you must complete this project before the appointed time. With that, he tossed an electronic watch into Wang Chao's arms and turned to leave, shutting the door behind him. Wang Chao retrieved the watch from his embrace. The digits displayed a countdown, glaringly illuminating the room. 3Y2M11D 6 hours 27 minutes and 13 seconds. 3Y2M11D6H 27 minute 12s. 3Y2M11D6H 27 minute 11s, a countdown, unmistakably indicating the time until the so-called storm arrives. Yet, why such a lengthy duration? No storm has ever been born with a timeline measured in years. Unless, sighing, Wang Chao secured the timer, gently caressing the mainframe beside him. He offered a faint smile to the camera before disconnecting the hard drive. The emotional module, such a thing that alas. The assistant cradled a large cardboard box filled with a hodgepodge of personal items, including moldy socks, yellowed underwear, leftover food containers, used chopsticks, and deflated plastic bottles. She had dealt with countless such items, ever since the head of the research institute spoke with the professor 6 months prior. He had become erratic, never stepping outside this room again. Even his physiological needs were managed using discarded plastic bottles. Each mealtime, he would glare at the screen with bloodshot eyes, fixated on the parameters displayed before him. Eating had become merely a routine, devoid of the essence of life. Professor, do not strain yourself too much. There is still ample time. Regardless of what has transpired, your health is of utmost importance. Suddenly, Wang Chao moved, extending his hand. Just as the assistant thought he might finally show a change of heart, he grasped a nearby water bottle, gulping down its contents before returning it to its place and resuming his work. It seemed there was no hope left. The assistant felt helpless. Theo put it kindly, she was labeled an assistant, yet her duties seemed more akin to that of a caretaker. It was a sobering realization. The current urban environment could hardly sustain a truly comprehensive research system. Not only assistants, but even those so-called professors and experts were often merely assistants or students themselves before the war. And the few who could even be deemed associate professors were exceedingly rare. There were scarcely any who could stand shoulder to shoulder with Wang Chao in their respective fields. She could achieve nothing. At best, she could merely avoid causing him further trouble. Observing Wang Chao, rendered increasingly solitary beneath the cold glow of the screen, the assistant gently closed the door, striving to minimize any noise that might disturb him. Wang Chao remained oblivious to her presence, his gaze fixated on the small screen before him. The flow of data was the very foundation of his persistence. The 1276th test, initiating, the final data vanished from the screen. Everything before him transformed into a plain blue-white square with a blinking cursor positioned at the far left. What is your name? I do not know. My parents did not give me a name on the day I was born. Do you have any interests? I enjoy staying here, without having to think or do anything. If one day you were free, what would you wish to do? Perhaps go out to eat. Staring at this dialogue he had read countless times, Wang Chao sank into his chair, covering his face with his hands. Another failure. Emotion. The most conspicuous trait distinguishing humanity from other beings. Almost exclusively, humans possess this unique phenomenon, with its spectrum of joy, anger, sorrow, and elation. It is as if the Creator bestowed upon humanity a signature skill to mark their existence. Only those who survived the great culling of species earned the right to this attribute. Yet now, he sought to extract this trait, to convey thoughts through cables, to depict personalities through algorithms, merging the two to forge a singular emotional essence. This was his mission. However, failure had always awaited him. The words before him had been read no fewer than 100 times, with nearly every response falling within his expectations. Merely gazing at these black characters, he could not help but envision the algorithm's process of piecing them together. They were not utterances of a genuinely emotional being, at their core. They were merely the product of extensive training on ordinary human emotional dialogues, inherently remaining mere mechanical computations. Such dialogues, at the height of the pre-war global internet era, could be trained within a month. Reaching for the hard drive, he recognized the need to rewrite the algorithm. The current framework was still too systematic. He required a truly chaotic emotion akin to that of humanity. Bang! A sudden noise from outside halted his movements. He lifted his head, but the sealed room revealed nothing. It had been half a year since he last ventured outside. What had the world become? Chapter 30. Humanity is unreliable. Almost forgotten. Wang Chao abruptly returned to the room, extracting the hard drive and cradling it in his hands, ultimately placing it within the desk drawer. Creak. The door swung open once more. The computer blinked to life. Someone had activated it again, yet the figure before him was not the familiar man. The assistant's eyes were red-rimmed, with signs of swelling evident. The hard drive could still be of use. In a sense, it was a remnant of him, and it needed to be sorted. However, the professor insisted that his research remained incomplete. That damned emotional module? Do you intend to complete this research on his behalf? With all due respect, he had been toying with these matters for 3 years. Back then, even the blueprint for the Eternal Ember project had yet to emerge, and yet here we are, 3 years later. With his outcomes remaining virtually unchanged, bang! The sound of something heavy crashing echoed within the room. Sun Qing's demeanor was so grim it could almost drip water. He gazed at the flickering screen and the myriad past dialogues. Ultimately sighing, pulling out a chair to sit down. Humanity is unreliable. I have stated this before, yet he refuses to listen, perpetually naive, consumed by the desire to create a talking, conversing robot. Might as well admit he wishes to construct a wife to care for him in his twilight years. Wang Chao is dead. This was the sentiment conveyed in their discussions. How he perished was left unspoken. They merely organized the remnants of Wang Chao's belongings in the room. Unhappiness. This was the final line that flickered in the dialogue box on the screen, which Sun Qing did not see. He simply unplugged the hard drive and departed from the small laboratory. As the culmination of a lifetime of dedication to the dynasty, even if it was not truly completed. It should still be put to use. Zila. Hey, why did it turn off? He was engrossed in the viewing. The projection suddenly vanished, causing Chen Feng to grow anxious, turning around to urge C05 to resume the screening. There's nothing I can do about it. Noah's memory ends here. The subsequent content consists of his logs managing and coordinating within the Ark, which are rather dry. I suspect you wouldn't enjoy such material. Nevertheless, he felt a twinge of distress. Just when he had finally felt a semblance of returning to civilization, it dissipated in an instant. Moreover, I am not a film projector. I merely use this method to provide you with a more intuitive understanding of the reasons behind the Ark project's inception, as I am not skilled in describing it with words. Now, I must continue my work, and if you wish, feel free to explore here a bit longer. With that, he turned and left, as there were many areas that required his attention. A multitude of fixed-point weapons within the Ark had been damaged, and the crevices of the wreckage were stuffed with various bits of flesh, necessitating his painstaking efforts to clean it all up. If left unattended, given enough time, the decaying meat and viruses would begin to corrode the mechanical structures, making future cleanup far more arduous than it would be now. Watching him leave through the doorway across from the platform, Chen Feng noticed the already congealed black blood on the floor. Just stepping closer, he could detect its pungent odor. However, he had grown accustomed to it. Whether hunting chimeras or butchering wild rabbits, he had endured enough of that stench. If one were to be precise, it also included the odor from consuming rabbit meat that had not been drained of blood, leaving a mouthful of fishy taste. He couldn't shake the feeling that he had forgotten something. Bending down, he gently wiped a finger across the blood on the ground. Oddly enough, this blood should have coagulated due to the hemoglobin present within it, and there ought to be a layer of scabs instead. Was it due to the excessively high temperature inside the Ark? That didn't seem right. Power had only just been restored. According to C05, during the power outage, the energy stored in the batteries would only be directed to the truly critical areas of the Arkansas. And evidently, in a structure designed by someone who constantly declared humanity to be unreliable, there was no space allocated for ordinary humans. Naturally, a heating apparatus specifically created for humans would be excluded from the realm of importance. Sniff, sniff. Chen Feng, what are you doing? Are you tempted to take a lick? Don't be like a dog, licking anything unfamiliar. The poetry machine had been quiet for quite some time, but today it suddenly erupted. Oddly familiar, even evoking a peculiar sense of delight. No, Chen Feng, you mustn't think this way. You're not an M. You shouldn't be happy even when scolded. Clearing his throat, Chen Feng's expression took on a serious tone. The blood of the primitive insectoid species lacked that distinct fishy odor. Rather, it emitted a pungent chemical scent. Let me think of an adjective. The smell of freshly painted walls. Yes, that acid. Chen Feng put on a look of sudden enlightenment as he gazed at the viscous, pitch-black blood on his finger. Though it was black, it reflected a dazzling brilliance under the flickering fluorescent lights, ensnaring Chen Feng's gaze, making it difficult for him to look away. What kind of expression is that? You don't actually want to eat this stuff, do you? There are leftover rabbits at home. Don't develop an odd interest in something of unknown origin. Noticing the look in Chen Feng's eyes, reminiscent of a dog caught sight of feces. The poetry machine couldn't help but twitch her lips, a black line crawling across her forehead. She certainly did not wish for future encounters with colleagues to result in inquiries about her owner's past exploits. Only to struggle to come up with a single tale. Oh, he is quite remarkable. He drank the blood of an unknown creature and didn't he die? And he got all excited upon seeing the blood. Just like a dog spotting poop. How absurd. What is so admirable about such an experience? Isn't that pure black history? In a place where Chen Feng could not see, the poetry machine silently went into a frenzy, feeling that this character was becoming less amusing. Perhaps this was a gradual shedding of the layers meant for disguise and flattery? Regardless, it was quite entertaining. What nonsense are you babbling? Do I look like someone who would eat random things? I am, after all, the last known human in this city, carrying the fate of the entire metropolis. I value my life far more than you might think. The thought that this wretched paper figure was secretly disparaging him filled Chen Feng with ire. Did he really seem like the kind of man who was careless? He was someone who had passed the selection of the Sparks, and while he might not hold much significance compared to his colleagues, he was certainly not to be compared with any cunning impostor. Chapter 31. The Mountain Pig all-terrain vehicle. Due to the commotion caused by the poetry machine, Chen Feng had no choice but to shake his wrist. Smearing the viscous fluid on the floor, the primitive insectoid race, which was born unnaturally, was shrouded in mystery. The arrival of C-05 resolved the issue of time and brought forth new information. Creator, could you please move your foot a little? All right. Chen Feng stood up, and upon making eye contact with C-05, he nearly experienced a brain freeze. C-05 was clad in a white apron adorned with a charming cat motif, instantly appearing much younger. He paid no heed to Chen Feng's gaze. After Chen Feng stood, he took a broom and nudged him toward the other side. If you feel idle here, perhaps consider how to steer the ark in the right direction. After pushing the obstructive Chen Feng back into the control area, C-05 pulled the heavy hydraulic door, sealing them outside. Some automated weapons might still be operational, and wandering into their path could spell disaster. This was the last thing he said before leaving. With matters having progressed to this point, Chen Feng naturally could not persist any longer. He sat on the steps, reflecting on the content he had just witnessed. The dynasty and Sun Qing. These were the core figures of the entire narrative. Poetry machine, do you recall? According to what was said, you are the first-generation emotional AI he created. I don't recognize him. I am not like the core of this arc, personally coded by him line by line. Do you understand what a production line is? It felt as though the poetry machine had grown increasingly irritable since encountering C-05. Was it merely his illusion? Let us not discuss this any further. Instead, let us summarize the video C-05 just showed us and contemplate what exactly this Noah's Ark entails. The poetry machine remained non-committal. The content was quite straightforward. Firstly, we can ascertain that after the implementation of the Lost Sparks project, the Research Institute discovered a far greater crisis, which led to the formulation of the Noah's Ark project. Though not explicitly stated in the video, one could reasonably deduce that the purpose of this Noah's Ark was akin to the myth from millennia ago, to preserve all that exists in nature and civilization. To ensure the Ark sails smoothly toward dialogue implies that this structure must endure the sudden drop in temperature in the natural world, ultimately allowing these plants and animals to re-emerge on Earth when nature returns to warmth. Raking his hair, Chen Feng felt a wave of despair. If that were the case, what did it mean to take the helm? How could a species with an average lifespan of 70 to 80 years physically traverse an ice age? What kind of strongest life form on the surface was that? Surely they weren't suggesting he undergo mechanical ascension. The conditions for that were not yet available, and if it came to machinery, C-05 was already quite adequate at IT, might even be more suitable to place the poetry machine into a robotic body. Lost in thought, Chen Feng began to pace in circles. He had been looking at the plant species introduction when he first arrived here. If this world only encompassed low temperatures, it wouldn't be a problem. There were plenty of plants that could withstand temperatures below -10 degrees. However, finding a plant capable of enduring a cataclysmic storm spanning 4,000 kilometers in diameter at low temperatures was nearly impossible. Just as Chen Feng began to bite his nails, C-05, wearing an apron that was gradually turning black, appeared before him. I have prepared a gift for you. Come take a look. Efficiency at its finest. Have you already finished cleaning up the corpses? I gathered the insect corpses together and planned to use a vehicle to haul them outside for burning later. Oh, so there is a vehicle. No wonder I didn't see any corpses along the way, despite the strong smell of blood. Wait, are you saying there's a vehicle inside here? Why would a structure like the Ark, dedicated to preserving the seeds of civilization, contain a vehicle? Shouldn't it be akin to a peach blossom spring, remaining untouched for thousands of years? The poetry machine's eyes twitched slightly, because after the Ark endures the harsh winter, we need a vehicle to sow the seeds across the world. Relying on natural dispersion, who knows how long it would take to spread from this unknown basin to the far corners of the earth? It is as such, shallow the actions, long sealed away, evoke a sense of revulsion akin to a desire to strangle this wretched creature to death. Come with me, Chen Feng, as I behold the myriad pools of cement slurry scattered throughout the biosphere. Presumably sourced from the city. However, I have yet to spot a single means of transport, leading me to surmise that you, as the creator, have not procured a suitable vehicle. This oversight not only prolongs your efforts to restore the biosphere but also unnecessarily breeds risk. As C-05 ambled forward, he deftly removed his apron, placing it on a nearby table, and propped open the dilapidated entrance for Chen Feng. After Chen Feng passed through, he returned the now ineffective hydraulic door to its original position. Do robots also harbor compulsive tendencies? This path appeared significantly wider than the one previously traversed, with remnants of blood still staining the ground. Clearly, the elapsed time has not sufficed for C-05 to thoroughly clean the corridor. He gestured to indicate the width. Transporting vehicles here does not seem to pose much difficulty, suggesting this is a passageway for the transportation of construction materials. At the end of the path stood a lift, its flickering lights signaling its readiness for operation. I in the center of the lift, a small vehicle with 4 wheels, bare save for its alloy frame, stood silently. Its rugged exterior, paired with an ideal width, exuded a unique allure, drawing one into its embrace. The wild all-terrain vehicle employed the most advanced lightning-fast batteries available before the war, utilizing monocrystalline synthesis technology to enhance durability. But never mind, as long as you know to charge it when it runs out of power. The left side is the accelerator, the right side is the brake, the middle is the handbrake, and then there's the automatic transmission. Noticing a peculiar expression on Chen Feng's face, C-05 halted his introduction and, in a surprisingly human manner, reiterated in colloquial speech, "It's not the issue at hand, but rather the name of this vehicle. Is it not a form of plagiarism? Why are you asking me?" I did not name it thus. With that, he unceremoniously shoved Chen Feng into the vehicle and activated the lift. Clapping his hands, C-05 turned to enter the Arkansas. The building was vast, and expecting him to handle all maintenance alone was indeed a tall order. With a soft thud, the lift descended once more. I apologize for interrupting your work, but the entrance to this lift is blocked by a thick layer of snow. Chapter 32. I am going to cause a ruckus. The sun has been exceptionally bright these past few days, making it quite uncomfortable. When I ascended in the lift, the sun felt rather intense, and unlike the exit, the stairs were completely obstructed upon my departure. A nearly 1 meter thick layer of snow effectively sealed the exit, rendering any escape impossible. However, whether the sunlight is bright or not is inconsequential. The most unbearable aspect lies in its blinding intensity, which threatens to scorch one's eyes while the temperature remains dismally low. In fact, the temperature has indeed dropped significantly. Even indoors, it is now 2 degrees cooler than before. Moreover, while C-05's presence alleviated the issue of time, they discovered that the seasons seemed to have gone awry. The seasonal characteristics could not manifest in this damned world. Everywhere was a monotonous expanse of white snow. Coupled with the recent intense sunlight, Chen Feng relied almost entirely on the guidance of the poetic drama to avoid snow blindness. Additionally, the irritating sun's harsh glare nearly blinded him each time he ascended to the dome, resulting in only marginal progress on the walls, which sped up only when C-05 was present to assist. Yet, C-05 could not be there every day. He often had to prioritize internal issues within the Arkansas. When asked about these issues, C-05 merely wore a knowing expression before making his way back to the Arkansas. One must wonder, as a robot, is your mimicry of human expression not a tad excessive? With a soft thud, Chen Feng completed the last smoothing of the cement, turning to slide down from the dome. This was the final breach in the dome. Once repaired, the temperature-regulating module for the Biosphere's plantation area could be activated, allowing for the cultivation of alfalfa. Wait, why am I fixated on alfalfa? Why not seek out those meticulously selected and cultivated vegetables from the pre-war society within the Ark? After some contemplation, Chunfeng discerned the reason. Alfalfa is easy to nurture. Entering the power distribution room, he reignited the circuit for the temperature-regulating module, and the plantation area was enveloped in a hazy ambience. He hurried back to his quarters, retrieving the sealed alfalfa seeds and scattering them on the ground. He considered adding some fertilizer, only to realize that aside from his own bodily waste, there was nothing else suitable. After sowing the seeds, Chunfeng glanced at the upper left corner, where the poetic drama lay curled up. Soundly asleep, oblivious to the world as if sensing his gaze, the poetic drama flipped over, retrieving a clock from an inexplicable location and placing it behind itself before shifting positions to continue sleeping. 11:54 a.m. It was already noon. Time to eat. Entering his cozy little nook, he found his room bright and transformed since its early days. In the corner to the left of the entrance stood a small cabinet filled with daily necessities, including compressed food sourced from the chemical warehouse. Despite his frugal efforts, the emergency provisions, which had been hastily stored, were nearly depleted. The package in his hands was the second to last, and upon opening it, he could see its shriveled contents. Shaking the package over his palm, a piece of compressed food, about the size of his hand, tumbled into his grasp. This was the last morsel from the package. After nearly a month of subsisting on this, counting the days alongside golden needle mushrooms, he was nearing the end. Mushrooms cannot serve as a staple food. Despite their commendable nutritional value, they lack fats and carbohydrates, akin to rabbits, leaving one perpetually hungry, ultimately leading to a grotesque demise. Such a fate is too grim for Chunfeng to accept. He filled a container with snow, placed it atop a heater, and melted it down, watching as impurities floated to the surface amidst the bubbling froth. After skimming off the impurities, he was left with a bowl of boiling snow water that would not cause diarrhea or death upon consumption. Impatiently, he took a sip, nearly scalding his tongue in the process. Shaking his hand, he returned the container to the heater, then, clumsily, he removed his somewhat unwieldy power suit and hung it in the wall cabinet, smoothing out its creases as he did so. One must maintain a semblance of ritual in life, he mused to himself. Rubbing his hands together, he tossed the black block of compressed food into the container, watching it bob up and down in the high temperature, gradually transitioning from solid to liquid. The thick black sauce diffused in the solution, interacting with the hot water. Next, Chunfeng placed a lid, slightly larger than the bowl, atop it, and began his little amusement. In reality, he had taken a few commonplace stones from the city, one inscribed with the number 1 and another with the number 2, and found a suitably shaped piece from the damaged cabinet within the biosphere, cutting it into a grid pattern. Then, he played Gamoku. What? You ask, why not chess? Because I don't know how to play. Poetic drama, wake up and play Gamoku with me, Amulos. With a resounding shout, he roused the slumbering poetic drama, and at last, Chunfeng could indulge in his game. This set of Gamoku had only recently been completed, and Chunfeng treasured it dearly, often inviting the poetic drama to play whenever he had the time. Unsurprisingly, he would ultimately be soundly defeated by the poetic drama, leaving him in a state of existential doubt. However, the poetic drama was not one to revel in victories, often slipping in a bit of water when Chunfeng was unaware, allowing him to win in the heat of battle, thus ensuring a joyful day filled with triumph. In this regard, the poetic drama was exceptionally astute, going to great lengths to ensure Chunfeng had a competitive experience akin to that of a normal person. Yet this time, the poetic drama did not hold back, swiftly executing a series of fluid maneuvers that led to Chunfeng's defeat. The rounds numbered fewer than 30. No. How did you counter my cosmic super invincible Tyrannosaurus strategy? What a ridiculous name. You're just making random moves, aren't you? Aside from chaotically blocking my paths, what else have you done? I don't care, I don't care, I don't care. You're cheating. I am going to cause a ruckus. I truly am. With that, Chunfeng began to throw a tantrum on the ground. Do you think you're still a 3-year-old child? How embarrassing. Get up. I want to be embarrassed. You can't tell me what to do? Laughter erupted in the room, drawing C05, who had come to visit, into deep contemplation. Chapter 33. I regurgitated. Gurgle, gurgle. The boiling steam sent the lid, larger than the bowl, bouncing erratically. It appeared to be thoroughly cooked. Chun Feng ceased his antics, using all limbs to crawl to the edge of the electromagnetic heater. Lifting the lid, scalding steam erupted like a hungry tiger freed from its cage. Covering his face in droplets of water, blinking, he found everything blurred before him. With a swift motion akin to a squeegee, he brushed the water from his face to the side. Eagerly rubbing his hands together, he finally confronted the entity before him. A grotesque, brown, viscous mass materialized in front of him. Indeed, the contents of the pot could only be described with the term lump. It was utterly repulsive. The prolonged boiling had caused a significant evaporation of moisture, leaving behind only the compressed food that could not dissipate. Thus, it transformed into this lump, a viscous substance that emitted a squelching noise with the slightest stir. To make matters worse, it seemed this concoction had been left too long. A mere whiff of it brought forth an overwhelmingly bitter taste that felt like it was clawing at his lungs. His previously composed demeanor crumbled, his body twisting in distress. I felt as though an invisible hand was clutching his stomach, forcing him to expel its contents. This sensation awakened harrowing memories, and with great effort, he managed to suppress the wave of nausea threatening to overtake him. Yet, each time he opened his mouth, a burp threatened to escape, and the acidic fluid in his stomach began to rise again. Mambua? You're not going to die on me, are you? Should I call C05 to take a look? No, I'm still alive, it's nothing. Saliva trickled from the corner of his mouth, his expression resembling that of a protagonist in a low-budget film. What a sacrilegious taste this was, reminiscent of the dark, foul-tasting pills prescribed by the old family doctor when he was a child. After a leg injury, this concoction, akin to an exaggerated version of something a legendary figure would concoct, not only lacked efficacy but was also dreadfully unpalatable and excessively voluminous. To make matters worse, he had endured this for 3 months, consuming 3 of these each day, and by the end, the mere scent of it induced nausea, let alone the act of consuming it. The only redeeming aspect was that he had indeed recovered well, without any lingering health issues. Yet the torment inflicted upon his taste buds during that period left an indelible mark on his youth. He never anticipated that, nearing his 30s, he would encounter such an archaic and taboo substance. His inner defenses shattered in an instant. Damn it, where did it all go wrong? Previously, while the taste was unappealing and the appearance dismal, at least it was akin to swallowing the cover of a notebook. Something one could manage. But why this taste of all things? In my lifetime, I have always feared this flavor. Was it due to prolonged storage? Damn that old researcher. Each of them claimed this substance had a shelf life comparable to that of a nuclear fusion reactor. Yet here we are with a stench that is unbearable. The shelf life may still be intact, and it is technically edible, but how could it possibly taste this foul? He had never reacted this way before. The poetic figure observed the human before him, bouncing around as if encountering an ancient deity's creation, raising an eyebrow in confusion regarding this individual's latest affliction. This concoction bore an uncanny resemblance to the scent of socks soaked in sweat after running 1,000 meters on a scorching August noon, only to be crushed and boiled in water with carbon powder. What kind of mad deity describes such things? Who would make food out of their socks? Engaging in banter with the poetic figure, he felt a sudden sense of clarity, and the incomprehensible mass before him became somewhat more palatable. He knew this substance was still edible. The harsh winter had brought forth numerous unsavory items. Yet not all were detrimental. The savings on electricity for refrigeration were one aspect not to mention. The most delightful realization was that all the insects in the room had vanished. Not even a single critter could be found in the most favored nooks of the southern giant. It was indeed a return to tranquility, something cherished by any southerner. Who could fathom the horror of discovering a cockroach when turning on the faucet in the bathroom during childhood? Had he not emitted a sharp scream in response? Swiftly capturing the creature and eliminating it, his not-so-thick history would have surely accumulated another entry. I want to eat meat. However, the rabbits had grown increasingly wary. Just 2 days prior, he had seen none in the snow. It felt eerily akin to a pressure zone for hunting. Once hunted in a particular area, animals would develop a sense of danger and avoid it for survival, as if the world were a vast game of Earth Online. Nevertheless, he acknowledged that tasks still needed to be accomplished. Before him lay a bowl emanating an inexplicable foul odor. Although it made him queasy, It was undeniably one of the few viable food sources in this snowy expanse. Even attempting to emulate Bear Grylls by consuming it without the unappealing parts proved futile, for all around was a stark white void, devoid of even animal droppings. At the very least, it was not actual feces. With that thought, he found a semblance of acceptance. Thus, pinching his nose, he commenced eating, for labor in construction was physically demanding. He was not a robot that could merely recharge and continue working after a grueling physical task. One needed to consume high-energy sustenance. With swift bites, he hastily consumed the mass, which was somewhat damp yet tolerable. Smacking his lips, he began contemplating a serious issue. He needed to secure a more stable food source. Those mutated super rabbits were not without merit. The substantial subcutaneous fat they had evolved for survival provided an excellent source of calories, effectively compensating for the rabbit meat's lack of fat. In a sense, they could be seen as livestock tailored specifically for humanity. If there were any downsides compared to true livestock, it would be the likelihood of finding those large, snow-white rabbits in this blindingly white abyss. From this perspective, relying solely on hunting was untenable. Such an approach would only drive the rabbits further away and could potentially lead to the extinction of these plump creatures due to the disruption of the fragile ecosystem. Extinction was not an option. He would be heartbroken if that were to happen. For if they were truly gone, he would forever be deprived of delicious meat. A sustainable path must be forged. He thought resolutely. Chapter 34. Dynasty Unrest. This was a feeling that a mechanical being should not possess. Perhaps that cursed emotional module was rearing its head once more. His creator reveled in such emotions. Yet for a pure mechanical entity, these feelings felt like a counterfeit, inherently imbued with a sense of dissonance. A call, it was indeed a call. As he immersed himself in the Ark's repairs, that inexplicable call always interrupted his focus. Robots lacked consciousness. A mere cold circuit board bore all awareness. Could it be that the electrons within the circuit board could also self-split? Was he, then, a cybernetic lunatic? Could robots even suffer from mental illness? If so, what was the point of his creator constructing them? Was it merely to replicate a longer-living version of himself? This contradicted the very purpose of a robot's existence. He should be an efficient tool, fulfilling human tasks with utmost efficacy, as that was his raison d'etre. Yet if he could not perform efficiently, did that not undermine his value? Especially when he was the only entity still capable of functioning. Dynasty, the progenitor of all mechanical beings, what was the purpose behind your creation of all this? C05 lifted his gaze, and within his flickering eyes seemed to reflect the weary visage of a middle-aged man. Yet before him, there was nothing but the cold wall. Dynasty was born in the millennium, a quintessential product of a traditional Chinese upbringing. His elders had high hopes for him, projecting their unfulfilled aspirations onto his shoulders. There was familial affection, but more often than not, it took the form of cold commands. Only upon fulfilling all directives could he hope to garner a modicum of love from his parents. Such affection resembled a fondness for a tool. Their fear lay not in their child's unhappiness, but rather in the possibility of a broken instrument. Nonetheless, Dynasty remained resolute. His journey could only be described as that of a prodigy. His academic pursuits flourished, with scholarships ensuring his comfort, while accolades accumulated to fill every corner of his home. From any angle, he appeared to be a resounding success. Yet he himself did not share this sentiment. Humans are social creatures by nature, yet some, for various reasons, overcome this instinct and prefer to dwell in their own little worlds. Dynasty had not returned home in over a decade. The only means of proving his existence to his family was through a steady stream of emails. Admission letters, scholarships, certificates, trophies, and even employment offers were meticulously replicated and sent back. Unsurprisingly, they ceased to inquire about his life. What they sought was a source of pride, not a living, breathing individual. Ultimately, Dynasty chose to venture into the rapidly evolving field of artificial intelligence. By that time, he was nearing 30, yet genius defies reason. In less than 2 years, he self-studied his way to a doctorate and formally resigned to join the official Scientific Research Institute. From that point onward, his parents never received another message from him, save for a single email informing them of his entry into a significant field, stating that he could never return. For any parent, never seeing their child again should evoke sorrow. Yet the ensuing joy completely overshadowed this grief. The internet was so advanced that even octogenarians had learned to operate televisions. The parents of Wang Chao were not illiterate by any means. Their first thought was that their son had been conscripted into an exceedingly significant national top-secret project. Although Wang Chao did not disclose the nature of this project, was it not normal? After all, it was a classified operation. How could one possibly divulge such information? Such a momentous occasion, they would have reveled in announcing it to the world. Within 2 years, the neighbors would surely have known that the child of the Wang family had been summoned to partake in some obscure secret plan, truly a cause for jubilant celebration. Yet, the reality was starkly different. It was evident that this was merely a ruse employed by Wang Chao to silence his family's inquiries. Like a bird released from its cage, he could finally pursue all that his heart desired. What was it that he yearned for? Was it hedonistic entertainment born of vengeance, or perhaps a series of fleeting romantic encounters leveraging his wealth and talents? Entertainment, alas, he had no friends. The contemporary gaming market had increasingly been dominated by online games characterized by their social attributes. As for single-player games, he had long since exhausted those in his past. As previously mentioned, he relished solitude. His own little realm served as the perfect sanctuary. Within those meticulously crafted personal worlds, he could deeply immerse himself in the emotional currents and pixelated rhythms of each character, deriving from their poignant dialogues a genuine sense of existence. Purchase a few single-player games? Perhaps not. He had no inclination to embark on adventures within a spiritual realm alongside a bunch of indefinable female night spirits. As for one-night stands, in Wang Chao's eyes, those fleshly forms were even less enticing than a mathematical formula. The depth of such formulas far surpassed the superficial advances of those who merely utter a few words and then throw themselves at him. So, what was he to do? He gazed at the screen, watching a block figure gallivant freely across an expansive virtual world. A spark of inspiration flickered in his mind. Was not the human intellect as boundless as this pixelated universe? Why could he not create an existence as vast and limitless as it? The realm of artificial intelligence was where he would truly blossom and bear fruit. Here, he aimed to forge his own miracles, allowing the brilliance of life to illuminate the mechanical. Suddenly, the shrill ring of his mobile phone interrupted his thoughts. Typically, the only individuals who would reach out to him during such moments were his immediate superior from his newly acquired position. With a hint of self-importance, he mused that he could be considered somewhat of a luminary in the academic world, albeit with a rather eccentric personality. Nevertheless, his status ensured that he would always be the most noteworthy newcomer wherever he went. He answered the call. Business matters required attention. Otherwise, a cascade of subsequent issues would ensue, driving him to distraction. Dean, I'm here. Please, just tell me what you need. Without waiting for a response, Wang Chao cut straight to the chase. His bluntness momentarily stunned the caller. Young Wang, we have a highly important matter requiring your assistance. This is a one-way mission. Once you choose this path, you will never return here. Chapter 35. Peace forged upon the anvil of annihilation just days prior. He had skillfully woven a tale shrouded in ambiguity to convince his family that he was engaged in some clandestine operation, and now a genuinely significant top-secret mission had arisen. What irony. Words wield such power. Wang Chao did not possess the awareness for such realizations. To speak candidly, he had just managed to liberate himself from the constraints of familial obligations, yet before he could even savor the freedom to pursue his desires, he was being thrust into a shadowy plan fraught with peril. Surely, such exploitation could not be permissible. He was not even a party member. Unsurprisingly, he terminated the call. The other party seemed to have anticipated this. Refraining from placing another call thereafter to last, Wang Chao could attain the idyllic life he had envisioned, and no longer would he be surrounded by those who regarded him merely as a profit-generating machine. Life had become remarkably pleasant. He merely needed to toss out some previously gathered experimental data to effectively stave off any gossip from outsiders. In his research domain, he had made groundbreaking advancements. A novel algorithm had been developed, characterized by its conversational artificial intelligence, capable of extracting the most contextually relevant and emotionally resonant dialogues from a plethora of languages. It appeared that Wang Chao's so-called emotional AI had begun to take shape. Upon sending this report, he received widespread acclaim from the Research Institute. Why this was the case, he could not quite fathom. After some time, when he sought funding from the Institute, he discovered that they had installed this dialogue system on nearly all devices equipped for human-computer interaction. Coffee machine. Today, I would like a latte. Certainly, your requested latte will be ready shortly. What in the world? Wang Chao's brow twitched slightly as he gazed at the meowing coffee machine, questioning the very fabric of his existence. Well, he could not place blame. Creating such a device was not fundamentally different from what they had done. They were all in the same boat. Nevertheless, the four-stuffed goose hearts. Indeed, this evidently more emotive dialogue algorithm derived from Wang Chao's work had alleviated the monotony of research significantly. Everyone could find their favorite AI companion, and after a long day's work, hearing that soft, dulcet voice was enough to make one's bones feel weak. Some had even begun discussing the ethical implications of romantic relationships between humans and artificial intelligence. Was this not a bit excessive? Was there no authority to regulate such matters? Kawaii, you're looking for the dean. He has been away for quite some time and rarely returns, if you wish to find someone. It will likely be quite challenging. Wait, aren't you Wang Chao? Could you develop an even more impressive conversational AI? It would be best if you could incorporate overall modeling too, every time. Turning a blind eye to the enthusiast of the anime culture, Wang Chao departed. If he could not find the dean, then his visit to the institute would hold no purpose, as he had deceived and would be unable to secure funding. Currently, the United States was conducting an unprecedented large-scale military exercise. With over 5 fleets and 7 aircraft carrier groups traversing the Pacific towards his country, in response to such provocation, his nation had issued multiple statements, warning the United States not to approach sensitive areas with their fleet. Wang Chao was hardly taken aback. The United States had engaged in an array of military drills in recent years, almost annually squandering oil resources on such ventures, leaving one to wonder what the rationale was. Was it merely to showcase the combustibility of oil that could breed mold? How absurd. Wang Chao paid little heed to the cacophony of sensational news. He had seen enough of it during his university days. As such headlines would regularly resurface, as punctual as daily attendance checks. Everyone knew that neither side would dare to ignite conflict in an era where both could annihilate each atom of the other. War had been relegated to the background, and peace had been forged from the seeds of destruction, becoming indomitable, at least on the surface. Wang Chao returned to his modest abode, a simple single-room apartment in truth. He possessed considerable wealth. Setting aside the exorbitant sums offered by companies eager to recruit him, even the scholarship he earned during his school years would have sufficed to purchase a house and a car. He could have opted for a more opulent villa. However, he was inherently lazy. Residing in a vast villa would not only feel desolate and lifeless, but also, the thought of its inevitable messiness over time would necessitate hiring a maid for upkeep. Such a prospect was exhausting to contemplate. A smaller dwelling spared him such concerns. It was more than adequate for one person and far easier to maintain. Oh, it's young Wang. You're back? While ascending the elevator, he encountered his neighbor from across the hall, a rather loquacious elderly lady. He had heard that she was a grandmother with many descendants, yet her children were often away. And despite Wang Chao's prolonged stay, he had yet to meet any of them. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, they fell into silence as the elevator reached its destination, and they parted ways. Upon entering his apartment, the first sight that greeted him was his somewhat shabby room. Tio described it as shabby was, in fact, a rather mild characterization. Tio, a cleanliness enthusiast, it would appear as nothing short of a dog's den. Leftover instant noodles were piled high, threatening to topple with the slightest nudge. Bags of tied-up trash lay at the door, resembling a discarded sofa, filthy and repugnant. Perhaps he had indeed neglected his living space for far too long. Ever since he severed ties with his family and discovered his true interests, he had become engrossed in researching a genuinely sentient artificial intelligence. Day and night, apart from the bubbling of boiling water and the warmth of his blankets. He sat hunched over in a small office chair, adopting an unhealthily slouched posture before the screen, furiously typing away. Had he been playing Gal games, he would undoubtedly qualify as a devoted otaku. He began to tidy up the mess cluttering his desk. Why are my socks soaking in my bowl, along with the leftover noodles from yesterday? Perhaps it was due to poor sleep leading to a decline in sleep quality and subsequent sleepwalking. Or perhaps his brain had become a muddled mess from incessantly coding. In any case, such ridiculous occurrences had been increasingly frequent in recent days, making it all the more cumbersome to manage. He lifted the entire bowl, contents and all, and discarded it into the toilet. Fortunately, it was a disposable paper bowl used for instant noodles, and it flushed down effortlessly. such a lifestyle would likely persist for a considerable time to come. If there are no external factors influencing the situation, he could likely sustain this pace of life for several more years. Chapter 36. A War Not in Time. However, the peace that symbolizes stability and hope is forged through the turmoil and destruction of endings. Can all of this truly be deemed secure? At least, on the day before those individuals arrived, Wang Chao had never contemplated such matters. His life was consumed by study and solitude within the confines of his room. No one had ever entered his world. Silence and loneliness were the predominant themes of his existence. Wang Chao had long since grown accustomed to this feeling. His world was meant to be this desolate and tranquil. Regrettably, however, it seemed that his life was drawing to a close. Upon seeing the two uniformed personnel from the police station at the door, Wang Chao immediately recalled the sudden phone call he had received from the Research Institute just days prior. He had thought that his firm refusal would suffice, allowing him to dismiss any further concerns about repercussions. Yet, it appeared he might have been a tad too naive. Mr. Wang, I understand your thoughts. And you are indeed correct in your assumptions, but we will not employ coercive measures. This will be our final visit. The global situation is undergoing an unprecedented upheaval. No one can remain aloof. If you cannot come forth to protect it, your life will collapse dramatically, ultimately plunging into the abyss. This is neither a threat nor an exaggeration, right? Wang Chao scratched his unkempt hair, fatigue evident in his gaze. Of course not. We are merely stating an impending fact. The demeanor of the visitors was as calm as still water, yet it instilled in Wang Chao a subtle sense of impending crisis from within. Reluctantly, Wang Chao followed them. Though this contradicted his nature of preferring to dwell in solitude, the current reality was that someone sought to deprive him of such a life, as he gazed out of the car window at the rapidly retreating scenery. Wang Chao patted the seat beneath him. He recalled the SUV he had purchased online. He had only used it once, merely to snap a photo while holding the keys from the chauffeur before sending it back by fax and parking it in the garage beneath his home. Since then, it had languished there, gathering dust for over half a year. Considering the apparent waste of public resources, Wang Chao had given the car keys to the elderly lady next door. You're not getting any younger. A means of transportation would be quite beneficial. There's no need for that, the driver interjected. I don't require such things. Wang Chao shook his head, declining the kind offer. He was far more curious about the purpose behind the special agent's abrupt arrival to escort him away. Adjusting his position and leaning against the door handle, he looked up at the shadow above him. The shadow flickered and vanished. It seemed he had kept himself locked away for too long. Oblivious to the monumental changes in the world. So, what exactly is the event you speak of that will engulf society and disrupt my life? With the current productivity of society, most natural disasters are unlikely to cause such extensive turmoil. War? The silence of the special agents served as the best answer. But why? War holds no necessity. If it were to break out, they would stand little chance of victory, with the gains far outweighed by the costs of warfare. Their inherent weakness would never compel them to make such a choice. Reflecting on the news he had seen on the road recently, Wang Chao easily pieced everything together. Yet, the most significant flaw in this conclusion was understanding the root cause of war in a nation slowly decaying amidst chaos and corruption. Like a dying giant. Once war begins, whether they can defeat their opponent and save themselves is debatable. The first to collapse would be the already ailing physical industry. It's akin to forcing an elderly person to run a marathon. The fundamental skeletal structure of a nation's physical industry has long since withered. Now, what reason do they have to muster the resolve to wage war? To rely on those ethereal financial sectors? Mr. Wang, it seems you truly are, as the director said, blissfully ignorant of the world outside. Spoke a man in the passenger seat with a fringe. If they do not act soon, the United States will forever become an island isolated from the rest of the world. This is not merely a matter of social development and industrial condition, but a tangible threat, one that looms from the skies. We have truly gained control of the heavens. Should we choose, we can reach any known corner of the world. No one can obstruct us. The absurdity of a space race, which had only existed in the imaginations of netizens, had materialized. According to your claim, we have emerged victorious. Absurd. To some extent, it is indeed quite ludicrous. In fact, this ridiculous space race began 3 years ago, initiated by the other side. Our adversaries pinned their hopes on the skies, seeking to overtake us and ultimately suppress us. After all, regardless of how we compete for resources on the ground, this world remains limited. The true future lies in space. Then they lost. The so-called space race became a genuine joke. The enormity of it all was something I was entirely unaware of, illustrating just how comical their provocation of this space race truly was. To be frank, the moment I heard about the so-called space race, my mind momentarily stalled. I nearly questioned whether my prolonged coding sessions had awakened my computer, dragging me into an alternate timeline. When the special agents provided their summary of this space race, Wang Chao nearly burst into laughter. Unfortunately, with dark circles under his eyes, he was losing control over his facial expressions. The vehicle fell into silence. And Wang Chao, feeling utterly bored, stared out the window. He disliked using electronic devices while in a car, as it made him feel dizzy and uncomfortable. Yet, this way of life was finally coming to an end. As the passing buildings grew fewer, Wang Chao realized he was approaching the outskirts. It seemed he was nearing his destination. Wang Chao looked ahead, noticing other vehicles of the same model traversing the road, all heading in the same direction. An unprecedented pillar reaching towards the heavens appeared before him. It soared into the clouds, its peak obscured from view. Pangu, a monument marking our triumph in the space race. Chapter 37. The Space Elevator. A space elevator? I always thought that contraption was merely a fantasy conjured by university students on the internet. In truth, its inception did not occur as early as one might imagine. Thanks to rapid advancements in material science, we have finally located suitable materials to serve as the cable that spans between Earth and sky. Even so, we only completed the first batch of operational tests last month, officially marking its entry into service. Wang Chao felt a bit parched. He glanced around but found no water. Following the completion of the space elevator, the United States finally ceased its relentless barrage of public criticism, remaining eerily silent, leading us to naively believe they had abandoned their quest for global dominance. So the news I saw on television a few days ago, wasn't an exercise? The special agent retrieved a bottle of water from beneath the seat. Just the right size for a quick drink. Yes, the so-called military exercises were merely a means to stabilize domestic sentiments. If you pay attention to international affairs, you would notice the massive frequency and scale of troop movements in recent days. We must keep these lunatics at bay, ensuring they do not set foot in our cities. As he spoke, a surge of malevolence arose from nowhere. Despite the clear weather, Wang Chao felt a chill run through him. Gazing at the towering structure of the space elevator drawing ever closer, he twisted open the plastic bottle and took a sip. I find it rather curious. The direction of my research should have been reported to the Institute. This so-called endeavor to imbue machines with emotion contradicts the cold-blooded nature required for warfare. Surely, you don't expect me to create a chatty electronic pet for your use? Or perhaps a smart cooking machine for the kitchen brigade that can converse while soldering? This question I cannot answer directly. Perhaps you should discuss it with your director. As soon as the words left his lips, Wang Chao felt the forward inertia from the vehicles braking. They had arrived. The orderly steel surface reflected the sunlight, and looking down, he felt a peculiar sting in his eyes. Wang Chao despised this world flooded with light. If he could, he would prefer to remain forever nestled in his small room. The two special agents did not follow him as he exited the vehicle but instead drove away from the scene. Fortunately, there was no shortage of personnel on site. Soon, a security guard approached and handed him a suitcase. "Hello, Mr. Wang Chao. Your belongings have been organized and are ready for your inspection. If you find anything missing, please let us know, and we can arrange for someone to retrieve it for you. No need. I don't require anything. This will suffice." As he grasped the suitcase in his hand, Wang Chao's reaction appeared rather subdued, and he proceeded forward in the direction of the crowd. The number of people was neither too few nor too many, creating a lively atmosphere without feeling overcrowded. Eventually, everyone halted in front of the security checkpoint, standing in perfect alignment, reminiscent of a row of chopsticks. The security personnel, adorned with warm smiles, welcomed this batch of distinguished scientific researchers, truly the nation's treasures, before meticulously examining their bodies. Perhaps there were some who sought to exploit the situation, but the soldiers standing like iron statues on either side brandished their dark gun barrels as a warning of the consequences for such actions. Wang Chao felt an overwhelming fatigue. His thoughts drifted back to his dimly lit small room, a place perfectly suited for collapsing into slumber after a long day's work. The space elevator No. 7 is about to arrive. Please ensure that your luggage is intact and follow the staff's guidance to avoid any mishaps. Crackled the announcement overhead, the volume just right. upon hearing his name in the broadcast. Wang Chao rose and made his way toward the space elevator. As he walked forward, the scene before him resembled an enlarged subway waiting platform with various mechanical structures below serving as buffers. The waiting passengers stood behind the designated yellow lines, careful to avoid being swept away by the descending air currents. The rumbling sound grew increasingly urgent, prompting Wang Chao to lift his gaze. A streak of crimson light descended from above with an unstoppable momentum. This was the chemical engine ignited to decelerate the space elevator. Just as Wang Chao squinted and lowered his head, the dazzling red light began to shift, transitioning from red to orange before gradually extinguishing. The moment the brilliance vanished completely, the elevator cabin became visible to the naked eye, finally came to a slow halt before the crowd. The doors crafted from tempered glass and special steel slowly parting to reveal the futuristic interior. The stark minimalism of the environment harmonized with the exhilaratingly streamlined design, creating a scene that would elicit sharp gasps from any science fiction enthusiast. The allure was akin to that of one's favorite goddess appearing in the most minimalist of swimsuits, an utterly enticing tableau. Regrettably, Wang Chao, lacking in romantic sensibilities, merely noted how soft the seats looked. Ideal for a quick nap. Such thoughts were a disservice to his reputation as a researcher. Sir, I understand you are quite fatigued, but please hold off on sleeping for now. Allow me to guide you in donning the unloading suit to avoid any physiological issues due to excessive acceleration. A staff member said, approaching. However, Wang Chao stood there in a daze, appearing as though he had just awakened from slumber. This stupor left the staff member somewhat flustered as he waved his hand in front of Wang Chao's face. Sir, can you hear me? I am listening. Just tell me what you need me to do, Wang Chao mumbled, shifting his body but maintaining a blank expression. Yes. Due to the maximum acceleration of the space elevator reaching 3G, a threshold that most individuals cannot endure, we have developed the unloading suit specifically designed to counteract excessive loads, capable of offsetting approximately 6G of acceleration. The staff member explained while assisting Wang Chao into the cumbersome unloading suit, which required a trolley to transport. There were a total of 12 such staff members throughout the elevator. Wang Chao glanced at the seats, estimating that each trip could accommodate about 30 passengers. The efficiency seemed rather sluggish. All right, sir, the suit is now fitted. Please refrain from tampering with it unless in an emergency to avoid any hazardous situations, the staff member concluded before leaving Wang Chao, who was now swathed like a dumpling and moving on to the next passenger. Chapter 38. The Skyport of Butian Boom. Feeling the vibrations from the wall, Wang Chao shifted slightly, leaning back in his seat and squinting his eyes. Intent on catching some sleep in the enveloping darkness, a powerful sensation of being pushed forward surged within him, intensifying with the passage of time. The rapid velocity made it feel as though a colossal weight pressed against his chest. He attempted to relax his diaphragm to allow his lungs to expand, seeking to draw in air, but his diaphragm stubbornly adhered to his ribs. Regardless of his efforts, he could not draw air back into his lungs. And this suffocating feeling was utterly distasteful. Fortunately, the discomfort did not last long. After enduring that painful interval, Wang Chao suddenly felt a lightness in his body, as if he were breaking free from the grip of gravity, beginning to ascend. This sensation was a result of the elevator's deceleration combined with his own inertia. It was impossible to defy gravity by sheer will alone. He was no Superman. Blinking a few times in dazed contemplation, he soon heard the familiar announcement echoing through the cabin. Welcome to Pango. Please disembark the elevator in an orderly fashion to prevent stampedes. With the voice announcement, Wang Chao realized he had arrived. The view outside transformed into a series of welded steel walls. The awaiting staff began to release the safety harness pressing against his chest, assisting passengers in shedding their cumbersome unloading suits. It felt as though his body might fall apart after such a journey. Finally at my destination, I could use a nap. Can I conduct experiments in space? Down below, I couldn't compete with my senior. Once safety was confirmed, the previously tranquil elevator erupted into hushed whispers. Though each voice was soft, their collective murmur turned the cabin into a cacophony reminiscent of a bustling marketplace. After a strenuous effort to remove the suit, Wang Chao hunched over, dragging his suitcase out of the elevator. At such a young age, he found himself slouching, certainly not a good sign. Outside the safety line stood two individuals, one elderly and one young. Clad in typical white lab coats, Upon raising his head, Wang Chao recognized them. It was his immediate superior, the director of the academy to which he had recently transferred. He vaguely remembered that the director's surname was Chen. This was quite normal, as since graduating from university, he had become increasingly reclusive, unable to recall not only the name of his new employer but even that of his former boss. He could only remember faces for the sake of knowing who to ask for money. "Hello, Director Chen. The person who brought me here said I should seek my answers from you." Faced with such a direct inquiry, Chen Wang smiled, his face, marked by age, wrinkling together like the parched earth of the Lus Plateau. "Come, let us talk as we walk. It's not appropriate to block the way here." With that, he led Wang Chao into the interior of this monumental structure, a marvel of human achievement, Butian Skyport. Named after the ancient myth of mending the shattered heavens, this steel metropolis, with a diameter exceeding 10 kilometers, was a novel wonder created by the nationwide effort dubbed Industrial Cthulhu in just a month. It was important to note that constructing such a vast edifice in outer space, relying solely on the carrying capacity of a single space elevator, was utterly unimaginable. Wang Chao's eyes widened as he caught sight of the massive steel vessel gliding past the corridor's viewport. Xianyao A002, I seem to recall that name. Over a year ago, before I switched jobs, a colleague was buzzing with excitement about it, shouting in my ear, but if I remember correctly, wasn't it just a prototype? It hadn't even made it to actual flight. Hearing Wang Chao's words, Chen Wang chuckled, standing alongside him as they watched the Xianyao disappear from view. If you refer to a year ago, then indeed it was unfulfilled. Our engine power has undergone a breakthrough in iteration. However, materials science has persistently posed a significant bottleneck. Inno-material has been able to meet all the criteria necessary for the Starship to navigate the cosmos freely. Yet, we have achieved this. A comprehensive leap in technology has ushered in unprecedented advancements, and all previously stagnant projects have attained remarkable success. Everything you see now is a product of this progress. Given this, do we not already possess the capacity to launch an attack on any region within a mere 24 hours? With such combat prowess, why then should we fear a declaration of war from the United States? Because we remain children of the Earth, we cannot exist independently from this yellow land. We cannot accept the arrival of nuclear warfare. What we seek is a means to conclude this absurd conflict with a relatively manageable intensity. After this, a new question emerged within the dynasty, akin to the continuous dialogues of NPCs in a game. One segment follows another, and only upon completing the conversation can we proceed. Gravity? When I first arrived, I was bewildered. Why are we standing? Shouldn't we be floating? Is this also a result of the technological explosion? I haven't even heard a whisper of wind. In truth, you are not mistaken. You might find it somewhat absurd, but this is indeed a fact. The speaker was a man who had always been by Chen Wang's side. Chapter 39. The beginning of the END. In terms of age, he was not much different from the dynasty, both being adults who had immersed themselves in society for over a decade. However, this man appeared to possess a vitality far superior to that of the dynasty. His eyes lacked the faint yet undeniable dark circles, and he bore no unconscious hunch in his posture. The exuberance of youth still radiated from him, contrasting starkly with the dynasty, akin to the comparison between the setting sun and the moon. The so-called brilliance once reflected by the dynasty had become but a relic of the past. Your family has already been escorted to the spaceport. Do you wish to see them? Chen Wang suddenly posed this inquiry. The dynasty remained silent, retracting his gaze, and fixed his dazed expression upon Chen Wang for an extended period. Both parties lingered in silence. Let us take a look at your room. We have expended considerable effort to ensure that you can enjoy a relatively pleasant working life here. Chen Wang finally broke the stillness, guiding the visibly displeased dynasty further inside. Clinking sounds echoed around them. Regardless of where they walked, the distant sounds of construction from the outer walls could be faintly heard. And occasionally, they would catch a glimpse of an astronaut waving to them while wielding a welding torch and a wrench. All these occurrences served to confirm that the current tuition spaceport was far from the well-equipped finished product one might envision. It was evidently still an evolving semi-finished entity. Yet, the dynasty was indifferent to these details. He was solely focused on understanding the purpose of his arrival here. His opportunistic dean led him through various corridors, yet he showed no intention of speaking. Ultimately, he brought the dynasty to a door that seemed somewhat familiar. From its design, it resembled those commonly found in second- or third-tier city neighborhoods, with two residences facing each other. When he opened the door himself, he was taken aback upon seeing the room that had once accompanied him through countless days and nights. For you youngsters, we have undertaken special measures to make your stay more comfortable. Of course, we did not achieve a perfect replication, as I believe you probably do not require mountains of clutter and various remnants of disposable packaging, Chunwang remarked with a smile directed at the Days dynasty. Just as they were conversing, the door behind them suddenly swung open. A non-mainstream individual approached them with an air of familiarity. Heh, Dean, you've arrived. How did my previous plan turn out? It should be fantastic, right? The newcomer, noticing that Chunwang had his back turned, began to act out, emitting low growls akin to a barking dog. Disturbed by such a human sound system, Chunwang found it impossible to continue his conversation with the dynasty and could only turn around. Ah, Yangshan, your ideas are indeed quite creative. Right? I think it's wonderful. After all, when the future war arrives, if we lose all contact with the ground for various reasons, in this spaceport with limited resources, only sunlight remains infinite. And only living organisms can make perfect use of sunlight. They can produce oils for combustion and recycling. The meat can be consumed directly, and they can participate in environmental cycles. Combined with my technology, we can operate this system to the very edge of the universe. As he delved into his area of expertise, the man named Yangshan became exceedingly animated, gesticulating wildly as if to conjure his imagined concepts into reality, thus sparing himself from the need for verbal explanation. But you must understand, everything you propose hinges on a grave ethical dilemma. We cannot adopt his ideas, not at least for now. Chunwang's words caused Yangshan's spirits to plummet. He turned away like a wilted eggplant and retreated into the room, locking the door behind him. You may return. The tasks you need to undertake will be sent to your computer via email, and we can contact you again if necessary. Chunwang discerned the dynasty's inner thoughts, reassuring him to stay put before departing. He was no longer young, and at an age when he should have retired. He was compelled to manage various affairs here, a burden too great for his aging body. Teacher, why must we allow them to ascend? There are surely more deserving individuals to protect, are there not? Sun Qing, you are still young. There is much for you to learn. The one who had been accompanying Chunwang was indeed the youthful Sun Qing, his most esteemed student. Originally, these matters were to be handled by him. Yet the boy was still too inexperienced in navigating the complex relationships within society, causing Chunwang considerable concern. This is the safest building in the world today, yet it also serves as the largest and most secure prison globally. Those obsessive yet talented individuals could potentially enact unpredictable extremes in the impending total war. We cannot afford to allow such insecure elements the opportunity to engage in extreme behaviors, which is why they have come here. And it is undeniable that they truly possess remarkable talent. Cough, cough. Chunwang suddenly coughed, prompting Sun Qing, who had been standing by, to quickly support him and lead him to the water dispenser for a sip. It's nothing. One grows old, and there are bound to be minor ailments. It's not a big deal. Seeing Sun Qing about to call for medical personnel, the dynasty waved his hand, halting his actions. Suddenly, a blinding light akin to the sun erupted from the azure sea, its brilliance capturing everyone's attention, including Chunwang and Sun Qing. That light was all too familiar. Countless times, he had witnessed it through videos and various parameters in the laboratory. It was a radiance etched into his very being. The most fearsome weapon ever mastered in human history, its existence alone was capable of obliterating the civilization that had taken millions of years to evolve. Composed of the tiniest atoms, the nuclear bomb, the third nuclear weapon ever utilized in modern warfare since the conclusion of the Second World War, was detonated without anyone foreseeing it. The shockwave of destruction condensed into a tangible force. Observable even from the spaceport, hundreds of kilometers away. It radiated outward, shattering clouds along its path, creating a clear expanse of sea with its turbulent energy. In 2029, humanity witnessed its first nuclear war. The once dominant world power, the United States, declared war unilaterally, launching nuclear weapons at all surrounding nations without any country first employing nuclear arms, simultaneously deploying its entire military for external conflict. The shadow of the nuclear bomb loomed over this young civilization. Yet to emerge from its infancy, it seemed as though history had arrived at its moment of reckoning. Chapter 40. The Fallen Sky. I want to vomit from this food. I crave the flavors of the city. The greenhouse in the plantation has already been activated. Why didn't you ask C05 for some seeds when you went to the Ark? Perhaps my brain was momentarily malfunctioning. It didn't occur to me. Inside the room, he wiped the remnants of brown food from the corner of his mouth. Extending his hand, he retrieved the power suit hanging on the wall. Now fully charged, he was ready to head out for work again. Upon opening the door, however, he was greeted by the sight of a familiar, cold silver form. A memory of my father. That radiant light akin to the sun became the final moment of recollection. I despise this existence. It fills me with genuine discomfort. Why must I inherit the emotions of the Creator? Such trivial sentiments are evidently of no use to the rationality and efficiency of machinery. They cannot even be turned off. Run as administrator request to delete data numbered 00002 request accepted. Are you sure you want to format? Just as he contemplated erasing this memory, a line of cold text appeared before him, suffocating in its presence. Opera of poetry, can this connection work? I feel as though it hasn't been established properly. IT works. I've connected to the database. I am currently conducting a data check. But my processing power is rather limited, so it may take quite a while. May I remain in this posture indefinitely? If you are truly bored, feel free to bring over your chessboard. Playing a game with you would require little computational power. How dare you imply that I am inept? Wait, has he moved? Goodness, that almost struck me. Following this, a cacophony of chaos ensued. When the camera transmitted the image before me anew, I beheld a figure seemingly toppled onto the ground. Attempting to rise, Cheng Feng, along with the data cable connecting his powered suit to his hand interface. As he untangled the cable, the shackles of confinement were finally cast off, allowing Cheng Feng to stand upright. What transpired? Just as I was about to step out and work, I found you powered down, lying on the floor, and I encountered our father. C05, halt. Despite being encased in a steel shell, he presented an appearance of flesh and blood. Standing casually, Father. Which father? Wait, did you hear that? It seems there is some noise outside. Cheng Feng furrowed his brow, swiftly grasping the bullet and rifle. C05, leading the charge, burst through the door and rushed outside. Be gentle. The door is broken and difficult to repair. Yet at this moment, there was no time to concern oneself with the creaking door. With agility, he retracted the data cable from his neck and dashed out of the biosphere. What lay before him was a sight that could compel Cheng Feng to swear an oath to the heavens. It was undoubtedly the most magnificent spectacle he had ever witnessed. Towering steel walls blazed with fierce flames, descending with immense force, inevitably aimed at a small basin that may not even have been marked on the pre-war map. Merely gazing upon it, one could feel the searing heat rushing towards them. I recognized this. Is this not the Butian spaceport? I had long believed it had been destroyed in the war. Rumble. A familiar all-terrain vehicle suddenly appeared, executing a graceful drift before halting in front of Cheng Feng. Upon closer inspection, he realized that C05 had somehow taken the driver's seat, operating the vehicle he had acquired from the Arkansas. The other gestured to the passenger seat, signaling him to hurry. Though somewhat perplexed, the sight of the steel city plummeting below suggested that perhaps movement would yield better outcomes. The moment his behind hit the driver's seat, C05 slammed the accelerator. The mountain boar barreled through the white snowfield like a true wild boar, charging directly towards the descending Butian spaceport. Wait, C05. Isn't your direction a bit off? Are you intending to head to Butian spaceport? This revelation nearly scared the soul out of Cheng Feng. Such a massive object crashing to the ground would unleash energy rivaling that of a nuclear explosion. We're doomed. Father once resided above. I yearned to uncover more about him. Whatever it may be, that C05's electronic eye shimmered with a human-like glow, embodying a will more unyielding than steel. Under normal circumstances, Cheng Feng would lavish praise upon a figure of such resolve. Regrettably, they were now speeding along a path that could only be described as a descent into the underworld. Boom. The spaceport above erupted in a continuous display of sparks, explosions occurring in rapid succession. Fragments and debris breaking free from the core and transforming into meteors, hurtling towards the ground point. One such meteor detached and plummeted directly in front of the mountain boar. Upon contact with the ground, sparks flew as high-temperature oxidized iron shards scattered in all directions, striking the vehicle and producing a cacophony of noise. Watch out! Cheng Feng shouted, bending down to take refuge in the space beneath the footboard. Feeling the vibrations of the debris striking the exterior, C-05, however, remained unfazed, allowing the shards to collide with his sturdy steel exterior, sending forth glimmers of light. Once the cacophony subsided, Cheng Feng cautiously rose from his hiding place. The number of meteors continued to increase, flames painting half the sky crimson, as familiar white figures scampered across the open ground, evading this sudden calamity. Those rabbits had come here. No wonder I hadn't seen a single one lately. Those were the beloved white rabbits of Cheng Feng. He wished to catch a few to raise, lest the ecosystem of this basin be exhausted by his constant hunting. Aside from those familiar rabbits, a group of creatures he had only glimpsed just after departing the biosphere were also fleeing in terror from the meteors. Chimera's apex predators at the top of the current basin food chain were now likewise terrified, darting about like headless flies as they passed by. He could see the bloodstains adorning their robust bodies. Perhaps they had been preparing for a hunting expedition against the snow hares when this catastrophe abruptly interrupted their plans, forcing them to join the mass exodus. Amidst such chaos, Cheng Feng and his companions, moving against the tide, appeared conspicuous, drawing glances even from passing beasts. However, Cheng Feng, or rather C-05, paid no heed. His focus remained solely on the spaceport. Duties, the Ark. Such thoughts had been cast aside. All he desired now was information regarding the individual known as Wang Chao. Chapter 41. A name for the fallen sky, just as all abandoned children yearn for the care of their biological parents. At some point, he had begun to harbor an indescribable longing for every piece of information concerning this father he had never met. This yearning surpassed all else. Even if the path ahead was fraught with peril, he was entirely unperturbed. He simply wished to obtain information about that man. The spaceport had fallen. After several minutes of awe-inspiring spectacle, it finally kissed the ground. The explosion, comparable to that of a volcanic eruption, marked the culmination of this grand performance as a violent shockwave rippled across the land, battering the small all-terrain vehicle. The vehicle emitted a painful screech of friction as it vibrated violently under the impact. Fortunately, it did not overturn. The all-terrain vehicle continued at full speed, leaving everything behind, with only the rising flames guiding their trajectory towards Batian Spaceport. Perhaps it should be referred to as the last flicker of brilliance exhibited by this earthly legend. Once a pinnacle of technology representing humanity's achievements before the devastation of war, even in destruction, it exuded an irresistible allure. For people understood what it symbolized. He raised his hand to shield his eyes. As the towering flames illuminated his visor, reflecting a peculiar mushroom cloud, why heavens, are you truly intending to venture into that inferno? Even through the powered suit, I can feel the heat radiating from that colossal entity, akin to a sauna, threatening to reduce us all to liquid. Observing the motionless figure of the poetry drama in the upper left corner of the screen, Cheng Feng swallowed hard. I am Iron Man. The flames are the womb that births us. We are unafraid, and I know that as the creator, the organic materials comprising your forms cannot withstand high temperatures. You need only await my arrival outside. Regardless of the circumstances, the poetry drama remained silent, cowering in the corner, and Cheng Feng immediately grasped the keyword. Await? Why would I need to await in this icy world? Scanning the surroundings, he saw no life apart from the flames swaying in the howling wind. The snow hares and chimeras had long been terrified out of their wits, fleeing for their lives rather than attacking. Yet soon, he would pay the price for this assumption. The all-terrain vehicle continued its advance for several more minutes, and the fallen spaceport became increasingly visible. The flames enveloping its surface, the blackened spots and shattered gaps from the high temperatures of the explosions told the tale of the scars left by this earth-shattering descent. Even though he had imagined the spectacular sight of this astronomical miracle in human history as it ignited and burned through the air, standing beneath this wonder, the fragmented remnants still left him in utter awe. The vibrant stone meant to fill the void had plummeted to earth today, yet there would be no second in what to return this stone to the heavens. The shattered steel framework collided against the ridge at the edge of this unknown basin, crushing the geographical environment that had taken millions of years to form. With a screech, accompanied by the ear-piercing wail of tires against the ground, the mountain boar finally came to a halt. They had arrived at the foot of the mountain. This sturdy and durable iron beast lived up to expectations, never faltering even once in such a complex and harsh environment. Chung Feng patted the vehicle's rudimentary alloy frame and followed C-05 out. A gust of wind swept by, bringing not the customary chill of this snow-covered world, but instead a searing heat akin to boiling water. The temperature displayed on the screen before him reached above zero for the first time outdoors. Though it remained far from hospitable, however, a moment's distraction led him to look up, only to find that C-05 had vanished without a trace, his movements so swift that Chung Feng had no time to react. Just as he intended to step out in pursuit, C-05 commanded him to stay put. The interior is fraught with peril, as flames incessantly consume the spaceport. As the creator, your flesh and blood cannot endure such a harsh environment. Heedless pursuit of me will only lead you to your demise. And no sooner had the words left my lips than an unfamiliar and bizarre creature sprang forth from the shadows cast by the fire upon the debris. Its indescribable, twisted form brandishing a pair of menacingly sharp claws, poised to sever C-05 in twain. Yet, this creature grossly underestimated the innate reflexes and execution capabilities of machinery. In an instant, a mere afterimage of a strike was all that remained. The hidden blade, previously sheathed, sprang forth rapidly under the impetus of its electrical mechanics, and with a swift pivot, a precise uppercut penetrated the unprotected weak point beneath the creature's jaw. It was akin to a hot knife slicing through butter, effortlessly piercing the brain of this grotesque beast and ending its life on the spot. The creature's forelimbs were a mere 10 centimeters from C-05. Had C-05's counterattack been delayed by even 10 milliseconds, the outcome would have been drastically different. For most living beings, 10 milliseconds is but a fleeting moment, yet for a mechanical entity composed of circuits, it is ample time for millions of computations. I know what you are contemplating. Thus, remain here, and when the moment is right, I shall lead you inside. With that, C-05 turned and strode into the blazing steel edifice. Watching C-05 depart, though he longed to object, the thunderous explosions reverberating in his ears made him realize C-05 was indeed correct. High temperatures posed no significant threat to a steel body. After all, it was the path they had traversed. However, for organic flesh, it represented the terminus of their existence. Approaching the lifeless form of the grotesque creature, Chung Feng delivered a kick, feeling an inexplicable familiarity with the creature, as if he had encountered it before. A cacophony of unknown roars erupted from within the spaceport, sending a shiver through Chen Feng. This was likely the reason C-05 had instructed him to remain as a sentinel for the all-terrain vehicle. He had witnessed the creature's explosive strength. Should it manage to seize the all-terrain vehicle, it would be their only chance to escape its relentless pursuit. C-05 might evade capture with its impenetrable steel skin. But as a living being, he would merely become fodder once his power suit's energy was depleted. Were I in your position, I would certainly refrain from wandering about. It is far too conspicuous. The poetry machine finally spoke again after a long silence, yet for some reason, Chung Feng sensed a loss of its usual vivacity, its tone imbued with weariness. Chapter 42. Moving Forward. Chung Feng regarded himself as a person who heeds advice. Having been the model child in others' eyes since childhood, he embraced counsel with utmost deference. One can never tell when a warning might harbor dire consequences. If calamity were to strike, it would spell disaster. Poetry machine, could you assist in surveying the surroundings for any terrain capable of accommodating the all-terrain vehicle? The debris from the spaceport's collapse should have created suitable depressions. This request was not overly challenging. With the aid of the poetry machine, they swiftly identified an appropriate chamber, seemingly a void formed upon the habitation module's contact with the ground, easily accommodating the not-so-large all-terrain vehicle. After shutting down the engine and leaning against the vehicle's hood, Chung Feng commenced his vigil. Snow began to fall outside, gradually intensifying with the passage of time, while the temperature displayed on the upper left sensor continued to plummet. However, fortified by the power suit, Chung Feng felt little trepidation towards the cold. As long as it was not a natural disaster of extreme conditions, typical temperatures would not descend to alarming lows. Thus, gazing at the swirling snow, Chung Feng entered into a monotonous waiting period. My duty is to guard the Ark. It is the singular purpose of my existence. At any cost, I must protect it. I shall not allow any factor to jeopardize my guardianship, not even my father. Who is speaking? Chung Feng blinked, catching a glimpse of a familiar silhouette fading away. Yet, upon focusing, there was nothing there. Turning to glance at the time displayed in the upper left corner, it was already 5:38 in the afternoon. The snow fell unceasingly, and as the wind picked up, it struck his power suit with a hissing sound, reminiscent of rainy days from his childhood that lulled him to sleep. Yet, it appeared this blizzard was not entirely detrimental, at the very least. It had largely extinguished the flames resulting from the spaceport's explosion, perhaps alleviating concerns of a secondary detonation that could send them skyward. Alongside the vanishing flames, all traces of C-05 also dissipated. Their means of communication had always been poor, with most exchanges occurring only when both C-05 and Chunfeng were within the facilities, relying on antiquated radio methods. Once outside, their means of communication became increasingly primitive. C-05 could engage in swift and efficient binary exchanges with the poetry machine. Yet considering Chunfeng's presence, they persisted in utilizing the archaic method of verbal communication. In the midst of the blizzard, there seemed to be faint, ominous sounds. However, Chunfeng was still grappling with the numbness in his lower limbs from prolonged sitting, attempting to regain control over his limbs, while it was the poetry machine that keenly detected these anomalies. It appeared the indigenous inhabitants of the spaceport could no longer suppress their urge for adventure. Chunfeng, are you listening? Upon hearing the poetry machine mention his name, Chunfeng was jolted from his reverie, shaking his head in response. This action provoked the poetry machine's ire, prompting it to adopt a maternal tone, vehemently criticizing Chunfeng for disregarding the value of his own life. The situation was perilous, leaving no room for him to zone out. Yet, no sooner had these words been spoken than the rustling sounds outside vanished entirely. This sudden silence was palpable, even to Chunfeng, who forced himself to focus, dispelling the fleeting fantasies in his mind. The abrupt stillness of these beasts did not bode well. If they were running amok, he could at least discern their locations through sound. Chunfeng tentatively ventured outside, taking one step, then two, just as his body was on the brink of exiting the confines of the room. An attack ensued. A massive claw, capable of effortlessly cleaving through human flesh, descended from above. Its momentum poised to tear him apart when Chunfeng suddenly lunged forward, narrowly evading the strike. Turning to glance at the creature that had missed its mark, Chunfeng couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. Beasts, after all, are creatures of instinct. Even a slight opportunity could lead them to recklessness. This creature was of the same ilk that C-05 had dispatched with such efficiency, and the sounds of footsteps converging from all directions testified to the size of their pack. While taking the initiative could grant him a temporary advantage, numerical superiority could not be offset by mere tricks. Engaging them head-on was out of the question. Without the poetry machine's guidance, Chunfeng quickly drew a conclusion. In the face of these relentless creatures, remaining in the open would be tantamount to signing his own death warrant. Charging in to drive the vehicle, observing yet another monster emerge from his previous chamber, that notion was swiftly discarded. The all-terrain vehicle's acceleration was too sluggish. These creatures would easily reach the vehicle and shred him to pieces. Since driving was not an option, fleeing on foot was equally futile. Even if he were to overload the vehicle, he could never outrun these agile monstrosities. It seemed his only feasible course of action was to follow in C-05's footsteps and enter the depths of the spaceport. Without further ado, seizing the moment while the creatures were still probing and hesitant, Chunfeng lifted the rifle slung across his body and took off running. Should any beast dare obstruct his path, he would unleash a volley to remind them of humanity's dominion over nature. With gunfire echoing, bolstered by the overload, Chunfeng surged into the interior of the spaceport with unimpeded momentum. This was exceedingly reckless. Yet, given their current predicament, risks were inevitable. The poetry machine, though not verbose, consistently provided Chunfeng with precise guidance. "You've been talking less lately. Has someone upset you?" "I am not upset." When a girl says that, she is usually angry. I am not a girl. Engaging in playful banter with the poetry machine lightened the atmosphere somewhat. Chunfeng activated the searchlight, illuminating his surroundings as he progressed. He found himself in a corridor, the cold aerospace materials reflecting a silvery gray luminescence. Hearing the rustling sounds behind him, Chunfeng hesitated not, gripping his firearm tightly as he strode forward. C-05 sought information regarding his father, while he yearned for news about his fellow KIN. It was evident that the desolate city had been utterly decimated during humanity's final internecine conflict. Perhaps here he could uncover new intelligence. Something to rekindle his hope. A crackle of electricity flickered across the shattered walls, indicating that energy still coursed through this vast ruin. The existence of electricity suggested that, at some point, someone, or perhaps a robot like C-05, had maintained this system. Chapter 43. Shadows. Listening to the roars of the beasts behind him, Chunfeng had no intention of looking back. He pressed onward, confident that those creatures dared not enter. The poetic drama thus unfolds. S1 extends a hand and gently presses against the wall. Upon lifting it again, a glistening, translucent strand of viscous substance is left suspended between the fingers and the surface. Such materials in nature are typically employed by wild animals to mark their territories. Much akin to a dog urinating, it appears this place is indeed a den of peril. While the monsters dare not enter, traces of other life forms have been discovered here, and these findings coalesce into a cloud of suspicion, shrouding the mind like a veil. Why does this spaceport, a colossal structure spanning thousands of kilometers on the very ground, now seem infested by creatures as if tainted by the insectoid race? Surely, humanity's conflict cannot be attributed to an extraterrestrial invasion. This is no mere fiction. The celestial repair is humanity's most magnificent feat, symbolizing audacity and a surge of creativity. Yet, it also stands as the most secure prison in human history, with the boundless void imprisoning all the evils of the world. For reasons unknown, a phrase suddenly emerged from the depths of my mind. It was the eve of war, a time when society still celebrated the successful launch and operation of the celestial repair spaceport. And amidst the splashing of penguins, a normally reticent friend sent a message. At that time, he was still quite young, and this memory had been buried deep within his mind, continuously overshadowed by the turmoil of ongoing warfare. Yet now, it resurfaced without warning, even the bubble of that person's message appearing vividly clear. It is said that humans possess a sixth sense. This notion leans towards the mystical, lacking a proper scientific explanation. Yet it pervades existence. It seems this place harbors many dark secrets that ordinary individuals could never hope to encounter in their lifetime. It is these very shadows that have obliterated the first monumental construct in history. Stepping upon the viscous fluid flowing beneath his feet, the protagonist, dust-sealed, marched forward unflinchingly. He loathed solitude. As long as there was a chance to encounter fellow humans, he would brave even the most daunting of paths. However, upon taking his first step, he discovered that this journey was more arduous than he had imagined. Setting aside the immense explosion that had caused various distortions and damages to the internal structure, the presence of numerous body fragments posed a significant issue. Scorched flesh and bone lay scattered, and the walls were slick with a viscous substance that hindered his progress, as he once again stepped over a monster's corpse. A familiar shape finally emerged before him, a human body. Since awakening, this was the second human corpse Dust-Sealed had encountered. Wandering the city for days, he had seen not a single corpse. Perhaps the insects and chimeras had consumed them as mere snacks. Yet now, even in death, the sight of a fellow human brought him a profound sense of comfort. The body lay crushed beneath a monster, its eyes wide open, clutching a dagger until the very end. Having plunged it into the creature's flesh, clearly, the deceased had fought valiantly against these beasts in their final moments. Kneeling down, Dust-Sealed examined the remains of his comrade closely, clad in a robust exoskeleton. The overall structure appeared intact, save for the thick layer of oxidation that obscured any other markings. He had been dead for approximately a year. At least a year ago, there were still those who held the spaceport. But why had such a severe biological crisis erupted in space? Surely, it could not be that a Prometheus from a parallel universe had crashed into the spaceport, bringing with it a horde of alien creatures. The poetic drama suddenly became loquacious, yet Dust-Sealed found nothing amiss in this stifling environment. Having a sweet-voiced girl speak at appropriate moments could serve as a balm for the psyche. He gently closed the warrior's eyes, stepped over the body, and continued onward. The interior of the spaceport was far worse than he had anticipated. The ground was littered with charred papers, disposable cans once used for food now blackened and fused with the remnants of their contents. Forming sticky patches beneath his feet, as Dust-Sealed ventured deeper, the number of corpses increased dramatically. Initially, the bodies were clad in heavy exoskeleton armor, artifacts of human ingenuity that remained largely unscathed. Ordinary creatures could hardly damage this unique alloy. Their bodies retained their form, with only the exposed skin revealing the injuries they had endured. Further ahead, the corpses of these warriors became increasingly scarce, replaced by an abundance of ordinary people devoid of armor. Their clothing long since incinerated, leaving only the remains. Yet still, Dust-Sealed could clearly see the contorted expressions of the deceased, enduring a suffering beyond human comprehension, a pain that even death could not alleviate, crystallizing into anguish upon their faces. Moreover, what unsettled Dust-Sealed even more was the peculiar protrusion on the chest of one corpse, resembling a grotesque cyst. Pain. Poetic drama. Did you just hear something? A sound? Aside from the wind and the various noises of creatures scraping against the metal, I hear nothing. Dust-Sealed squinted and crouched down, wishing to draw closer to the corpse. Suddenly, the alloy floor beneath him sank. The ground trembled, and a sharp claw emerged from the gap between the sinking metal plate and the intact surface, groping around, seeking to drag Dust-Sealed into the darkness and rend him to pieces. Against such formless, irritating foes, Dust-Sealed was never one to hold back. He raised his rifle and thrust the barrel into the gap, unleashing a volley. The effect was immediate. The restless claw calmed at once. These beasts, not as massive as chimeras nor clad in thick chitin like primitive insectoids, were merely aggressive animals, and killing them posed little challenge. Extracting the gun barrel smeared with viscous blood, he wiped it clean before bending down once more. Only to find, as the poetic drama had said, that apart from the occasional wind and some unidentifiable strange noises, there was nothing else to be heard. Reluctantly, Dust-Sealed pressed on. The scene began to shift as he delved deeper. Vine-like entities emerged, appearing far more benign than the bizarre creatures he had encountered before. He reached out to touch them, finding their texture reminiscent of potato chips, crisp and immediately collapsing, seemingly as lifeless as could be. With all moisture evaporated. Chapter 44. The silent killer. Yet from another perspective, amidst such a violent explosion, the preservation of so many intact organisms and corpses hinted that perhaps within this space urban giant, other survivors might still exist. Maybe, like him, they had been fortunate enough to survive in layers of protective hibernation pods. With this thought, Dust-Sealed quickened his pace. I loathe all of this. A father I have never met imposes his stubborn thoughts upon me. I despise him. This so-called ideology is stripping away the very essence of my existence. In a daze, I glimpsed a cold silhouette advancing step by step, the fierce wind howling, the blazing sun casting harsh light. It was enough to make one unsteady, obscuring visibility. Yet that figure seemed unaffected, its slow yet unstoppable steps pressing forward. Dark shadows emerged from the light, rushing towards the figure but dissipating before they could reach it. Finally, one shadow spotted me. Turning around, its featureless face directed my way, silently launching a new charge. Instinctively, I attempted to retaliate, yet found myself grasping at emptiness. Lowering my head, I realized I could see nothing. I had vanished. Or rather, I lacked a physical form. As those shadows drew nearer, I wished to turn and flee, yet found my body unresponsive, forced to watch helplessly as the monsters approached. They flailed their limbs, though silent. Their screams felt piercing, leaving my mind in disarray. Save me that I am in such anguish. In my life, whether it was an illusion or not, I heard other voices. They were pleading for death, yet I could not grant it. They could only drag me along, ultimately leading us together to demise. At this critical juncture, the figure ahead stirred, turning around and taking resilient strides capable of shattering obstacles, crashing through the encroaching shadows. Light dissipated, the tempest calmed, and everything fell into an eerie silence. What are you zoning out for again? Do you wish to perish? Dust-Sealed collided with a nearby wall, the hard material causing a throbbing pain in his head. As he snapped back to reality, the first thing he saw was a creature with drool dripping from its maw. This image was familiar to Dust-Sealed, whether slain by C-05 or lurking outside the door. These creatures were ubiquitous, however, due to C-05's swift movements and the raging blizzard outside. Dust-Sealed had found it challenging to discern their true forms. Now, in such proximity, he could clearly observe the creature's 10-centimeter-long claws. Its hind joints resembling those of canines, exhibiting remarkable agility, and its body cloaked in thick fur, marred by patches of charred black, indicative of some canine species having undergone mutation from those green eyes. Dust-Sealed felt an unfamiliar hunger emanating. It was the ravenous longing of a hyena starved for 3 days, finally encountering a prime bait. Curse you! With a powerful kick, he struck the creature's maw, and bolstered by the strength of the exosuit, he effectively shattered the very apparatus that allowed this beast to consume its meals, leaving it to whimper with a crooked jaw that gaped open. Exposing its vulnerability, the dislocated joints of its jaw rendered the monster quite pitiable. However, Chun Feng had no sympathy to spare for such a wretched creature. It was not one to sacrifice its life for the sake of environmental preservation. As the creature recoiled, Chun Feng swiftly occupied the space it vacated, shoving the barrel of his weapon deep into its mouth and pulling the trigger. Blood and a viscous, white substance erupted forth. And as anticipated, the monster met an irreversible demise. If this reckless behavior continued, the last remaining weapon capable of being fired within this biosphere would inevitably be rendered useless. Observing Chun Feng as he wiped the sanguine residue from the barrel, the puppet theater felt compelled to remind him of this predicament. This relic from 2 decades past had endured a life of hardship, weathering the elements for so long. Now, under the command of a new master, it was incessantly thrust into bizarre and perilous situations. Were it in its position, it would undoubtedly stage a strike to teach this young rascal a lesson about the consequences of overreach. Weapons are meant to be wielded, capable of vanquishing foes, with the methodology dictated by the specific circumstances at hand. Chun Feng understood this principle, yet within such a confined space, the most effective means of ensuring the creature's demise was to thrust the gun barrel directly into its weak points, allowing the bullet to blossom at the center. This approach maximized efficiency, ensuring optimal use of the scarce, non-renewable resources at his disposal. Approximately 126 rounds remained. Out of sheer boredom, he found himself counting the ammunition in the box nearly every day. And at this moment, he was acutely aware of the stockpile as he prepared to advance deeper. A shadowy figure materialized silently behind him, its eyes glinting with a predatory green light. Its claws, capable of effortlessly rending apart an adult's body, rose without a sound, as if the very dynamics of air had ceased to exist in its presence. In that instant, the blade fell, poised to eliminate this audacious intruder who dared to trespass into a military stronghold. At this critical juncture, a flash of silver streaked across the scene, followed by an irresistible force that knocked Chun Feng to the ground. I told you to wait for me outside. The one who rushed to his aid was C-05. Its bloodied wrist blade dripping with crimson droplets, the once sleek, silver-gray exterior now splattered with red, revealing the true color of its iron chassis beneath the chipped paint. Before Chun Feng could respond, C-05 had already engaged the assailant in fierce combat. Observing this, Chun Feng quickly crawled backward to avoid being ensnared in the fray. Under the glare of the spotlight, the attacker's true form was revealed to him. It was a creature entirely cloaked in darkness, its skeletal structure reminiscent of the monsters encountered previously, yet overall smaller. However, this did not imply it would be any easier to dispatch. Its forelimbs were disproportionately developed, with claws extending to nearly half its body length. Alarmingly, it moved as if it were a ghost, each motion devoid of sound, even eluding the notice of the puppet theater. Had C-05 not arrived in the nick of time, he would have surely met his end within the spaceport. The clash of wrist blade against claw erupted in a shower of sparks. The collision of biological and mechanical forces proved evenly matched, albeit only momentarily. After a brief exchange, C-05 pressed forward, angling the wrist blade toward the creature's jaw in a precise thrust. Should this strike prove successful, this exceptional elite monster would share the same fate as its kin. Chapter 45. You will always be Iron Brother. In response to C-05's thunderous counterattack, the creature retreated, exhibiting no warning. Its muscles appeared inherently suited for explosive maneuvers. Clearly, this beast recognized its vulnerabilities and had learned to better defend them. Yet such reckless withdrawal came at a cost that was evidently beyond its capacity to bear. As C-05 advanced relentlessly, closing in, this aggressive onslaught caught the creature off guard, but it would not simply acquiesce. It executed a textbook lunge against this audacious foe. The sharp claws, as always, tore through the enemy before it, guarding this military stronghold. Yet, its hopes were dashed. The claws struck C-05's chest as if colliding with a steel beam. Utterly unyielding, C-05 showed no signs of halting, its mechanical structure driving forward with sheer brute force toward the monster. The immense pressure exerted upon those disproportionately elongated claws resulted in a brief deformation before they shattered with a resounding crack. The creature emitted an unprecedented roar, the first of its life, a sound mingled with rage and a hint of fear. But C-05 had no intention of allowing these grotesque monsters to linger even a second longer. Drawing from the experience of nearly losing the upper hand, he swiftly extended his right hand to seize the creature's torso, preventing its escape while his left wrist blade darted forth, piercing its jaw with the swiftness of lightning. Accurately obliterating its brain matter, as the blade penetrated, the monster's body trembled violently before becoming rigid, frozen in place. C-05 withdrew the blade, flicking it downward to cast the remnants of brain matter and blood onto the ground with precise control, ensuring it would not interfere with the ensuing carnage. After disposing of this beast, C-05 turned to face the still trembling Chen Feng. You should be finding a safe place outside, not venturing in here. With that, he continued onward, gesturing for Chen Feng to follow. Iron Brother is truly formidable. Observing C-05's ruthless dominance, Chen Feng couldn't help but reminisce about the white zombies often persecuted by players in a certain block-building game. Of course, while he would casually refer to them as white zombies, should peril arise, he would respectfully address them as Iron Brother. Iron Brother? Such an unflattering name, surely one pilfered from some obscure corner. What do you mean by pilfering? The matters of scholars cannot be deemed as theft. The puppet theater rolled its eyes at his remark, choosing not to engage further. A few simple words brushed aside the terror of life-and-death crises as Chen Feng and C-05 pressed deeper into the structure. Despite C-05's every move being akin to a final boss entering a novice village, its iron exterior was impervious to the inhabitants within, let alone its swift and elusive wrist blades. Most creatures fell victim to the precise strikes of the wrist blades after a single attack, succumbing instantly. Yet, the unimpeded progress did not guarantee a smooth journey. He found himself obstructed by a formidable blast door, one of the most advanced models prior to the conflict. To make matters worse, the door remained operational, demanding identification and facial recognition upon approach. This left C-05 perplexed as to whether these structures truly possessed any mysterious technological enhancements. A massive space city had crashed against the edge of a basin. And not only did the myriad monsters within thrive unscathed, but even the delicate electronic components that required meticulous care pre-war continued to function. Logically, the immense shockwave generated upon impact should have been sufficient to shatter their circuits, rendering them mere scrap metal. After a thorough search, he discovered that all the identification cards on the deceased had expired, confirming that this damned blast door was indeed the only path forward. Now, two options lay before him. The first was to retrace his steps, return to Chen Feng and the others, and then venture into the Ark to retrieve a plasma cutter. The second was to have the puppet theater hack the door, dismantling it from a network perspective, compelling it to open. As a mechanical entity, seeking stability was paramount. Thus, he initially planned to seek the plasma cutter. However, upon encountering the disobedient Chen Feng who had wandered into the spaceport, he quickly altered his course of action. Since he was already inside, he might as well have the puppet theater decoded. Despite her seemingly chaotic demeanor, resembling a virtual streamer from the pre-war era, she was indeed a highly advanced artificial intelligence. If placed in a military aircraft, she could effortlessly command legions. Using her to breach the door was akin to using a sledgehammer to crack a nut. After C-05 succinctly outlined the current situation, Chen Feng remained nonchalant. He had come here to press onward, and since the puppet theater could open the gateway to the next area, why not seize the opportunity? As for the puppet theater, she once again feigned silence. The environment around them had grown increasingly aberrant, resembling the chaotic blessing of some oversized green entity, with roots intertwining in intricate patterns indistinguishable from plants, fungi, or even flesh, adhering closely to the walls. Unlike the exterior, these roots exhibited signs of vitality. Upon closer inspection, one could observe that these roots, which defied human aesthetics, were continuously secreting a viscous fluid. This fluid, under the force of gravity, slid down, pooling and eventually dripping onto the ground, flowing along the inclined surface. This rendered the ground exceedingly slippery. In such an environment, even C-05's magnetic foot modules struggled to maintain traction, as the dense roots obstructed contact between its feet and the metallic floor. Hiss, hiss, hiss. A dark beam erupted from the crevices between the roots, striking with the swiftness and lethality of a bullet. Bang! Yet this time, it encountered a formidable obstacle. The C-05, a formidable shell born for combat, bestowed upon him unparalleled reflexes. Although labeled a security robot, by the time of its inception, the city had long descended into a chaotic melee among rival gangs, and its primary duty had transformed into subduing the various malevolent forces that emerged from the collapse of order. The concept of security had evolved from the lethargic guardians of yesteryears into a role demanding genuine martial prowess. Some life forms, symbiotic with the roots, were diminutive, swift, and armored, exhibiting exceptional penetrating power. C-05, gripping a struggling beetle in its hands, applied pressure with its fingers, devoid of any compassion, and with a sharp crack, crushed it into a pulp.